Preface of the Book of the Dead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Seville. The Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. To Sir Edward Maud Thompson, K.C.B., D.C.L., LL.D., Principal Librarian of the British Museum. Dear Sir Edward, with great pleasure I avail myself of the opportunity of inscribing your name at the head of this work on the Theban Recension of the Book of the Dead, for you have taken no ordinary interest in its inception and progress and completion. I do it the more gladly because I know that everything which concerns the religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians and the wonderful doctrine of the resurrection of the spiritual body and of its everlasting existence, which they evolved thousands of years before our era, has the greatest attraction for you. It is now many years ago since your friendship with our common friend, the late Professor W. Wright, began, and your helpful sympathy with his various Oriental works was never wanting. The like friendship and the like sympathy you have extended to myself, his pupil. For both I thank you, and I subscribe myself, gratefully yours, E. A. Wallis Budge. London, July 27th, 1897. Preface. The present volume forms part of a work on the Theban Recension of the Book of the Dead, which I have prepared for Messrs. Kegan Paul and Company, with a view of supplying an edition of the Egyptian text in hieroglyphic, a full vocabulary to the same with copious references, and a complete translation with introductory chapters upon the history, object, and contents of the Book of the Dead, in a handy form and at a moderate price. It is the most complete edition of the Theban Recension hitherto published, but further discoveries in Egypt may at any moment result in the recovery of papyri containing chapters at present unknown to us. The texts of the Heliopolitan Recension of the Book of the Dead of the 5th and 6th dynasties, which are inscribed upon the pyramids of Unas, Teta, Pepi I, Meron-Ra, and Pepi II, and which may be regarded as the most ancient form of the work now known to us, have been published, together with French translations of them by M. Maspero in the various volumes of Recueil de Travaux, and separately under the title of Les Inscriptions des Pyramides de Saqqara, Paris, 1894. The texts of the Recension in use during the 11th and 12th dynasties, which are found inscribed upon the coffins of the period, have been published by Lepsius and Maspero, and an excellent idea of their contents may be gained from Birch's translation of the texts on the coffin of Amamu, published with a complete facsimile by the trustees of the British Museum under the title Egyptian Texts of the Earliest Period from the Coffin of Amamu, London, 1886. The texts of the Theban Recension, which was in use from the 18th to the 22nd dynasty, for example, from about B.C. 1600 to B.C. 900, and which is found inscribed on several papyri, both plain and illuminated, have been published by Birch, Mariette, Lehmann, de Veria, and others, and an eclectic edition of the Recension in use from the 18th to the 20th dynasty was published with variants and Einleitung by M. Naville in 1886. Translations of single papyri belonging to this period have been published by de Veria and Pierre, Guies, Lefebvre, Marseille, Pliet, and others, and certain chapters of this recension have been translated and discussed by various Egyptologists. Texts, both hieratic and hieroglyphic, which were copied and illustrated for the priests and the priestesses of Amun during the 21st and 22nd dynasties, have been published by Birch, Lehmann, Lepsius, Mariette, and Maspero, and a fine example of the hieratic manuscript of the period following, entitled Rituel Funèbre, was published by E. de Rouge in 1861. Of the texts which represent the Sayet Recension of the Book of the Dead, several manuscripts have been printed and described. The most important of these, however, is the famous papyrus preserved at Turin, of which Lepsius published a good copy as far back as 1842, entitled Das Totenbuch der Ägypter. The Book of the Dead, which was in use throughout the Greco-Roman and Roman periods, is well illustrated by the hieratic texts published and transcribed by Budge in the Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Volume 7, page 49, and by Elysian in his De Livre Egyptri que mon Nofleris, Leipzig, 1895. The first to publish a complete translation of any recension of the Book of the Dead was Budge, who in 1867 gave an English version of the Turin Papyrus in the 5th volume of Bunsen, Egypt's Place in Universal History, pages 123 through 333. Notwithstanding the fact that the recension here translated is the Sayet, or latest of all, and that the text of the Turin manuscript is faulty in many places, Budge's rendering gave a new impulse to the study of the Egyptian religion, and it has formed the groundwork of the translations made by Egyptologists subsequently. The thing to wonder at is not the mistakes which he made, but that he was able, at that early date, to translate so much correctly. In 1882, Pierret published a French translation of the Turin Papyrus, entitled De Livre des Morts des Anciens Egyptiens, and in 1894 Davis published an English version of Pierret's French translation at New York. Up to the present, however, no complete translation of the Theban Recension has appeared. Translations of single papyri, for example, the Papyrus of Nebseni, the Papyrus of Ani, the Papyrus of Sutnemes, the Papyrus of Nebked, etc., have been made by Deveria and Pierret, Guies, Marseille, myself, and others, and a translation of the text published by Naville in his Totenbuch, and by others, was begun by Renouf in the Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Volume 14. Since the appearance of Naville's great work in 1886, several extremely important papyri have been discovered, and it is now possible to add to the texts of the Theban Recension, which he published, a considerable number of chapters, etc. From the Papyrus of Ani we obtained instructions to chapters 18 and 125, a hymn to Ra, a hymn to Osiris, texts referring to the judgment scene, all of which are new. Besides these, we gained from it a complete, though short, version of chapter 175, and the vignettes are colored with a care and beauty hitherto unknown in papyri of this class. Of greater interest textually, however, is the Papyrus of Nu, which the trustees of the British Museum acquired in 1890. It is, I believe, the oldest of illuminated papyri known, and it certainly was written in the first half of the period of the rule of the kings of the 18th dynasty. It is nearly, if not quite, as old as the famous Papyrus of Nebseni. Unlike many of the papyri of that date, it was written throughout by one man, probably Nu himself. As in all papyri, lines are omitted here and there, and in one short chapter is repeated. In it, however, are about 20 chapters of the Theban Recension, which have not hitherto been found, and several which have, up to the present, been only known to exist in single manuscripts. From the above facts, it is clear that an edition of the text of the Theban Recension, which should contain all such new chapters, etc., was needed. When a few years ago Sir E. Maunde Thompson suggested to me to make a translation of the Book of the Dead for popular use, I decided to do so, and to publish at the same time an edition of the Egyptian texts. For in these days the reader insists, and rightly, upon the reproduction of the original documents as far as possible, so that he may be able to control the renderings set forth by the translator. Since no papyrus contains all the chapters of the Theban Recension, and no two papyri agree either in respect of contents or arrangement of the chapters, and the critical value of every text in a papyrus is not always the same, it follows that a complete edition of all the known chapters of the Theban Recension is impossible unless recourse be had to several papyri. I have, therefore, made use of several, and as a result translations of about 160 chapters, not including different versions, hymns, and rubrics, are given in the present volume. I have also added translations of 16 chapters of the Satae Recension, both because they form good specimens of the religious compositions of the latter period and illustrate some curious beliefs, and because, having adapted the numbering of the chapters employed by Lepsius, they were needed to make the numbering of the chapters in this edition consecutive. My translation has been made as literal as possible, my aim being to let the reader judge for himself the contents of the Theban Book of the Dead. As it is intended for popular use, I have not encumbered the pages with voluminous notes, nor have I attempted to explain the allusions and obscurities which no man at present understands. For references to the works of other writers the reader is referred to the bibliography at the end of my Papyrus of Ani in the British Museum, London, 1895, and to the notes in the introduction to that work. The source of each chapter is set forth clearly above it, together with a description of the vignette to it as it is found in the best papyri of the 18th and 19th dynasties. Since the vignettes formed originally no part of the Book of the Dead, no attempt has been made to reproduce them here. A collection of all the vignettes found in the Theban papyri, especially those which are found in the Books of the Dead, made for the priests of Amun after B.C. 1000, would be of great value, but, unless they were reproduced in their actual colors, much of their interest would be lost. The whole judgment scene and the Elysian fields, and a portion of the vignette to the first chapter have, however, been beautifully reproduced in full colors by Mr. W. Griggs from the Papyrus of Ani, and these form excellent examples of the artistic work executed upon papyri in the 18th dynasty. Those who require other examples are referred to the second edition of the colored facsimile of the Papyrus of Ani, published by the trustees of the British Museum in 1894. In the introduction a sketch of the history of the growth and development of the Book of the Dead has been given, and to illustrate the paleography of the different recensions, from about B.C. 3500 to about A.D. 200, 18 plates have been appended. The remaining brief accounts of some of the religious views of the Egyptians are necessary for the understanding of the aim and object of the Book of the Dead. They would have been fuller had space permitted, and I reserve a more detailed description of them for a further work on the Egyptian religion, with the view of showing how, in the Ptolemaic period and later times, the Egyptians hoped to obtain for their dead all the benefits which were believed to be secured for them by the use of the numerous chapters of earlier periods, by means of a work which, though extremely short, preserved all the essential beliefs of an olden time. A translation has been added of the Book of Breathings from the text of the Papyrus of Karasher, British Museum, No. 9995. By means of this, in the extracts from the Pyramid texts given in my chapter on the Elysian fields, a comparison of the beliefs of the Egyptians in the earliest and latest times can be made. In a small volume accompanying the text of the Theban Recension will be found a vocabulary containing over 35,000 references, which has been bound up separately in deference to the wishes of many. In the case of uncommon words, every example of its use which occurs in the book is noted. For commoner words, copious references are given in order that the reader may the more easily compare their meanings in several passages. Finally, it is my duty to express my grateful thanks to the trustees of the British Museum for permission to print certain chapters of the Papyrus of Nebseni and of the Papyrus of Ani from the publications issued by them. My thanks are also due to Mr. Holhausen of Vienna for the care which he has bestowed upon the printing of the 3 parts of this work, and to Mr. Griggs for the colored reproductions from the Papyrus of Ani which he has executed with his usual skill. E. A. Wallis, Budge, London, August 19th, 1897. End of Preface.
Introduction of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis, Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. The History of the Book of the Dead, Part 1. Long ago, in the earliest period of Egyptian civilization, the dwellers on the Nile were in the habit of preserving the dead bodies of their relatives and friends by means of salt, soda, resin, bitumen, and other substances of like nature; and although the art of mummifying and swathing the body in linen bandages did not attain to its highest pitch of perfection until several hundreds of years later, the simple means which were employed in the earliest days were effectual in keeping bones, sinews, and skin in existence upon earth. The Egyptians embalmed their dead either because they wished to keep their material bodies with them upon earth, or because they believed that the future welfare of the departed depended in some way upon the preservation of the bodies which they had left behind them upon earth. Whatever the motive, it is quite certain that it must have been a very powerful one, for the custom of embalming the dead lasted in Egypt without a break for at least 5,000 years. It survived all the influence which the Greeks and Romans brought to bear upon the habits and customs of the Egyptians, and only disappeared from the country about 200 years before its conquest by Muhammad's general Amir ibn al-Asi, A.D. 658. The writings of ancient Egypt show that it was not only the custom but also the duty of a man to prepare during his lifetime a suitable tomb in which his body might rest after death, and it is to the desire of preserving the body on the part of the Egyptians which found practical expression in the hewing of tombs and the making of elaborate funeral furniture that we owe the greater part of our knowledge of their religious beliefs. As time went on, the embalming of the dead was performed in a more elaborate manner, and at the same time the last resting place of the mummified body was chosen more carefully and wrought with greater attention. At a very early period the wealthy discarded the use of holes in rocks and caves as tombs, for in these the bodies were accessible to the attacks of enemies and wild animals and serpents, and the same objection was naturally made to shallow hollows made in the limestone and covered over with slabs of the same material, and also to the vaulted crude brick graves which were commonly in use in the early dynasties. The place of these was taken by pyramids built of stone and by many chambered tombs hewn in the living rock. Experience, however, soon showed the Egyptian that the most carefully constructed tomb was incapable of preventing damp rot or dry rot and decay, and that some other power besides his own must be invoked to prevent the destruction of the body, which, though needing longer time to accomplish, was as effectually performed by these means as by the tooth of the wild animal or serpent, or by the hand of the enemy. At this stage the aid of the professional religious man or priest was called in, and the task of finding means to prevent rot and decay was entrusted to him. There is little doubt that when the body was laid to rest in the tomb, the priest pronounced certain words or formulae or prayers over it, and it is probable that the recital of these words was accompanied by the performance of certain ceremonies. Whatever these formulae were, they formed the foundation of the Book of the Dead of later Egyptian times. It is idle to attempt to consider what such words were, but we are within our right if we assume that they were addressed to the god or gods of the community on behalf of the dead, and that they contained petitions for the welfare of the departed in the world beyond the grave. Such petitions would refer more to material than to spiritual happiness. Indeed, it is more than doubtful if the Egyptian at that time had developed any spiritual conceptions in our sense of the word, for although his ideas were very definite as to the reality of a future existence, I think that he had formulated few details about it, and that he had no idea as to where or how it was to be enjoyed. Certain portions of texts which have been incorporated into religious works of a later period show that the life which the Egyptian hoped to live after death was one similar to that which he led upon earth, and it is clear that he thought the preservation of his natural or material body to be in some way absolutely necessary for the attainment of this life. He hoped to have power to exercise all the natural functions of his body, and to be able to journey about at pleasure. Unless the body and all its members were preserved, such a life was impossible for him. The earliest monuments in Egypt of the historic period are tombs, and the universal testimony of these is to the effect that the Egyptian endeavored to attain to this life by the embalmment of the body and by the power which the texts inscribed upon his tomb, coffin, etc., could give him. And this was always so, for the earliest tombs prove that they were hewn out or built according to a recognized system which had become sanctified by antiquity, and that they were intended to keep intact bodies which had been treated with balms and balsams, unguents and drugs, and other similar preservative compounds. And the texts written upon them take the fact of the existence of a future life for granted, and assume that its duration will be infinite. The oldest tombs of this kind to which we can assign a date belong to the period of the second dynasty, about B.C. 4200. But there are some in existence which are remarkable for the extremely archaic grouping of the inscriptions upon the walls, and which may well belong to a very much earlier time. In this connection, the evidence supplied by the curious tombs which M. Amelino and J. de Morgan have recently excavated at El Amra, a place situated about 5 miles from Abydos on the west bank of the Nile, is of peculiar interest. Here were found a number of oval graves sunk in the stony soil to a depth varying from 5 to 6 feet, wherein were the skeletons of human bodies lying upon their sides. Their hands were crossed before their faces, and their knees were bent and were on a level with their chests. With them were buried flints, small bronze implements, pottery ornamented and plain, stone vases, shell ornaments, etc. And though experts are divided in their opinion as to the exact antiquity of these objects, there seems little doubt that the oldest of them belong to the period of the dawn of Egyptian civilization, and that is sufficient for our purpose at present. A number of the skeletons from the tombs of El Amra were submitted for examination to Dr. Fouquet of Cairo, who has found reason for declaring that they show traces of the bodies to which they belonged having been treated with compounds or substances used in embalming the dead. This fact shows that the friends and relatives of the departed who caused their bodies to be so treated must have considered that it would be of some benefit to them in their life in the world beyond the grave, and in so doing they were probably only conforming to a custom which was already old and well established in their day. It must not be forgotten that the skeletons in the cemetery of El Amra were found lying on their sides, and this fact strongly supports the view that the tombs are not tombs of Egyptians, but of their immediate predecessors or of contemporaries of the early dynasties. In no Egyptian tomb hitherto opened has the mummy been deposited on its side. Moreover, the Egyptian mummy is always found lying upon its back, its arms are always laid on the body, and the hands rest on the tops of the thighs. Though the burials at El Amra tell us nothing about the ceremonies, religious or otherwise, which were performed over the departed when they were committed to the earth, they prove almost beyond a doubt that peoples older than the Egyptians partially embalmed their dead at that remote period, and this being so, it is probable that the religious ideas and the belief in the future life which the Egyptians possessed were shared by the nations round about them, with whom they were perhaps connected by ties of blood. Passing from prehistoric times, of which we know little, and that little imperfectly, we come to the tombs of the first 4 dynasties, which show that a great development in the religious ideas and funeral ceremonies has taken place since the first of the graves at El Amra was dug. We see that certain symbolic ceremonies were regularly performed, that a number of priestly officials with clearly defined duties in connection with funerals had come into being, that a large number of festivals were celebrated at or near the tomb throughout the year, that the offering of meat and drink, of unguents and garments, and of green herbs and flowers at stated times had grown into a system, that a number of gods were duly honored and worshipped, that the priests of the gods belonged to, and probably formed, the ruling class of the districts in which they lived, that certain gods had already obtained the position of national deities, who were known and honored throughout the country, and that certain cities, such as Abydos, Anu, On, and Memphis, had become centers of teaching of the views and dogmas which their respective priests had adopted and modified, or had themselves evolved. It is quite certain that certain priestly officials lived and died, for the texts on their tombs bear witness to this fact. If the official lived, then the office to which he was appointed existed, and if religious books, the reading of which during the funeral was necessary for the welfare of the departed, had not existed, men would not have been appointed to read them. At this time we find that certain priests, called priests of the Ka, were duly appointed, and that they performed their ministrations in chapels of the Ka, which were attached to the tombs of kings and wealthy men. This shows beyond a doubt that the doctrine of the existence of a double of a man had been evolved, and the making of offerings to it at stated intervals at the tomb proves that it was believed to dwell therein, and that material meat and drink were necessary for its well-being. This is important also as indicating that the offerings were not consumed by the deceased himself, however needful the ceremony of offering them might be for his general welfare. Similarly, the sufferings, death, and resurrection of Osiris were well known in the period of the early dynasties, and it is probable that he became the type of the resurrection of man in Egypt long before the religious texts which assume it, and which call him the god and king and judge of the dead, passed from oral tradition to inscribed papyrus. A study of the religious texts of all periods proves that the great fundamental religious ideas of the Egyptians remained unchanged from the earliest to the latest historical times, and it seems that they must have been received by the early Egyptian priests in much the same form as that in which they handed them on. The doctrine of immortality and everlasting life, and the belief in the resurrection of a spiritual body, are the brightest and most prominent features of the Egyptian religion. They survived all the theological theories and speculations of the various schools of religious thought in Egypt, and to them generations of men clung with a firmness and tenacity marvelous to consider. And side by side with these beliefs there flourished the religious texts, to which the name Book of the Dead has been given, and they appealed mightily to all from highest to lowest, for they were believed to give man power in the world beyond the grave, and to enable him to attain to the abode of the blessed and to gain everlasting life. No amount of research and no discovery have as yet yielded any information about the home and origin and early history of the Book of the Dead. It seems pretty clear that, as said above, the first form of all of the Book of the Dead consisted of the words or petitions addressed to the god of the city, or to a collection of supernatural powers on behalf of the deceased by relatives and friends, and that such petitions referred to material rather than to spiritual things. That they would increase in number and in length as time went on is only what is to be expected, and the nature of their contents also would vary according to the rank and position of the deceased. At first they were recited only and not written down, and it is probable that they existed in this form for a very long period. At length they were done into writing, but this, I believe, only took place when the professional religious men or priests began to be doubtful about the meaning of some of them, and uncertain about the way in which they should be written. The priests wrote them down to preserve them, and thus endeavored to keep without further corruption texts which already in their day had become exceedingly old and difficult of understanding. The writing materials which they employed for this purpose are unknown. It is hardly possible that they inscribed their texts upon stone, for had they done so, remains of such inscriptions would certainly have been found ere this. In Egypt, at all events, the commonest writing material was the papyrus, and the hieroglyphic for book or writing being in the earliest times a roll of papyrus tied round the middle with a string of the same material, it is probable that religious texts were first written upon papyrus rolls. The syllabary or alphabet, or both, employed by these early scribes would probably be hieroglyphic or pictorial, but no specimen of it has come down to us. It is not likely that the signs used for writing the texts would be wholly alphabetic or wholly syllabic, for in the earliest inscriptions known to us both kinds are used. Where and by whom the texts of the Book of the Dead were composed is also unknown. There is no good reason for assuming that they are the offspring of the minds of Libyans or dwellers of Central Africa. They cannot be the literary product of savages or Negroes. There is no evidence to show that they are of Semitic origin, and the general testimony of their contents indicates an Asiatic home for their birthplace. Certain of the ideas expressed in the earliest form of the Book of the Dead known to us are gross and brutal, but they were retained rather by the conservative spirit of the Egyptians than by any belief in them. Their reverence for ancient writings and customs is too well known to need comment here. That such texts should suffer modification as time went on is only to be expected, but we may be sure that the original purpose of them remained unchanged, and that all really essential ideas and beliefs of a fundamental character found expression always in the same way. Wherever its original home may have been, or whatever was its origin, or whoever were its authors, it is quite certain that the Book of the Dead in a connected form is as old as Egyptian civilization, and that its sources belong to prehistoric times to which it is impossible to assign a date. We first touch solid ground in the history of the Book of the Dead in the period of the early dynasties, and if we accept one tradition which was current in Egypt as early as B.C. 2500, we are right in believing that certain parts of it are, in their present form, as old as the time of the first dynasty. The 64th chapter, which is admitted on all hands to be exceedingly old, exists in two versions. The rubric to one of these declares that the chapter is as old as the time of Hesepti, the fifth king of the first dynasty, about B.C. 4266, and says that it was found beneath the Hennu boat by the foreman of the builders, and the rubric to the other states that it was found at Hermopolis, inscribed upon a block of ironstone by Haruttataf, the son of Khufu or Cheops, the second king of the fourth dynasty, about B.C. 3733, when he was inspecting the temples throughout the country. These opinions find expression upon coffins of the 11th and 12th dynasties, and in papyri of the best period, that is to say, from about B.C. 1600 to B.C. 1000. And though one makes out the chapter to be some 600 years older than the other, both agree in assigning to it a date which is coeval with the early empire. It is difficult to know what is exactly meant by the word found. It may of course mean that a stone slab bearing the text of the chapter was discovered while certain repairs or alterations were being carried out in the temple of the god Thoth at Hermopolis, or it may mean that the chapter was edited in some way by Khufu's son Haruttataf. The latter explanation is certainly the more probable, for we know from other sources that Haruttataf was a learned man, and that he was the author of various literary works which enjoyed a considerable reputation. On the other hand, the ancient custom of ascribing the works of unknown authors to famous men may have already been in vogue. Of the Book of the Dead of the second, third, and fourth dynasties we know nothing, and no copies of any part of the recension then in use have come down to us. The texts on the tombs of the priests of that period show that funeral ceremonies were performed in accordance with the instruction contained in the rubrics to the various chapters of the Book of the Dead, and the existence of collections of religious texts stands assured. During the reign of Menkaura, the Mycerinus of the Greeks, the fourth king of the fourth dynasty, about B.C. 3633, certain chapters, that is, 30b and 148, are said to have been found by Haruttataf, and there are traditions extant that religious ceremonies were performed with renewed vigor during the reign of this king. On the coffin of Men-kau-Ra are inscribed two lines of text, which are also found on the walls inside the pyramids of Tata and Pepi the first kings of the sixth dynasty. It would be absurd to suppose that these lines formed the only portion of the text known in the fourth dynasty, and thus we are entitled to assume that the same recension of the Book of the Dead, which was known and copied in the sixth dynasty, was also known and copied in the fourth dynasty. From the lines on the coffin of Men-Kau-Ra we learn some interesting facts, namely, that the dead king was identified with the god, that the divine origin of the god was ascribed also to the king, that the life of the king in the world beyond the grave was to be that of a god, that all his foes were to be vanquished, and that he was to become a being possessed of life everlasting. Here then is a proof of the acceptance of the Osiris story and of the doctrine of immortality, or everlasting life, at a very remote period in Egypt. During the period of the fifth and sixth dynasties, a remarkable development took place in the funeral ceremonies performed for Egyptian kings. The kings of the fourth dynasty, Khufu, Cheops, Ka-Eph-Ra, Khephren, and Men-Kau-Ra, had built for their tombs the stone pyramids at Giza, which to this day excite the wonder and admiration of the civilized world, but the walls of the chambers and corridors are uninscribed, and they tell us nothing of the texts which were recited during the funeral, and nothing of the ceremonies by which they were accompanied. At the close of the fifth dynasty, however, Unas, the king, B.C. 3333, built as his tomb a stone pyramid at a place now called Saqqara, which is situated on the west bank of the Nile, a few miles to the south of the modern city of Cairo. And he covered the greater parts of the walls of the chambers, corridors, etc., with several hundred vertical lines of hieroglyphic text, which were deeply cut and filled up with green paint or composition. In the year 1881, M. Maspero effected an entrance into this pyramid, and he recognized at once the fact that the inscriptions which he saw before him formed the text of the Book of the Dead, which was in use in Egypt during the period of the fifth dynasty. Continuing his labors in this pyramid field, he opened the pyramids of Teta, Pepi I, Meren-Ra, and Pepi II, kings of the sixth dynasty, who reigned from about B.C. 3300 to B.C. 3166, and he found that the texts which covered the walls inside were duplicates, with additions, of those which he had already found in the pyramid of Unas. We thus see for the first time a collected series of texts of the Book of the Dead in the earliest recension known to us. This recension may for convenience be called the Heliopolitan, because it bears unmistakable evidence that it was drawn up by the priests of Anu, On, or Heliopolis, and that it contains the peculiar views held by the priests of the colleges of that very ancient city. Though 5 sets of extracts from it have come down to us in a tolerably complete state of preservation, we must not assume that they represent all the texts which belong to it. Indeed, the various sections of it which were copied upon funeral monuments and papyri in later times indicate that for all practical purposes its extent was illimitable. How much editing was done to the texts of this recension by the priests of Anu cannot be said, but there is considerable evidence scattered throughout it which shows that they had been edited 2 or 3 times before, and it is clear that we have preserved in it many religious ideas and beliefs which belong to what may be termed strata of religious thought of different periods and dates. Some of them certainly go back to a period in the history of the Egyptians when they celebrated their triumphs over their enemies in a brutal and savage fashion, and others belong to a time when their ancestors stood but little higher on the ladder of civilization than the barbarous tribes who lived on their western and southern frontiers. The Heliopolitan recension of the Book of the Dead consists of a series of paragraphs, each of which is introduced by the word recite. Scattered throughout the text are directions to the priests who performed the ceremonies, when to make certain presentations of meat, drink, and other objects. In later days the rubrical directions were written at the ends of the sections, and titles were given to the sections, which henceforth became special chapters, intended to produce certain definite results. An excellent idea of the arrangement of the text in the pyramids will be obtained from the accompanying page of hieroglyphic extract, which is taken from the text written for Unas 1 496 following. At the end of the sixth dynasty, the walls of the chambers of tombs, built for great and wealthy men, were profusely ornamented with texts and scenes, both colored and uncolored, but in none do we find religious texts belonging to the collection which the royal pyramids have revealed to us. It is difficult to account for this except on the score of economy. The wealthy man or owner of large estates caused the scenes which showed his greatness and affluence to be vividly depicted on the walls of his tomb, but even in the East, where time has always been of little value and labor cheap, the difference between the cost of cutting several hundred lines of hieroglyphics in limestone and filling them up with paint, and the cost of painting a number of agricultural and other scenes in tempera must have been very considerable. In the former case the text had to be set out by the artist and then carefully cut by the skilled mason, and it must not be forgotten that the copy from which the artist worked may have been in hieratic or cursive characters, in which case the difficulties of the work would be increased. In the latter the artist's work was limited to broad outline, which could be quickly drawn, and the filling in of the colors was an easy matter. During the interval between the end of the sixth dynasty and the beginning of the 11th, we know nothing of the fortunes of the Book of the Dead, and it is not until we come to the middle or end of the 11th dynasty that we find other copies of the work. Of the history, too, of the period of the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th dynasties very little is known, and though in certain districts in Upper Egypt tombs of considerable size and beauty were built, yet no striking development in the funeral text seems to have taken place, or if it did, we have no record of it. Belonging to the 11th and 12th dynasties, however, we have a number of coffins of considerable importance for the study of the Book of the Dead. They may be roughly divided into three classes: 1, those which are painted to represent funeral chambers or tombs; 2, those which are almost plain outside but covered inside with text in the hieratic or cursive Egyptian character; and 3, those which are inscribed both inside and out. The texts are usually traced in black upon the plain surface of the wood, the chief inscriptions which record the name and titles of the deceased being painted in large hieroglyphics, either in a vertical line down the length of the cover or in a horizontal line round the upper part of the four sides of the coffin. On the right-hand side at the foot is often painted or inlaid the double Uchat, or so-called symbolic eyes. Plates 1 and 2 illustrate as far as possible, without the use of colors, the arrangement of the text on such coffins. The scene in Plate 1 is from one end inside of the famous coffin of Amamu. The border with its pattern of rectangles is painted in bright colors, red, green, and yellow, and all round the upper part of the sides are painted the principal objects which form the usual offerings to the dead, and a prayer that the deceased may have such things offered in his tomb forever. Here we see vases and jars of various shapes and sizes, filled with unguents and cosmetics, the names of which are given in the line of hieroglyphics above them. They are set upon a stand, broken examples of which have been from time to time found in tombs. Each of the vertical lines of text begins with the word recite, a fact which shows that the text was usually inscribed upon the walls of tombs. Plate 2 gives an extract from the text inscribed upon the coffin of Sebekah, preserved at Berlin. It will be noticed that the hieroglyphics have begun to assume a conventional form, and that they do not so readily suggest the objects which they represent. We notice, too, that the various sections on such coffins have specific titles attached to them. In other words, they have become chapters. As the pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasties do not all contain the same selection of extracts from the Book of the Dead, so the coffins of the 11th and 12th dynasties do not all contain the same selection of chapters. This fact shows that the selection of the extracts and chapters did not follow any general rule, but whether it depended upon the will and discretion of the scribe or the deceased cannot be said. Down the length of the bottom of the coffin inside was frequently painted a band of white, across which were traced in blue wavy lines to indicate water. This probably represented the celestial Nile, or the stream upon which the deceased hoped to float to the Elysian fields. We must note in passing that at the period when these coffins were made, no pyramids were inscribed with extracts or chapters from the Book of the Dead. In other words, it was found both cheaper and easier to write the text with ink or colors upon planks which could be afterwards pegged together to form coffins. This custom resulted in the curtailment of the selection of texts, and in less than 1,000 years after the religious texts in the pyramids of the fifth and sixth dynasties were cut, we find that certain portions of them had fallen into disuse. We have already seen that a period lies between the sixth and 11th dynasties, during which we know nothing of the Book of the Dead, and again during the period which lies between the 12th and 18th dynasties we know nothing of it. With the beginning of the 18th dynasty, the Book of the Dead begins a new phase of its existence, and a development of its history as interesting as it is unexpected is before us. From pyramids the transition was to coffins, and now the transition is from coffins to papyri, and here again economy probably played an important part. Inscribed pyramids and sarcophagi and coffins would necessarily be only made for royal personages and for great and wealthy folk, but a roll of papyrus was, in comparison with these, a very inexpensive thing, especially if the surfaces of an ordinary scribe were employed in inscribing it. End of Introduction. The History of the Book of the Dead, Part 1. Introduction, Part 2 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E.A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, The History of the Book of the Dead, Part 2. The greater number of the copies of the Book of the Dead inscribed upon papyri have been found at Thebes. Indeed, those made in this city are of such importance that to the recension of the work which we commonly find in use in Egypt from the 18th to the 22nd dynasty, the name Theban has been given. We owe them chiefly to the scribes and priests who were attached to the powerful confraternity of the priests of Amen-Ra, the king of the gods, and speaking generally, the best manuscripts are found in their tombs and coffins. Their original home of the texts which they copied was, of course, Memphis or Heliopolis, and there is reason for believing that during the earlier centuries of their existence they did little more than adopt the religious views and doctrines of the sages of the north. As time went on and the worshippers of Amen obtained greater power, this god was slowly but surely made to usurp the attributes of the older cosmic gods of Egypt, and eventually, as we see in chapter 171, his name is included among those of the old gods of the Book of the Dead. The papyri inscribed with copies of the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead vary in length from about 15 to 90 feet, and in width from 12 to 18 inches. In many cases the various pieces which form the papyrus are so carefully put together that it is almost impossible to see where one piece ends and the other begins. In the early part of the 18th dynasty the text is always written with black ink in vertical columns of hieroglyphics which are separated from each other by black lines. The titles of the chapters and the initial word or words of certain parts of the chapters and catchwords and rubrics are written with red ink. In the 18th dynasty, or perhaps a little earlier, the scribes began to ornament the papyri with designs in black outline, referring to the subject matter of the text near which they were placed. Such designs, or vignettes as they are usually called, occupy quite a subordinate position, and they were drawn most probably by the scribe. Little by little, however, they increased in number, and it became the fashion to illuminate them with bright colors, greens, reds, yellows. In the 19th dynasty the unilluminated papyrus became the exception, and the vignettes flourished at the expense of the text. An idea of the beauty of a fully coloured papyrus of the best period may be gained from the frontispiece to this volume, and from the plates which face pages 19 and 170, and plates 3 through 8 will illustrate the characteristics of good manuscripts of the 18th and 19th dynasties, except as to colour. Plate 3 illustrates the writing and vignettes of the famous papyrus of Nebseni, which was found at Memphis. It measures 77 feet 7½ inches by 1 foot 1½ inch, and contains 77 chapters, not including duplicates and triplicates. The vignettes are traced in outline and are remarkably well drawn, and both vignettes and text appear to be the work of one scribe, probably Nebseni himself. The papyrus of Nebseni was apparently written early in the 18th dynasty. Plate 4 contains a vignette and a piece of text from the papyrus of Nu, which was found at Thebes. It measures 65 feet 3½ inches by 1 foot 1½ inch, and contains 131 chapters. Though shorter than the papyrus of Nebseni, the texts inscribed on it are more numerous, for the writing is smaller and the lines are closer together. Some of the chapters have vignettes, but they occupy an entirely subordinate position, and the coloring is not as fine as that found in documents of a later date. The date of this papyrus cannot be much later than that of Nebseni. On plate 5 we have an example of the very fine bold writing which is found in the papyrus of Ani, which was found at Thebes. This document measures 78 feet by 1 foot 3 inches, and contains 66 chapters. It is the finest of all the illuminated papyri of the 18th dynasty, and from an artistic point of view its value is greater than that of any other papyrus. It is made up of 6 distinct lengths of papyrus, which have been neatly joined. The text was written by several scribes, and the vignettes are the work of more than one artist. An examination of the document shows that the artist's work was done before the text was written. At times the space needed for the text was miscalculated, and the scribe was compelled to reduce the size of his writing, and even to write words on the colored border within which text and vignettes are enclosed. The first 16 feet of the papyrus were inscribed probably by Ani himself. The other sections were written by scribes of the same school, probably after his death. The hymn to Osiris on plate 6 is probably in Ani's own handwriting, and the characters are formed with an attention to detail not often found elsewhere. The vignettes and text on plate 7 show the work of 2 scribes and 2 artists, and also show that the inscribed portion of one section was done on a larger scale than was contemplated in the earlier sections. Here we see that the borders had to be enlarged to make the join. From this we see too that the planning of a papyrus was a matter which was left to the discretion of the artist and scribe. And when we consider that the papyrus of Nebseni contains duplicates and even triplicates of some chapters, and that the papyrus of Ani contains 2 copies of chapter 18, one with an introduction and one without, slightly differing from each other, and having the sections of the vignette arranged differently, it is clear that even the best scribes did not tie themselves to any one plan or method in preparing a copy of the Book of the Dead. We may note, too, that in the papyrus of Ani a large section of the text of chapter 17 has been omitted by the scribe, probably because the artist had not left sufficient space for the whole chapter. In the text, moreover, several palpable errors occur, but on the other hand we have in the vignettes descriptions of mythological scenes, names of gods, etc., which occur in no other text. Among these worthy of special mention are the judgment scene and the accompanying texts, and the vignette to the 17th chapter. Plate 8 gives us a vignette and a few lines of text from the papyrus of Hu Nefer, a scribe and superintendent of cattle who flourished in the reign of Seti I, about BC 1370. The cartouche of the king affords conclusive proof as to its date. This document is remarkable from many points of view. It is the shortest perfect manuscript of its class known, measuring 18 feet by 1 foot 3 3/8 inches. The vignettes are beautiful specimens of the artist's work, and the scene in which the performance of the ceremony of opening the mouth is depicted is the most perfect known. But the vignette to Chapter 17 is imperfect when compared with that of the Papyrus of Ani. The copy of Chapter 1 is so good that M. Naville employed it as the standard text in his Tatenbuch, but the copy of Chapter 17 is so incomplete and incorrect that he found it useless even for purposes of comparison. Here again we see that the vignettes were executed at the expense of the text. In spite of this, however, the papyrus is valuable, for it contains a hymn to Osiris by the god Thoth, which is not found elsewhere in the same form. The text is written in a good bold hand, but with little attention to the details of the characters, and the judgment scene exhibits many peculiarities, both in respect of text and arrangement. Plates 9 and 10 illustrate the vignettes and the hieratic and hieroglyphic texts which are found in Books of the Dead of the 20th dynasty. In Plate 9 we see the royal mother Netchemet standing behind her son Herheru. The dress and ornaments of these royal personages show the change which has taken place in such matters since the 18th and 19th dynasties, and in the manner of depicting them. The colors of the vignettes are more crude, the delicacy of design and of execution alike has departed, and a comparison of the text with that of the Papyrus of Nu shows that the skill of the scribe had deteriorated. The hieratic text on Plate 10 gives an excellent idea of the writing of the period. In the 20th dynasty, Books of the Dead inscribed for the priests of Amen began with a vignette, either plain or colored, in which the deceased was seen making offerings to Osiris or to the gods of Thebes. This was followed by a selection of chapters from the Book of the Dead in use in the 18th dynasty, or by a series of texts peculiar to the period, accompanied by vignettes taken from other funeral works. Sometimes, as in the case of the Princess Nessi Khonsu, the document begins with a long, detailed list of the titles of Amen Ra, who by this time had usurped the attributes of the old gods of Egypt, which is followed by a series of statements in which the god, in apparently legal language, swears to confer every favor possible upon the deceased lady. Such documents are not very long, and they are usually much narrower than Books of the Dead of the earlier period. The mythological figures and scenes characteristic of the later documents of the priests of Amen are not yet well understood, for only a few have been published in entirety. Of papyri of the 21st dynasty, which preserve many characteristics of the earlier period, may be mentioned that of Anhai, a priestess of Amen, a section of which is shown on Plate 11. Here we have, however, a work sui generis, which is very instructive from many points of view. The artist's work is the most valuable part of the papyrus, and the use of gold for purposes of illumination appears for the first time. In addition to the vignettes of the older period, we find here the scene of the creation, given much as it is found on the sarcophagus of Seti I, and a rare vignette which seems to refer to Khemennu, the city of Thoth. The texts are fragmentary and often have no connection with the vignettes which accompany them, but many of the vignettes are of considerable interest. The handwriting is in some places very good, but it lacks the bold firmness which is characteristic of the older scribes. In papyri of the 18th dynasty we find many mistakes, but most of them may be attributed to momentary carelessness on the part of a weary scribe, whereas in those of the 21st and succeeding dynasties the writers of the texts seem to be altogether reckless. Texts are copied beginning at the end instead of at the beginning. Omissions of whole sections are frequent. Texts that have proper vignettes are copied without the least regard to the correct vignettes, and what is intended to be a chapter frequently consists of nothing but a series of fragments of sentences, copied without break, merely to fill up the space which the artist had spared for the purpose. It seems as if the artist both painted the vignettes and wrote the text, and as if his sole aim was to produce a handsome but not accurate document. The contents of the papyri reflect, no doubt, the religious views commonly held at that period, and if this be so, it is clear that the priests of Amen held the texts which they inserted alongside of the chapters of the older period to be of equal value and authority. Some of them went so far as to fill their papyri with religious compositions, which are never to be found in the old works. In Plate 12 we have a vignette with a few lines of text from the papyrus which I believe was written in the 22nd dynasty. The artist's work is a copy, or rather a very poor imitation, of the illuminating of the 19th dynasty, and the text consists of a series of compositions referring to the offerings which were to be made to the gods of the Qerti, or divisions of the underworld. Strictly speaking, these have nothing whatever to do with the Book of the Dead, but in the opinion of the scribe they were equally efficacious. In the same dynasty a large number of copies of selections of chapters from the Book of the Dead were written in hieratic, with vignettes traced in outline in black ink. In some of these the papyrus measures about 40 feet by 1 foot 6 inches, and in others the dimensions are considerably less. An idea of the appearance of such papyri may be gained from Plate 13, which illustrates both the fine drawing and small but clear hieratic writing of the period. It is probable that the Books of the Dead, written in hieratic during the 20th, 21st, and 22nd dynasties, belong to a recension different in many respects from the Theban, but that such recension is akin to the Theban there is no doubt whatever. In both the chapters have no fixed order, and in both the chapters have special titles, a characteristic which distinguishes them from the sections of the Books of the Dead of the 5th, 6th, 11th, and 12th dynasties. It is tolerably easy to identify the papyri which were inscribed before B.C. 900. In fact, as long as the power of the priests of Amen was paramount at Thebes, the copies of the Books of the Dead which were inscribed for them reflect the prosperity of the confraternity. But when it became necessary for the priests to hide at Der el Bahari the mummies of the kings and queens who had been their greatest benefactors, and troublous times came upon them, everything relating to the rites and ceremonies connected with the dead suffered, and the relatives and friends of the dead were obliged to do for them not what they would but what they could. Eventually, it would seem, a time came when no Books of the Dead were written, and this period corresponds, I believe, to the final failure of the domination of the priests of Amen. This is not the place to lament the mistake which the priests of Amen made when they tried to rule Egypt temporally as well as spiritually, or to regret the policy which made them exalt their god Amen above the older gods of the country, whom the people had known and worshipped from time immemorial. It is sufficient to know that in each matter they failed. They lost their own temporal power as the result of their intrigues, and at best they only succeeded in obtaining for their god a place side by side with the old gods. It must, however, not be forgotten that we owe some of the best and finest copies of the Book of the Dead to scribes who had married priestesses of Amen, and who were themselves attached to the brotherhood. With the rise of the kings of the 26th dynasty to power, the Book of the Dead enters upon a new lease of life, and a general revival of ancient religious customs took place. The temples were repaired, ancient and long forgotten texts were recopied, and artists and sculptors took their models from the best works of the masters of the early empire. Early in this dynasty, it appears, the priesthood which succeeded the priests of Amen awoke to the consciousness of the fact that the texts of the Book of the Dead needed re-editing and rearranging, and they set to work to try to put some system into them. How and when exactly the work was done we know not, but it is probable that it was carried out by an assembly or college of priests. We have seen above that scribes tied themselves to no one plan in making their copies of the Book of the Dead, and that the work of the artist on the vignettes, which were subordinate matters originally, was at times allowed to drive the text from the papyrus. In the best papyri, too, the selection of texts copied is never the same, and the order of them is never the same. In fact, each papyrus had a plan of its own. These things the priests of the 26th dynasty tried to correct, and the result of their labours was a recension of the Book of the Dead, which is usually called the Sa'ite. A number of papyri are extant which are inscribed therewith, and an examination of them shows that the chapters follow a certain order, and that although the papyri vary in length, the selection of chapters being not as full in some of them as in others, this order has few exceptions. Each of the early recensions of the Book of the Dead known to us exhibits peculiarities which reflect the religious views of the time when it was written. And the Sa'ite recension is not an exception to the rule, for included in it are 4 chapters, 162 to 165, which have no counterparts in the papyri of the older period. They are remarkable also for containing a number of foreign words. It has been suggested that these chapters are of Nubian origin, and if so, it would be interesting to know the circumstances under which they were inserted in the Book of the Dead. It is difficult to identify with certainty the papyri which were actually written during the 26th dynasty, but manuscripts written in the period immediately preceding the Ptolemaic are not difficult to recognize. Plate 14 gives 14 lines of text and part of a vignette from a document of this class, and shows what a well-defined class it is. The text is written with black ink in vertical columns of spidery hieroglyphics separated by black lines, and the vignettes occupy small spaces above it. The vignettes of the sunrise or sunset, the judgment scene, and the Elysian fields occupy the whole length of the papyrus. Sometimes the vignettes are all mixed together, but even when colored they lack the artistic appearance and good work of the illuminated papyri of the 18th, 19th, and 20th dynasties. The recension in use in the Ptolemaic period is well illustrated by Plate 15, which is reproduced from Lepsius' edition of the Turin Papyrus. This papyrus is probably the best and longest manuscript of the class known. The selection of chapters is remarkably full. The number of chapters, however, is not 165, but 153. For 3 of them, chapters 16, 143, and 150 are in reality vignettes, and 9 others, chapters 48, 49, 73, 107, 111, 120, 121, 129, and 139 are duplicates of chapters found in other parts of the papyrus. The titles of the chapters, catchwords, parts of rubrics, etc., are written in red. Meanwhile, however, a number of short religious works for funeral use had been composed, presumably by the priests, and it seems that towards the end of the Ptolemaic period it was more usual to inscribe these upon papyri than the chapters of the old recensions of the Book of the Dead. It seems as if an attempt was made to extract only the essential portions of the old works, and to omit from the shortened new text the chapters which referred to faiths which were dead and to beliefs which had little or no influence in those modern times. Added to this, the knowledge of such matters must have disappeared from the community long before the Ptolemies ruled the land, and though the belief in the resurrection of the spiritual body and in life everlasting beyond the grave retained its power over the people as firmly as ever, most men had no knowledge whatever of the texts which their forefathers who were dead and gone imagined to be necessary for the attainment of the same. The sepulchral stelae and coffins show that neither the employer nor the employed had an exact idea of the import of the texts and symbols which were cut or painted upon them, and to ignorance as much as to haste must be attributed the blunders which occur in funeral texts of this period. Here and there we find an attempt to preserve vignettes and texts of the old period along with the modern work, and a good example of this class of document is the Papyrus of Kerasher, a portion of which is reproduced on Plate 16. Here we have a representation of the judgment scene, crude alike in colour and detail, a part of the vignette of the first chapter of the Old Book of the Dead, a number of the pylons discussed in chapters 145 and 146, etc., and two horizontal lines of hieroglyphics which contain prayers reflecting those of an earlier period. No manuscript could more clearly show how little knowledge of the Old Book of the Dead remained in the hands of the scribes at that time. Artistic skill, moreover, had sunk very low, for it will be noticed that the censer which the white-skirted priest is carrying before the bier, and which he was supposed to carry in his hand, is almost as long as he is high. The coloured portion of this papyrus is followed by 3 columns of text in hieratic, which form the work entitled Shai-on-Sensim, or Book of Breathings, wherein we find no hymns and no addresses to the gods, and in fact no words which do not directly refer to the future life of the deceased in the world beyond the grave. Here we have an epitome of all that the Egyptian hoped to obtain in the land of eternity. We have now reached the end of the Graeco-Roman period, but the end of the Book of the Dead is not yet, for belonging to the Roman period we find a number of small rolls of papyri inscribed in very cursive hieratic with a series of statements or assertions referring to the happiness of the deceased in the next world. Such papyri have no vignettes, and as for the texts, both hymns and chapters of the Old Book of the Dead in any recension are as absent from them as if they had never existed. The aim of the writer of such documents was not to glorify the gods, but to secure the goods of the next world by means of the smallest amount of writing possible, and at the least expense. On Plate 18 it reproduced a portion of a papyrus of this class, and a comparison of it with the earlier plates in this book will show at once the change which had come over the Book of the Dead. What form the Book of the Dead took in the early centuries of the Christian era cannot be said, but it seems not to have died out utterly, for selections from it are found copied upon the outer and inner swathings of mummies and upon coffins of the Roman period. On a coffin in Paris, which was probably made about the end of the 2nd century of our era, are written a number of texts which are as old as the time of the pyramids at Saqqara, and this fact proves that when such documents were needed, originals from which to copy them could always be found. There is good reason for assuming that the art of making mummies was practised until the end of the 5th century of our era, and there is no doubt that in certain places the belief that the preservation of the natural body was absolutely necessary for the growth, development, and existence of the spiritual body existed in full force until a much later date. It is not possible to assign a date to the period when the decay of the Book of the Dead began, but it is probably contemporary with the advent of the Greeks in Egypt. Up to that period Egypt may be described as the home of a nation that was given up entirely to the care of the dead and to the consideration of the future life. A few of its kings were soldiers in the true sense of the word, but it is a striking fact that the temples and tombs of Egypt are the chief monuments of one of the oldest and greatest civilizations of the world. A tottering religion would be rudely shaken by the invasions of the country by Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, and others, and the permanent occupation of Egypt by Greeks and Romans would continue the work which frequent disturbances throughout the country had begun. The final blow, however, was not inflicted until the Egyptians began to renounce their own ancient religion and to become converts of the preaching of St. Mark and his followers. When they were once able to believe that Christ had the power to raise up their bodies in a spiritual form, they felt that there was no need to have them mummified, and simultaneously the need for the chapters of the Book of the Dead disappeared. We are now able to summarize the various forms of the Book of the Dead as follows. It first existed in oral tradition only, and was next written down to preserve it. Of these forms nothing whatever is known. The first historical recension was that made by the priest of Heliopolis, and the oldest copies of it known are cut in hieroglyphics upon the walls of the chambers and passages inside the pyramids of Saqqara of the fifth and sixth dynasties. The second recension was written or painted upon sarcophagi and coffins of the 11th and 12th dynasties in cursive hieroglyphics. The third recension was written in hieroglyphics upon papyri from the 18th to the 20th dynasty, the various chapters having no fixed order. This recension was illustrated by a large number of vignettes. The fourth recension was written in hieratic upon papyri during the 21st and 22nd dynasties, and included extracts from various funeral books which were illustrated by vignettes of an unusual character. The fifth or Sa'ite recension was made probably in the 26th dynasty. The chapters have a fixed order and were written on papyri, both in hieratic and hieroglyphics. The sixth recension, which was in use in Ptolemaic times, much resembled the Sa'ite, and may be regarded as the last form of the Book of the Dead, for the extracts from it, written for the benefit of the dead upon small pieces of papyri in the Graeco-Roman and Roman periods, need hardly be considered. Thus the great religious work of the Egyptians, which had lasted for thousands of years, and which in early times, cut in fine bold hieroglyphics, covered the walls and passages of the tombs of kings, ended its existence in almost illegible scrawls, hastily traced upon scraps of papyrus only a few inches square. From first to last throughout the Book of the Dead, with the single exception of Herutataf, the second son of Cheops, no man is mentioned as the author or reviser of any chapter or of any part of it. Certain chapters may show the influence of the cult of a certain city or cities, but the Theban Book of the Dead, at all events, cannot be regarded as the work of any one man or body of men, and it does not represent the religious views and beliefs of any one part only of Egypt. From time immemorial the god Thoth, who was both the divine intelligence which at creation uttered the words that were carried into effect by Ptah and Khnemu, and the scribe of the gods, was associated with the production of the Book of the Dead, and though he was primarily the god of time and chronologer of heaven and earth, he appears frequently as the advocate and helper of the deceased. In the 182nd chapter he is called the scribe of right and truth, who abominateth sin, and again, behold, he is the writing reed of the god Nebertcher, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the speech of wisdom and understanding, whose words have dominion over the two lands. Of himself the god says, I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who trieth the right and the truth for the gods, the judge of words and their essence, whose words triumph over violence. I have made Ra to set as Osiris, and Osiris setteth as Ra setteth. The deeds which Thoth claims to have done on behalf of Osiris are set forth at length in the two hymns to Osiris, which form the 182nd and 183rd chapters. In several places in the Book of the Dead the deceased is made to refer to the might of the words of the utterances of the god Thoth, and much of what this god did for his brother Osiris was effected by this power. The belief in the efficacy of the words of Thoth continued till the latest period, for in the Book of Breathings we read, Thoth, the most mighty god, the Lord of Khemennu, cometh to thee, and he writeth for thee the Book of Breathings with his own fingers. Finally, mention must be made of the various places in the tomb where the papyri inscribed with the chapters of the Book of the Dead were placed. When the Egyptians ceased to cut the chapters on the walls of the chambers and passages of pyramids, they wrote or painted them upon the sides, inner and outer, of wooden coffins, and this custom obtained until the end of the rule of the native kings of Egypt about B.C. 350. The vignettes were copied upon coffins long after all knowledge of their meaning had been forgotten, until as late as the 3rd century of our era. The inscribed papyrus was sometimes placed in a separate box beside the coffin, and sometimes a niche in the wall was specifically cut for it. The most perfect of the papyri known have been found in niches. Frequently the papyrus was laid by the side of the mummy in the coffin, and in this case it is usually found broken by the movements of the mummy when the coffin was carried along. More frequently the papyrus was laid under the hands and between the thighs before the final swathing took place. It was also placed between the legs just above the ankles. Such papyri are usually much broken, and they are often much discolored by the moisture of the substances bitumen, cedar oil, etc., used in the process of embalmment. In the time of the greatest power of the priests of Amen, in the 21st dynasty, large wooden figures of Osiris standing upon a pedestal were made to serve as cases for the papyri, which were tightly rolled up and tied and pushed up inside the figures through holes in the bottom of the pedestals. In later times, about B.C. 300, the figures were made solid, and vertical cavities were cut in the backs of them to hold the papyri. Still later, that is, in the Roman period, when the papyri became very small, they were laid in cavities in the sides of the pedestals, which also contained mummified portions wrapped in linen of the bodies of the persons for whom they were made. Over the mummified remains, which are placed in the upper parts of the pedestals, we often find small models of sepulchral chests or coffins, surmounted by figures of Anubis and hawks. The figure of the god above is no longer that of Osiris simply, but it represents the triune god Ptah Seker Ausar, the god of the resurrection, and has all the attributes which belong to the ancient gods Ptah and Seker. In this trinity the creator of the world, the sun, and Osiris as god of the dead were represented. Some think that Ptah in this trinity represents the personification of the period of incubation which follows death and precedes the entry into eternal life. The exact position of Seker cannot be definitely described. He is usually depicted as a mummied body with the head of a hawk, and he sometimes holds in his hands the emblems of power, rule, and sovereignty which belong to Osiris. He is said to be the incarnation of the Apis bull at Memphis. End of Introduction. The History of the Book of the Dead. Introduction. Osiris and the Resurrection of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. Osiris and Resurrection. It will be noticed in reading the translation of the Book of the Dead given in this volume that the deceased is always identified with the god Osiris, and that he is frequently called by the god's name. And if the religious texts written for the benefit of the dead in all periods be examined, it will be found that from the 5th dynasty to the latest times, Osiris is always regarded as the king and god of the dead, and that Egyptian writers always assume the identity of the blessed dead with their god. Thus in the text inscribed on the pyramid of Unas, the writer identifies the king with the god Osiris, and says to the god Tem, O Tem, behold thy son, this motionless Osiris. Thou hast given him that whereon he may live. If he liveth, this Unas liveth. If he dieth not, this Unas dieth not. If he perisheth not, this Unas perisheth not. If he begetteth not, this Unas begetteth not. If he begetteth, this Unas begetteth. And throughout the religious literature, the deceased always claims that whatever was done by the gods for Osiris should also be done for him by them. The hymns addressed to Ra and other great gods dwell more on the majesty and power which they exhibit in heaven and upon earth than upon their goodness to man. But with Osiris the case is different, and it is evident that in the earliest period he was regarded more in the light of a god who could be known, and who was known more or less personally, if we may use the word, and he was of all the gods the one singled out to receive the petitions of mankind for everlasting life. It is impossible to say when Osiris began to be regarded as the god of the dead, and it is only from brief allusions that any history of him can be formed. Throughout the Egyptian texts it is assumed that the god suffered death and mutilation at the hands of his enemies, that the various members of his body were scattered about the land of Egypt, that his sister wife Isis sought him sorrowing and at length found him, that she fanned him with her wings and gave him air, that she raised up his body and was united unto him, that she conceived and brought forth a child, Horus, and that he, Osiris, became the god and king of the underworld. In the legend of Osiris, as given by Plutarch, De Iside et Osiride, it is said that he was murdered at the instigation of Typhon or Set, who tore the body into 14 pieces, which he scattered throughout the land. Isis collected these pieces, and wherever she found one she built a tomb. After the death of Osiris, his son Horus did battle with Typhon, his father's murderer, and, in the words of the Egyptians, avenged his father. Notwithstanding the death and mutilation which the god suffered, the Egyptians firmly believed that he rose from the dead with a body perfect in all its members, and that corruption and decay had no power over him. This fact may be deduced from a large number of passages in texts of all periods, but in one in particular, which forms part of chapter 154 of the Book of the Dead, a definite statement of it occurs. The deceased says to Osiris, "Do thou embalm these my members, for I would not perish and come to an end, but would be even like unto my divine father Khepera, who is the divine type of him that never saw corruption. Let not my body become worms, but deliver me as thou didst deliver thyself. Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris! Thou hast thy being with thy members. Thou didst not decay, thou didst not become worms, thou didst not waste away, thou didst not become corruption, thou didst not putrefy, and thou didst not turn into worms. I am the god Khepera, and my members shall have an everlasting experience. I shall not decay, I shall not rot, I shall not putrefy, I shall not turn into worms, and I shall not see corruption beneath the eye of the god Shu. I shall have my being, I shall have my being. I shall live, I shall live, I shall germinate, I shall germinate, I shall germinate, I shall wake up in peace. I shall not putrefy, my intestines shall not perish, I shall not suffer from any defect. Mine eye shall not decay, the form of my visage shall not disappear, mine ear shall not become deaf, my head shall not be separated from my neck, my tongue shall not be carried away, my hair shall not be cut off, mine eyebrows shall not be shaved off, and no baleful injury shall come upon me. My body shall be stablished, and it shall neither fall into decay nor be destroyed upon this earth. The oldest copy of this chapter is inscribed upon one of the wrappings of the mummy of Thothmes III, who reigned about B.C. 1550, and the latest is found in the Turin Papyrus, edited by Lepsius in 1842, which dates from the Ptolemaic period. From these extracts we see that the deceased bases his certainty of an everlasting life, which was to be lived in a body which was perfect in all its members, upon the assurance that Osiris died and rose again and lived in a body which was perfect in all its members. And it followed for the Egyptian that if Osiris did not die and rise again, his belief in a resurrection was vain. It is difficult to say with certainty whether the ancient Egyptian believed that Osiris endured pain and suffered death on his behalf or not, but it is quite clear that he believed there was some very definite connection between the resurrection of Osiris and of himself, and also that the god was able to raise him up and to give him everlasting life, because he himself had conquered death and risen, and had become the master of everlasting life. If the legend of Plutarch, which states that Osiris was once a man who lived upon earth, really represents an Egyptian belief, we may perhaps conclude that the manhood which was common to the god and to the suppliant supplied the reason why the prayers which are put into the mouth of the dead are always addressed to Osiris. At all events, closer personal relations existed between man and Osiris than between man and any other god. Moreover, for countless generations he was the type and emblem of the resurrection, and relying upon his power to give immortality to man, untold generations lived and died. The ceremonies connected with the celebration of the sufferings, death, and resurrection of Osiris were performed with great solemnity, and it has been thought that a representation of them took place annually in certain of his shrines. The forms in which Osiris is depicted on the monuments and in papyri are very numerous, but we need only refer here to those which concern him in his character as king, god, and judge of the dead. In papyri he is seated on a throne within a covered shrine. His form is that of a bearded mummy wearing the Atef crown, and he holds in his hands the crook and flail or whip, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. On the side of the throne, which rests upon a pedestal made in the form of a parallelogram, the symbol of that which is straight or right, is the emblem of the union of southern and northern Egypt, which typifies the sovereignty of the god over the whole land. The throne is sometimes placed upon water, wherein we may probably see the origin of the tradition of certain Eastern peoples, which makes the throne of the deity to rest above running water. Behind him frequently stand the goddesses Isis and Nephthys, and facing him, standing upon a lotus flower, are the four children of Horus. Thus seated, praise was offered to him in these words: "Glory be to thee, Osiris Un-Nefer, the great god within Abydos, king of eternity, lord of the everlasting, who passeth through millions of years in his existence. Praise be unto thee, Osiris, lord of eternity, Un-Nefer, Harmachis, whose forms are manifold and whose attributes are majestic. Those who have lain down, that is, the dead, rise up to see thee. They breathe the air, and they look upon thy face when the disk riseth on its horizon. Their hearts are at peace, inasmuch as they behold thee, O thou who art eternity and everlastingness." In an address to Osiris by Thoth, which forms the 182nd chapter of the Book of the Dead, he is said to be the governor of those who are in the underworld, and to make men and women to be born again, the new birth being the birth into the life which is beyond the grave, and being himself everlasting, he had power to bestow eternal existence upon his followers. Concerning the form in which Osiris rose from the dead, the texts are silent, and nothing is said as to the nature of his body in the underworld. That he dwelt in the material body which was his upon earth there is no reason whatever to suppose, for there are indications in the texts which point to a definite belief in the resurrection of a spiritual body, both in the case of the god and of men. Before, however, this point is touched upon, reference must be made to the ideas which the Egyptians held concerning the component parts of man's entity, material, spiritual, and mental. The physical or material body, called Khat, was liable to decay, and could only be preserved by mummifying. Both gods and man possessed bodies of this nature. When the material body had been brought to the tomb for burial, provided that the prescribed prayers had been said over it, and the proper ceremonies had been duly performed by the priests, it acquired the power of sending forth from itself a body called Sahu, which was able to ascend to heaven and to dwell with the gods there. The only suitable rendering for the word Sahu is spiritual body, and this meaning fits very well into the translation of the text where the word is found. The educated Egyptian never believed that the material body would rise again and take up a new life, for he well understood that flesh and blood could not inherit immortality. It has been urged by some that the custom of mummifying the dead, which obtained throughout Egypt for so many thousands of years, was maintained because the Egyptian believed in the resurrection of the material body, but it is not so. They mummified their dead simply because they believed that spiritual bodies would germinate in them. In several places it is distinctly said that the soul is in heaven and the body upon earth, and even the dead body of Osiris himself rested upon earth in Heliopolis. Elsewhere it is said to the deceased, "Thy soul is in heaven before Ra, thy Ka hath what should be given to it with the gods, thy Sahu hath power, or is glorious, with the Khus, and thy body Khat is stablished in the underworld Tuat." It is possible that certain simple folk may have been led to believe that because meat offerings and drink offerings in abundance were taken to the tombs, the deceased must naturally partake of them, and it is more than probable that the Egyptians in a semi-savage state made such offerings because they believed them necessary for their dead. The offerings taken to the tomb were intended for the Ka of the deceased. The word Ka has formed the subject of several learned dissertations by various scholars, and it is now generally rendered by double. It has its equivalent in the Coptic Ro and in the Greek Elaugon, and in certain places may be rendered by all the meanings of these equivalents. This abstract individuality or personality possessed all the attributes of the man himself, and though its normal dwelling place was in the tomb along with the body, it could wander about at will. It was independent of the man to whom it belonged, and could even go and dwell in the statue of a man. The Ka could both eat and drink, and at a very early period a small chamber was specially prepared for it in the hall of the tomb. This was provided with an opening through which it might snuff the smell of the incense and other offerings made therein, and it was the duty of certain members to minister duly and regularly to its needs. When actual offerings failed, it would seem that the Ka fed upon those which were painted or sculptured upon the walls and altars in the tomb, and when these were wanting, it appears that it might even be reduced to eating offal and drinking filthy water. Connected in some inexplicable way with the Ka was the Ba, or soul, which according to some texts is said to eat of the funeral offerings along with the Ka, in whom or with whom it was supposed to dwell, but according to others it ascended into heaven, where it lived with Ra and the beautiful dead. From one point of view it is not a material thing, and from another it is a tangible thing. It is depicted as a human-headed hawk, and in a vignette in the papyrus of Nebket it is seen flying down the funeral pit, bearing air and food to the mummified body lying in the mummy chamber to which it belongs. The Ba could leave its place in heaven and visit the body whenever it pleased, and it had power to assume any form which it pleased. Certain of the characteristics of the Ba were shared by the heart, Ab, which was believed to be the source both of life and of good and evil in man. The preservation of the heart was of the first importance, and several chapters of the Book of the Dead were composed with the object of keeping it out of the clutches of the stealers of hearts. In the judgment scene it is the one member of the body which is singled out for special examination, and the large numbers of heart amulets which are preserved in the national collections of Egyptian antiquities testify to the anxiety which the Egyptians felt as to its security. With the Ba, or soul, the Kayabit, or shadow, is often mentioned, and it seems to have been nourished by the offerings which were made in the tomb of the man to whom it belonged. It had an existence apart from the body, and like the Ka, or double, it could wander wherever it pleased. An interesting passage concerning the shadow is found in the 92nd chapter of the Book of the Dead, where the deceased prays: O keep not captive my soul, O keep not ward over my shadow, but let a way be opened for my soul and for my shadow, and let them see the great God in the shrine on the day of the judgment of souls, and let them recite the utterances of Osiris, whose habitations are hidden to those who guard the members of Osiris, and who keep ward over the Khus, and who hold captive the shadows of the dead who would work evil against me. Another integral part of a man was the khu, or shining, translucent covering of the spiritual body, which dwelt in heaven with the gods. It is difficult to explain its exact relationship to the double, and the soul, and the heart, and the shadow, but in certain passages in which the word occurs, it seems as if it had some close connection with the soul, for it is mentioned along with it. In several passages, both in early and late texts, the sekhem of a man is mentioned with the ba, or soul, and sometimes with both the ka, or double, and the ba. One of the meanings of sekhem is form, or statue, but another meaning is power, and it seems as if the Egyptians conceived the idea of the power or vital force of a man living with him in heaven. The gods were supposed to possess doubles, and souls, and shadows, and hearts, and khus, but it is doubtful if they were endowed with sekhem. It is probable that they were not. Many of them were themselves sekhem, or powers. There remains now but one attribute of a man to mention, and that is the ren, or name. In Egypt a man took the most extraordinary precautions to prevent his name from being blotted out, for it was the common belief that unless the name of a person were preserved he ceased to exist. Already in the Pyramid texts, as Dr. Wiedemann has pointed out, we find the deceased making supplication that his name may flourish, literally germinate, along with the names of Tem, Shu, Seb, and other gods, and the same desire is expressed in texts from the 6th dynasty down to the Roman period, when we find that a number of papyri were inscribed with invocations to one or more gods, with the sole object of making to flourish the names of those for whom they were copied. The ren, or name, had some close connection with the ka, or double, as may be seen from the passage in the text of Pepi I. Thus we see that the sahu, or spiritual body, the ka, or double, the ba, or soul, the ab, or heart, the khu, or shining form, the sekhem, or vital force, and the ren, or name, and the kai bit, or shade, were all believed to come into existence after death, and it seems that the various parts which we have enumerated together made up the spiritual body which germinated in the Khat, or material body. There is little doubt that the beliefs in the existence of these various members of the spiritual body are not all of the same age, and they probably represent several stages of intellectual development on the part of the Egyptian. Their origin and development it is now impossible to trace, for already in the 5th and 6th dynasties their existence is accepted as an accomplished fact. A question naturally arises at this point as to when this spiritual body began its existence, but unfortunately no satisfactory answer can at present be given to it, for no text yet discovered supplies the necessary information. It is natural to suppose that the sahu, or spiritual body, came into being as a result of the prayers which were recited on the day of the burial of the mummified body, and of the ceremonies which were performed at the same time. On the other hand, there exist distinct proofs that the Egyptians believed in a judgment which was to be held in the domain of Osiris, and we should hardly expect the spiritual body to begin its career until after the trial of the heart in the balance, and until the verdict of the gods at this judgment was favorable to the deceased. The whole question is full of difficulty, chiefly because the Egyptians themselves did not, I imagine, form definite ideas on such subjects, or if they did not put them in writing. It is, however, perfectly certain that they believed that Osiris had the power to make men to be born after death into a new life, and that such life was everlasting, and they ascribed to him this power because he had himself suffered death and mutilation and had risen from the dead. End of Introduction, Osiris and Resurrection. Introduction, The Judgment of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, The Judgment of the Dead. An examination of the papyri inscribed with the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead shows that they may be divided into two classes, viz. 1. Those in which the chapters of Coming Forth by Day are preceded by introductory hymns to Ra and Osiris, and by a judgment scene, and 2. Those in which they are preceded by a simple vignette in which the god Osiris is seen seated within a shrine. The oldest papyri of the 18th dynasty lack such introductory hymns, and the judgment scene, which appear most often in the illuminated papyri of the last half of the 18th dynasty. They continue in the 19th dynasty, but frequently in a less full form. In the older recensions of the Book of the Dead, there is no attempt to describe the judgment pictorially, and although it is pretty certain that every Egyptian believed that he would be judged after death, there is no definite statement of the fact. It will be noticed that a section of chapter 30b contains the words, "My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart, whereby I came into being, may naught stand up to oppose me at my judgment. May there be no opposition to me in the presence of the sovereign princes of Osiris. May there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of him that keepeth the balance. Let there be joy of heart unto us at the weighing of words. Let not that which is false be uttered against me before the great God, the Lord of Amentet." Here clearly we have suggested the idea of weighing the heart as the symbol of the seat of life and the source of good and evil actions, and as a matter of fact the vignette of the chapter which first appears in the 18th dynasty represents the deceased sitting in one pan of the scales and being weighed against his heart, which is placed in the other. It is not easy to say exactly what belief underlies this vignette, but it seems to indicate that the guardian of the scale weighed the body to see if it had carried out properly the heart's directions, and that if it had done so it would counterbalance exactly the heart, and the beam of the scales would be straight. This testing of the body, or heart, or both, took place in the presence of Osiris on the day when words were weighed. In the Papyrus of Ani, 4 small vignettes accompany the negative confession, which forms part of the 125th chapter, and in one of these we see the heart of the deceased in one pan of the balance, and a feather, emblematic of right and truth, that is, what is straight, in the other. The god Anubis is testing the tongue of the balance, and close by stands the monster Am-met, or eater of the dead. Here we have a proof that in addition to the weighing of a man's body against his heart, the heart itself was weighed against right and truth, and that this stage of the judgment also took place in the presence of the god Osiris, the judge of the dead. In the 18th dynasty, if not earlier, the idea of the judgment took great hold upon the minds of the Egyptians, and it found expression in the large and elaborate vignette which is prefixed to the copies of the chapters of Coming Forth by Day which were made at this period. It is, however, impossible to say whether the large vignette is a development of that which accompanies the 125th chapter, or whether each had a distinct origin. When once the idea of the great judgment scene had developed itself, it seems to have been felt that the deceased ought not to enter into the hall of judgment without having first uttered words of prayer and praise to the great gods Ra and Osiris, to the former as the greatest of the cosmic gods, and to the latter as the judge and god of the dead. Hence were composed the introductory hymns to Ra and Osiris, of which several examples are known. In the hymns to Ra, the deceased apostrophizes the glory and majesty of the one God, the creator of the world and all that therein is, who manifests himself to his creatures under the form of the sun, and by whose heat and light men and women, beasts and feathered fowl, fish and creeping things, trees and herbs have their being. The darkness of night into which the sun disappeared when he set was personified as an enemy of the sun, and the daily victory of light over darkness was hymned with gladness by his worshippers. From one point of view the Egyptian regarded the course of the sun as a type of his own life, and day symbolized life and night death. The conflict in which the sun engaged with the powers of darkness typified the struggle of the deceased with his enemies in the underworld, and man hoped that he would overcome them even as the sun vanquished all who opposed his course. In a fine hymn the deceased says, "O thou beautiful being, thou dost renew thyself in thy season in the form of the disk within thy mother Hathor. Therefore in every place every heart swelleth with joy at thy rising eternally. O Ra, the divine man-child, the heir of eternity, self-begotten and self-born, prince of the Duat, governor of the regions of Occult, thou god of life, thou lord of love, all men live when thou shinest. Thou art crowned king of the gods. Those who are in thy following sing unto thee with joy, and bow down their foreheads to the earth when they meet thee. Thou Lord of heaven, thou Lord of earth, thou King of right and truth, thou Lord of eternity, thou Prince of everlastingness, thou sovereign of all the gods, thou God of life, thou creator of eternity, thou maker of heaven wherein thou art firmly established. The company of the gods rejoice at thy rising. The earth is glad when it beholdeth thy rays. The peoples that have been long dead come forth with cries of joy to see thy beauties daily. The serpent fiend, that is darkness, hath fallen, his arms are hewn off, the knife hath cut asunder his joints. Ra liveth in unchanging and eternal law and order." Again, in another hymn, we read, "Thou risest, thou risest, thou shinest, thou shinest. Thou art crowned king of the gods. Thou art the Lord of heaven, thou art the Lord of earth. Thou art the creator of beings celestial and of beings terrestrial. Thou art the one God who came into being in the beginning of time. Thou didst create the earth, thou didst fashion man, thou didst make the watery abyss of the sky, thou didst form Hapi, that is the Nile. Thou didst create the watery abyss, and didst give life to all that therein is. Thou hast knit together the mountains, thou hast made mankind and the beast of the field to come into being, thou hast made the heavens and the earth. Thou art crowned Prince of heaven, thou art the one dowered with all sovereignty, who comest forth from the sky. Ra is victorious, O thou divine youth, thou heir, literally flesh and bone, of everlastingness, thou self-begotten one, O thou who didst give thyself birth, O one mighty one of myriad forms and aspects, King of the world, Prince of Anu, Lord of eternity, and ruler of everlastingness, the company of the gods rejoice when thou risest and when thou sailest across the sky. Thou art unknown, and no tongue is worthy to declare thy likeness. Only thou thyself canst do this. Thou hearest with thine ears, and thou seest with thine eyes. Millions of years have gone over the world. I cannot tell the number of those through which thou hast passed. From these passages it is clear that the Egyptians believed that the God who was typified by the sun was eternal, immortal, and unknown, that is, invisible; that he created himself and the world and the beings and things in it. He was also one and alone, and there was none like unto him, for the gods of whom he was king only possessed certain of his attributes and characteristics. It had been denied by some that his oneness or unity is the same as the unity of God Almighty, though I believe there is no good reason for this view. But whether it be or not, it is perfectly certain that when the Egyptians declared that their God was one, they meant exactly what the Hebrews meant when they declared that Jehovah was one, and what the Arabs meant and still mean when they cry out that Allah is one. At all events, the one God of the Egyptians possessed all the essential attributes of the Christians' God. In the hymns to Osiris, the deceased enumerates the various titles of the god and mentions his most ancient shrines. Osiris is declared to be the son of Seb, the earth god, and of Nut, the sky goddess, and as prince of gods and men to have received the crook and the whip and the dignity of his divine fathers. He is the king of eternity and lord of everlastingness, and his existence is for millions of years. In his name Osiris he is most terrible, and he endureth for ever in his name Un-Nefer. Though possessing the attribute of eternal which is ascribed to Ra, he is not self-begotten and self-born like that god. Ra has no offspring in the human sense of the word, but Osiris begot a son after his death, according to one legend, who succeeded to his father's throne upon earth and avenged him on Set, his murderer. From Ra the deceased asks only that he may behold him at dawn each day, but from Osiris he asks that his Ka, or double, may have splendor in heaven and might upon earth and triumph in the underworld. And he adds, may I sail down to Tatu, Mendes, or Busiris like a living soul, and up to Abtu, Abydos, like a Bennu bird. May I go in and come out without repulse at the pylons of the lords of the underworld. May there be given unto me loaves of bread in the house of coolness, and offerings of food in Anu, Heliopolis, and a homestead forever in Sekhet Aru, with wheat and barley therefore. Judging by the arrangement of the papyrus of Ani, the papyrus of Hu Nefer, the papyrus of Kenna, and other documents of the period, it seems pretty clear that the introductory hymns and the vignette of the judgment scene together formed a special section of the fine papyri of the Theban Recension. The vignette of the judgment scene varies in detail greatly in the various papyri, though the essential parts of it are always preserved. The fullest form known of it is given in the papyrus of Ani, and may be thus described. In one portion of a chamber in the domain of Osiris, which we may assume to be the hall of the double Maat, or right and truth, a balance is set, wherein the heart of the deceased is to be weighed. The beam of the balance is suspended upon a projection from the standard made in the form of the feather which symbolizes right and truth. Upon the beam of the balance sits the dog-headed ape, which was associated with Thoth, the scribe of the gods. The weighing of the heart is carried out in the presence of the company of the gods, which is here represented by the following members of it: 1. Ra Heru Khuti, or Ra Harmachis, the great god, within his boat. This boat was called the bark of millions of years, and there sat in it, along with Ra, the gods Khepera and Tem, his own forms in the morning and evening respectively. 2. Temu or Tem, the form of Ra at eventide. He was the head of the company of gods at Heliopolis, and is always represented in human form. This fact indicates that already in the earliest times known to us he had gone through all the various stages through which gods pass, and had assumed a final and definite form. 3. Shu, the son of Ra, and Hathor, who lifted up the goddess Nut, or the sky, from the embrace of Seb, the earth god. He typified the light. 4. Tefnut, the twin sister of Shu. She is depicted as a woman with the head of a lioness. She typified moisture. 5. Seb, the earth god, the son of Shu, husband of Nut, and by her father of Osiris and Isis, Set and Nephthys. 6. Nut, the female counterpart of Nu, or the watery mass from which all the gods were evolved, and upon which the bark of millions of years floated. 7. Isis, the sister wife of Osiris, the mother of Horus, son of Isis. She probably typified the dawn. 8. Nephthys, daughter of Seb and Nut, sister of Osiris and Isis, and the sister wife of Set. She is also said to be the mother of Anubis by Osiris. She probably typified eventide or twilight. 9. Horus, the sun god, who is to be distinguished from Horus, the son of Isis. He is represented in human form, but with the head of a hawk. The hawk was the symbol of Horus, and the worship of that bird is probably the oldest in Egypt. 10. Hathor, the goddess of that portion of the sky wherein Horus, the sun god, rose and set. 11. Hu and Sa, two gods who had their places in the boat of the sun at creation. It will be noticed that several of the gods, for example, Nu, Ptah, Khnemu, Khepera, Set, Anpu, Apuat, Amsu, Hapi, and several goddesses, for example, Maat, Nit, Sekhet, Bast, Serk, Uatchit, are not here represented. The explanation of this fact is that only the gods and the goddesses of the funeral company of Osiris are considered to be interested in the judgment of the dead. On one side of the scale we see the god Anubis testing the tongue of the balance, and behind him stand Thoth, the scribe of the gods, writing down the result of the weighing, and the triform beast Ammit, the eater of the dead, who is waiting to devour the heart of Ani should it be found light in the balance. On the other side of the balance are Ani's luck or destiny, an object called Meskin, which has been described as a cubit with human head. It either typifies the embryo or has some connection with the birth of Ani. His soul in the form of a human headed bird perched upon a pylon, and behind these are the goddesses Renenet and Mekhenet, who presided over Ani's birth chamber and rearing. Behind these stand Ani himself and his wife Thu, with heads reverently bent. Ani is here depicted in human form and wearing garments and ornaments similar to those which he wore upon earth. It is quite clear that the body which he has in this hall of judgment cannot be the body with which he had been endowed upon earth, and we are probably to understand that it is his spiritual body, wearing the white robes of the beatified dead in the world beyond the grave, which we see. He is perfect in all his members, which are endowed with the strength and power that belong to those who have risen in a spiritual or glorified body from the dead. Though he stands at the entrance of the hall, and the weighing of the heart has not yet taken place, the artist depicted him in the form in which it was always assumed the just would appear before Osiris. The heart having been placed in one pan of the scales, and the feather, symbolic of truth, in the other, Ani utters the words which form Chapter 30b of the Book of the Dead, wherein he prays that there may be no parting of his heart from him in the presence of the guardian of the balance. This done, Anubis tests the tongue of the balance and finds that the beam is exactly straight, and that the heart balances the feather exactly. The dog-headed ape, seated on the standard, reports this to Thoth, who, standing with his writing reed in hand, is ready to note the result and to declare it to the gods. It is interesting to observe that the heart was only required to balance the feather and not to outweigh it, a fact which indicates that the pious Egyptian was supposed to be able to satisfy the demands and requirements of the law, and that he took his stand in the judgment and hoped for acquittal by virtue of the good deeds which he had done in the body. The god Thoth next addressed the company of the gods as follows: "Hear ye this judgment. The heart of Osiris hath in very truth been weighed, and his soul hath stood as a witness for him. It hath been found true by trial in the great balance. There hath not been found any wickedness in him. He hath not wasted the offerings in the temples. He hath not done harm by his deeds, and he spread no evil reports about men while he was upon earth." To this speech the gods reply: "That which cometh forth from thy mouth, O Thoth, dwelling in Khemennu, is confirmed. Osiris the scribe Ani is holy and righteous. He hath not sinned, neither hath he done evil against us. The devourer Amemet shall not be allowed to prevail over him, and meat offerings and entrance into the presence of the god Osiris shall be granted unto him, together with a homestead for ever in Sekhet Hetepu, as unto the followers of Horus." The gods confirm the report of Thoth, and Ani, having been found just, is led into the presence of Osiris by Horus, the son of Isis. The words "found just" represent in a measure the words Ma Keru or Ma'ut Keru (masculine, feminine), which are always added after the name of the deceased in funeral texts. There is no example of their application to a living person. Much has been written about them, and many renderings have been suggested for them, such as true of voice, justified, triumphant, victorious. They actually mean right Ma and word Keru, and seem to be meant to express the belief on the part of the writer that the deceased has satisfactorily passed the ordeal of judgment, and that he has attained to the state in which his commands, whatever they may be, will be carried out duly and effectually. While Horus is leading Ani into the presence of his father, he addresses Osiris, saying, "I have come unto thee, O Un-Nefer, and I have brought the Osiris Ani unto thee. His heart has been found righteous coming forth from the balance, and it hath not sinned against any god or goddess. Thoth hath weighed it according to the decree uttered unto him by the company of the gods, and it is very true and righteous. Grant unto him cakes and ale, and let him enter into the presence of Osiris, that is, into thy presence. And may he be like unto the followers of Horus for ever." In the last division of the judgment scene we see Ani kneeling by a table of offerings placed before the shrine of the god Osiris, to whom he says: "O Lord of Amentet, I am in thy presence. There is no sin in me. I have not lied wittingly, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant that I may be like unto those favored ones who are round about thee, and that I may be an Osiris, greatly favored of the beautiful God, and beloved of the Lord of the world." The royal scribe, indeed, who loveth him, Ani, triumphant before the god Osiris. It will be noticed that Ani now has his hair whitened, and that he wears upon his head the object which is called a cone, the signification of which is unknown. He has at length penetrated to the throne of Osiris, the Lord of Eternity, as the words written above read, and Ani's petition to the god is that he may become an Osiris, that is to say, a being endowed with a spiritual body which can never again see death or suffer corruption. The answer of Osiris is not given in the papyrus, nor is it, as far as I have seen, in any papyrus where a similar petition is made, but just as it is always assumed that the heart of the deceased will always balance the feather of law or right and truth, so is it also assumed that the petition of the deceased will always be favorably received, and that he will henceforth be free to go about in the gods' domains without let or hindrance, and to participate in all the occupations of the great God himself. Thus the judgment scene ends, and this section of the papyrus in which it is found is followed by the chapters of coming forth by day. The question naturally arises here: when did the judgment in the hall of Osiris take place? To this no definite answer can be given, for the reason that no text supplies the information needed. There are no grounds, so far as I see, for assuming that the Egyptians believed in a great general day of judgment, when all the world shall be judged, and the wicked shall be punished, and the righteous shall be rewarded, or for thinking, as some have done, that the mummified bodies were laid in the tomb to await a general resurrection. On the contrary, all the evidence seems to point to the conclusion that the judgment of each individual was thought to take place immediately after death. And if this was the belief, it follows that punishment or reward was allotted to the dead at once. The evil heart, or the heart which had failed to balance the feather symbolic of the law, was given to the monster Ammit to devour. Thus punishment consisted of instant annihilation, unless we imagine that the destruction of the heart was extended over an indefinite period. The difficulty of the subject is further complicated when we come to consider the use and object of the funeral ceremonies and prayers. If, at his death, the soul of a man passed to immediate judgment, what could the ceremonies and prayers of the priests avail it? We know that the embalming of a body in the best and most expensive way occupied a period varying from 70 to about 100 days, and that several more days were necessary before the body was coffined and laid with the proper ceremonies in the tomb. If the prayers which the priests recited and the ceremonies which they performed over it at the grave were absolutely necessary for the future well-being of its soul, and if the soul could not begin its beatified existence until such prayers had been said and such ceremonies had been performed, it is difficult to understand why such a lengthy process of embalmment was resorted to. For during the period which elapsed between death and burial, the soul must have tarried in some intermediate place. In the absence of exact knowledge, we can only assume that certain prayers were said for the benefit of the deceased immediately after death, and that such prayers assured his acquittal in the hall of Osiris, and procured for him entrance into the abode of the blessed. This done, the embalmment of the body might be carried out at the convenience of all concerned, and the elaborate and formal ceremonies connected with the sepulture of the great would follow in due course. The beliefs which are connected with the judgment of the dead are so numerous and so conflicting, and belong to so many various periods of development of religious thought in Egypt, that it is impossible to harmonize them. As new texts are discovered, the difficulties will probably disappear one by one, and the future labours of Egyptologists will clear up many obscure passages which up to the present have been misunderstood. End of Introduction. The Judgment. Introduction. The Elysian Fields of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E.A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Elysian Fields of Heaven. At a very early period in their history, the Egyptians believed in the existence of a place wherein the blessed dead led a life of happiness, the characteristics of which much resembled those of the life which he had led upon earth. These characteristics are so similar that it is hard to believe that in the early times the one life was not held to be a mere continuation of the other. At all events, the delights and pleasures of this world were believed to be forthcoming in the next, and a life there in a state of happiness, which depended absolutely upon material things, was contemplated. Such ideas date from the time when the Egyptians were in a semi-savage state, and the preservation of them is probably due to their extreme conservatism in all matters connected with religion. The remarkable point about them is their persistence, for they occur in texts which belong to periods when it was impossible for the Egyptians to have attached any serious importance to them, and some of the coarsest ideas are in places mingled with the expression of lofty spiritual conceptions. In a passage in the text of Unas, it is said of this king, Unas hath come to his pools, which are on both sides of the stream of the goddess Metert, and to the place of verdant offerings, and to the fields which are on the horizon. He hath made his fields on both sides of the horizon to be verdant. He hath brought the crystal to the great eye, which is in the field. He hath taken his seat in the horizon. He riseth like Sebek the son of Neath. He eateth with his mouth. He voideth water. He enjoyeth the pleasures of love. And he is the begetter who carrieth away women from their husbands whenever it pleaseth him so to do. And in the text of Teta we read, Hail, Osiris Teta, Horus hath granted that Thoth shall bring thine enemy unto thee. He hath placed thee behind him, that he may not harm thee, and that thou mayest make thy seat upon him, and that when coming forth thou mayest sit upon him, so that he may not be able to force intercourse upon thee. These passages give a very clear idea of the state of Egyptian morals when they were written, and they indicate the indignities to which those vanquished in war, both male and female, were exposed at the hands of the conquerors. The texts of the early period, as will be seen from the extracts given further on, give a large amount of information about the pleasures of the deceased in the world beyond the grave, but no attempt to illustrate the employments of the blessed dead is given until the 18th dynasty, when the vignette to the 110th chapter of the Book of the Dead was inserted in papyri. Here we have an idea given of the conception which the Egyptian formed of the place wherein he was to dwell after death. A homestead or farm or country intersected with canals is at once his paradise and the home of the blessed dead, and the abode of the god of his city. This place is called Sekhet Aru, or field of reeds, and this name seems to indicate that the Egyptian placed his paradise in the north of Egypt, probably in some part of the delta, or in the islands of the sea still further north. Certain it is that the deceased prays several times that the sweet breath of the north wind may be given unto him, and those who have experienced the discomfort of a south wind on a hot day in Egypt will sympathize with him. The fields of reeds, however, was but a portion of the district called Sekhet Hetep, or Sekhet Hetepet, or fields of peace, over which there presided a number of gods, and here the deceased led a life which suggests that the idea of the whole place originated with a nation of agriculturists. In the colored vignette which faces chapter 110, the scribe Ani is seen being introduced to the gods of Sekhet Hetep by Thoth, who accompanies him to smooth his way and to do for him all that he did for Osiris. Next we see him sailing in a boat laden with offerings, which he is bearing to the hawk god. Lower down we see him reaping wheat and driving the oxen which tread out the corn, and beyond that he is kneeling before two heaps of grain, one red and one white. In the next division he is plowing the land of Sekhet Anru, or Sekhet Aru, by the side of a stream of vast length and unknown breadth, and which contains neither worm nor fish. In the fourth division is the abode of the god Osiris, and here are the places where dwell those who are nourished upon divine food, and the spiritual bodies of the dead. In one section of this division the deceased placed the god of his city, so that even in respect of his religious observances his life might be as perfect as it was upon earth. His wishes in the matter of the future life are well expressed in the following prayer: "Let me be rewarded with thy fields, O god Hetep. That which is thy wish shalt thou do, O Lord of the winds. May I become a Khu therein. May I eat therein. May I drink therein. May I plow therein. May I reap therein. May I fight therein. May I make love therein. May my words be mighty therein. May I never be in a state of servitude therein, but may I have authority therein." Elsewhere in the same chapter the deceased addresses the gods of the various lakes and sections of the Elysian fields, and he states that he has bathed in the holy lake, that all uncleanness has departed from him, and that he has arrayed himself in the apparel of Ra. In his new life even amusements are provided, but they are the amusements of earth, for he snares feathered fowl and sails about in his boat, catching worms and serpents. A remarkable passage in the text of Unas describes the deceased king as a soul in the form of a god, who devours his fathers and mothers and mankind generally, and gods. He hunts and entraps the gods in the plains of the next world, and having tied them securely, he slays and disembowels them. The choice portions of their bodies he boils and consumes at his meals at dawn, eventide, and midnight. The remainder he burns to heat the cauldrons. He eats the hearts carefully, so that he may absorb the vital powers of the gods, and by eating other portions also he acquires all the attributes of the god. Inasmuch as he has eaten the bodies of the gods, he becomes indeed a god, and since they possess the attribute of everlasting life and could not die again, the king becomes straightway possessed of their attributes. Here again we have a trace of a savage custom, namely that of cutting out a portion of some intestine of a foe and eating it in order to acquire his mental and physical powers. Such a custom must have disappeared from Egypt long before the monuments known to us were made, and it is hard to understand the retention of such a notion in a text filled with sublime thoughts and ideas. In the texts of all periods we read often that the deceased lives with Ra, that he stands among the company of the gods, and that he is one like unto the divine beings who dwell with them. But little is told us concerning his intercourse with those whom he has known upon earth, and if it were not for some 2 or 3 passages in the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead, we should be obliged to assume that the power to recognize the friends of earth in the next world was not enjoyed by the deceased. But that he really possessed this power, at least so far as his parents were concerned, we learn from the 110th chapter, where the deceased, addressing a pool or lake situated in the first section of the Elysian fields, says: "O Qenqetet, I have entered into thee, and I have seen the Osiris, my father, and I have identified my mother," a delight, however, which he brackets with the pleasures of making love and of catching worms and serpents. In the papyrus of the priestess Anhai we actually see the deceased lady in converse with 2 figures, one of whom is probably her father and the other certainly her mother, for above the head of the latter are written the words "her mother" Mutes, followed by the name. A supplementary proof of this is afforded by a passage in the 52nd chapter, where the deceased says: "The god shall say unto me, What manner of food wouldst thou have given unto thee? And I reply, Let me eat my food under the sycamore tree of my lady, the goddess Hathor, and let my times be among the divine beings who have alighted thereon. Let me have the power to order my own fields in Tatu, and my own growing crops in Anu. Let me live upon bread made of white barley, and let my ale be made from red grain, and may the persons of my father and my mother be given unto me as guardians of my door and for the ordering of my territory." The same idea is also expressed in the 189th chapter. Thus the deceased hoped to have in the next world an abundance of the material comforts which he enjoyed in this world, and to meet again his own God and his father and mother. As we see him frequently accompanied by his wife in several vignettes to other chapters, we may assume that he would meet her again, along with the children whom she bore him. It will be noticed that little is said throughout the Book of the Dead about the spiritual occupations of the blessed dead, and we are told nothing of the choirs of angels who hymn the deity everlastingly in the religious works of later Western nations. The dead who attained to everlasting life became in every respect like the divine inhabitants of heaven, and they ate the same meat, and drank the same drink, and wore the same apparel, and lived as they lived. No classification of angels is mentioned, and grades of them, like cherubim and seraphim, thrones, powers, dominions, etc., such as are found in the celestial hierarchy of Semitic nations, are unknown. A celestial city, constructed on the model described in the Apocalypse, is also unknown. We have seen that the Elysian fields much resemble the flat fertile lands intersected by large canals and streams of running water, such as must always have existed, and may still be seen in certain parts of the delta. Of the distance to be traversed by the dead before they were reached, nothing whatever is said. As the Egyptian made his future world a counterpart of the Egypt which he knew and loved, and gave to it heavenly counterparts of all the sacred cities thereof, he must have conceived the existence of a waterway like the Nile, with tributaries and branches, whereon he might sail and perform his journeys. According to some texts, the abode of the dead was away beyond Egypt to the north, but according to others it might be either above or below the earth. The oldest tradition of all placed it above the earth, and the sky was the large, flat, or vaulted iron surface which formed its floor. This iron surface was supported upon 4 pillars, one at each of the cardinal points, and its edges were some height above the earth. To reach this iron ceiling of the earthen floor of heaven, a ladder was thought to be necessary, as we may see from the following passage, in which Pepi the king says: "Homage to thee, O ladder of the god! Homage to thee, O ladder of Set! Set thyself up, O ladder of the god! Set thyself up, O ladder of Set! Set thyself up, O ladder of Horus, whereby Osiris appeared in heaven when he wrought protection for Ra. For it is thy son Pepi, and this Pepi is Horus, and thou hast given birth to this Pepi, even as thou hast given birth to the god who is the lord of the ladder. Thou hast given unto him the ladder of the god, and thou hast given unto him the ladder of Set, whereby this Pepi hath appeared in heaven when he wrought protection for Ra." And in another place we read, "Pepi goeth to his mother Nut there, that is, in heaven, and he entereth therein in his name of ladder." Elsewhere we are told that Pepi is holy, he hath received his staff, he is provided with his throne, and he hath taken his seat in the boat of the double company of the gods. Ra acteth as his pilot in his journey to the west, and he establisheth his throne for him at the head of the lords of Kaz, and he hath inscribed his name at the head of the living. The Pe Ka which is in the waters openeth its doors to this Pepi, and the iron which formeth the ceiling of the heavens unbolteth its gates to this Pepi. Pepi passeth through them, having his panther skin upon him, and his whip in his hand. A later belief placed the abode of the departed away to the west or northwest of Egypt, and the souls of the dead made their way thither through a gap in the mountains on the western bank of the Nile near Abydos. A still later belief made out that the abode of the departed was a long, mountainous, narrow valley with a river running along it. Starting from the east, it made its way to the north, and then taking a circular direction, it came back to the east. In this valley there lived all manner of fearful monsters and beasts, and here was the country through which the sun passed during the 12 hours of night. It is impossible to reconcile all the conflicting statements concerning the abode of the dead, and the Egyptians themselves held different views about it at different periods. The following extracts, however, from the Pyramid texts will show the reader what views were held by them concerning the home of the blessed dead in the next world, and concerning their treatment therein by the gods. Behold, Unas cometh, behold, Unas cometh, behold, Unas cometh forth, and if Unas cometh not of his own accord, thy message having come to him shall bring him. Unas maketh his way to his abode, and the cow goddess of the great lake boweth down before him. None shall ever take away his food from the great boat, and he shall not be repulsed at the white house of the great ones by the region Miskent on the border of the sky. Behold, Unas hath arrived at the height of heaven, and he seeth his body in the Semketet boat, and Unas laboureth therein. He hath satisfied Thureus in the Mat boat, and hath washed it, and the Hamamet beings have testified concerning him. The winds and storms of heaven have strengthened him, and they introduce him to Ra. O make the two horizons of heaven to embrace Ra, so that he may go forth towards the horizon. O make the two horizons of heaven to embrace Heru Khuti Harmachis, so that he may go forth towards the horizon with Ra. O make the two horizons of heaven to embrace Unas, so that he may go forth towards the horizon with Ra. O make the two horizons of heaven to embrace Unas, so that he may go forth towards the horizon along with Haru Khuti and Ra. This Unas is happily united to his Ka. His panther skin and his grain bag are upon him. His whip is in his hand. His scepter is in his grasp. They bring to him the four Khus who dwell in the hair of Horus, who stand on the east side of heaven, and are glorious by reason of their scepters, and they declare the fair name of Unas to Ra, and they make him to escape from Neheb Kau. And the soul of this Unas liveth in the north of the Sekhet Aru, and he saileth about in the lake of Ka, whilst this Unas saileth towards the east side of the horizon. Whilst he saileth towards the east side of heaven, his sister the star Septet giveth him birth in the Duat. Thou hast thy heart, Osiris. Thou hast thy legs, Osiris. Thou hast thine arms, Osiris. And Unas himself hath his heart, and Unas himself hath his legs, and Unas himself hath his arms. He hath walked with his legs towards heaven. He hath come forth with them into heaven, and his mouth declareth itself by the great dew. Unas flieth like a feathered fowl. He hovereth and alighteth like a beetle. He flieth like a feathered fowl, and alighteth like a beetle upon the empty seat which is in thy boat, O Ra. Kindle the fire in order that the flame may rise up, and throw incense upon it in order that the smell of incense may rise up. Thy scent cometh towards Unas, incense. Thy scent cometh toward Unas, incense. Your scent cometh towards this Unas, and the scent of Unas cometh towards you, O ye gods. Unas is with you, and you are with Unas. O ye gods, Unas liveth with you, and you live with Unas. O ye gods, love ye Unas. O ye gods, love him. O ye gods, come, O part of Ra, come, O matter which cometh forth from the thighs of Horus. Come, O ye who have come forth. Come, O ye who have come forth. Come, O ye who are feeble. Come, O ye who are feeble. Come, Shu, come, Shu, come, Shu. For Unas cometh forth upon the thighs of Isis. For Unas is feeble, O ye gods, upon the thighs of Nephthys, and he hath been ejected from the womb. He who setteth up the ladder for Osiris is Ra, and he who setteth up the ladder is Horus for his father Osiris when he goeth forth to his soul. Ra is on one side, and Horus is on the other, and Unas is between them, being indeed the god of holy dwelling places, coming forth from the sanctuary. Unas standeth up and is Horus. Unas sitteth down and is Set. Ra receiveth him, soul in heaven and body in earth. Those who are happy and who see Unas, those who are content and who contemplate Unas, are the gods. If this god come forth towards heaven, Unas also shall come forth towards heaven, and he shall have his souls upon him, and his book shall be upon both sides of him, and his inscribed amulets shall be upon his feet. And the god Seb shall do for him what hath been done for himself. The divine souls of the city of Pe and the divine souls of the city of Nekhen shall come unto him, along with the gods of heaven and the gods of the earth, and they shall lift Unas up upon their hands. Come forth then, Unas, to heaven, and enter therein thy name of ladder. Heaven hath been given unto Unas, and earth hath been given unto him. This is the decree which Tem hath issued to Seb, and the domains of Horus, and the domains of Set, and the Sekhet Aru with their harvests adore thee in thy name of Khonsu Sept. Teta hath not hunger like Shu, Teta hath not thirst like Tefnut, for Hapi, Talmatutef, Queb Senef, and Amsep, that is, the 4 children of Horus, destroy the hunger which is in the belly of Teta, and this thirst which is upon the lips of Teta. The hunger of Teta is with Shu, the thirst of Teta is with Tefnut. Teta liveth upon the daily bread which cometh in its season. He liveth upon that upon which Shu liveth, and he eateth that which Shu eateth. Filth is an abomination to Teta, and he rejecteth filthy water. Ye have taken Teta to you, O ye gods, and he eateth what ye eat, he drinketh that which ye drink, he liveth upon that upon which ye live, he sitteth down as ye sit, he is mighty with the might which is yours, he saileth about even as ye sail about. The house of Teta is a net in the Sekhet Aru, he hath streams of running water in Sekhet Hetep. The offerings of Teta are with you, O ye gods. The water of Teta is as wine, even as is water to Ra. Teta revolveth in heaven like Ra, and he goeth round about the sky like Thoth. The 2 doors of heaven are open for thee, O Teta, for thou hast raised up thy head for thy bones, and thou hast raised up thy bones for thy head. Thou hast opened the 2 doors of heaven, thou hast drawn back the great bolts, thou hast removed the seal of the great door, and with a face like that of a jackal, and a body like that of a fierce lion, thou hast taken thy seat upon thy throne, and thou criest to the Khus, Come to me, come to me, come to Horus, who hath avenged his father, for it is Teta who will lead thee in. Thou puttest thy hand upon the earth, and with thine arm thou doest battle in the great domain, and thou revolvest there among the Khus, and thou standest up like Osiris. Hail, Osiris Teta! Horus hath come to embrace thee with his arms, and he hath made Thoth to drive away for thee in defeat the followers of Set, and he hath taken them captive on thy behalf, and he hath repulsed the heart of Set, for he is stronger than Set, and now thou art come forth before him, and Seb hath watched thy journey, and he hath set thee in thy place, and hath led unto thee thy 2 sisters, Isis and Nephthys. Horus hath united thee unto the gods, and they show themselves as brothers unto thee in thy name Sent, and they do not repulse thee in thy name Atert. He hath granted that the gods shall guard thee, and Seb hath set his sandal upon the head of thine enemy. Thou hast driven back the enemy, thy son Horus hath smitten him, and he hath torn out his own eye, and given it unto thee, in order that thou mayest be strong thereby, and that thou mayest gain the mastery thereby among the Khus. Horus hath permitted thee to hack thine enemy in pieces with this eye. He smiteth down thine enemy with it. For Horus is stronger than he is, and he passeth judgment upon his father who is in thee in thy name. He whose father is stronger than heaven, the goddess Nut, hath made thee to be a god unto Set in thy name of God, and thy mother Nut hath spread out her 2 arms over thee in her name of Coverer of heaven. Horus hath smitten Set, and he hath cast him down beneath thee, and Set beareth thee up, and is a mighty one beneath thee, inasmuch as he is the great one of the earth, which he ordereth in the name of Ta Chesser Ta. Horus hath granted that Set shall be judged in his heart in his house with thee, and he hath granted that thou shalt smite him with thy hand whensoever he doeth battle with thee. Hail, Osiris Teta! Horus hath avenged thee, and he hath caused his Ka, which is in thee, to make thee to rest in thy name of Ka Hetep. Hail, Osiris Teta! Seb hath given to thee thy 2 eyes, that thou mayest rest in the 2 eyes of this great one, that is, Osiris, who is in thee. Seb hath made them to be given unto thee by Horus, that thou mayest rest upon them. that Isis and Nephthys may see thee, and that they may find thee. Horus hath made an offering unto thee. Horus hath granted that Isis and Nephthys may protect thee, and they have handed thee over to Horus, that he may rest upon thee. Horus hath glorified thee in thy name of Horizon, where Ra showeth himself in thy arms in the name of Dweller in the Palace. Thou hast made thy hand to be like a wall behind him, to give stability to his bones, and to magnify his heart. The right side of Teta belongeth to Horus, who smiteth the Tchen true in his two scepters, and Nephthys in the two eyes. The left side of Teta belongeth to Set, who judgeth Teta. Hail, bolt which closeth the door of Nut, it is Teta, Shu, who cometh forth from Tem. Hail, Nu, grant that the door may be opened to Teta, for he cometh as a divine soul. Nu hath adjudged Teta to Tem, and Pekah hath adjudged Teta to Shu. He granteth that the two doors of heaven shall be opened, and he hath decreed that Teta shall be among men without name. But behold, thou hast grasped Teta by the hand, and thou hast drawn him to heaven, so that he may never die upon earth among men. O Father of Teta, O Father of Teta in the darkness, O Father of Teta, Tem in the darkness, thou hast brought Teta near thee, because he hath performed the shooting forth of flame and the making protection, even as the four goddesses Isis, Nephthys, Neith, and Serqet-Hetu did for the father of Nu on the day of protecting the throne. O road of Horus, extend thy sail for Teta, give thy hand to Teta. Hail Ra, come, for Teta passeth to the shore, even as thy followers the Unka, who love thee, have passed thee. Stretch out thy hand to the west, stretch out thy hand to Teta, stretch out thy hand to the east, stretch out thy hand to Teta, even as thou hast done to the place where is the eldest son. This Teta is Osiris, and he hath motion. This Teta hath detestation of the earth, and he will not enter into Seb. This Teta hath broken for ever his sleep in his dwelling, which is upon earth. The bones of Teta flourish, and obstacles to him are destroyed, for he is purified with the eye of Horus. The obstacles which he encountered are beaten down by the two Tchert goddesses, that is, Isis and Nephthys, and Teta hath cast to the earth his seed in Kes. The sister of this Teta, the lady of the city of Pe, bewaileth him, and the two nurses who created Osiris also create him. Teta is in heaven, this Teta is in heaven, like Shu and Ra. This Teta perisheth not, and nothing in him perisheth. Nay, this Teta is the governor of his leg of the firstborn gods. This Teta sitteth not as the guardian of God. The offerings of this Teta are for Horus and Ra, and the sepulchral offerings of this Teta are in Nu. This is Teta, and he goeth with Ra. This Teta cometh with Ra. He hath embraced his habitations, he giveth opposition and destroyeth it, he gathereth the cause and delivereth them. This Teta watcheth and lieth down, and he hath destroyed the two Anuti in Unu. The foot of this Teta departeth not, and the heart of this Teta is not repulsed. Rise up, Teta, and lift up thy legs, O most mighty one, to go and seat thyself among the gods, and do thou that which Osiris has done in the house of the prince which is in Anu. Thou hast received thy spiritual body, Sa, and none shall set bounds to thy foot in heaven, and none shall repulse thee on earth. The Khus, who are the children of Nut, whom Nephthys hath suckled, have gathered together to thee. Thou standest up upon thy strength, and thou doest that which thou must do for thy Khu in the presence of all the Khus. Thou goest to the city of Pe, thou art glorified and returnest. Thou goest to the city of Nekhen, thou art glorified and returnest. Thou doest that which Osiris did, and behold, this most mighty Khu Teta, Teta, is upon his throne and standeth up, being provided with all things like the goddess Samur. None shall repulse thee in any place wherein thou wouldst enter, and none shall set bounds to thy foot concerning any place wherein it pleaseth thee to be. Hail, Osiris, Teta, stand up, rise up, for thy mother Nut hath brought thee forth, and Seb hath placed thy mouth for thee. The great company of the gods have defended thee, and they have set thine enemy beneath thee. Thou hast borne that which is greater than thou art through them in thy name Atef Mahur, which is greater than thou art in thy name of Ta Aptu. Thy two sisters Isis and Nephthys come to thee, and they make thee to pass by Qemt Urt in thy name of Qem Ur, and Aneb Uchet Urt in thy name of Uach Mu. Thy sister Isis came to thee with thy members, and thou wert united into her, and thou didst give her seed, and didst provide her with offspring like Septet. Hail, hail, rise up, Teta! Thou hast received thy head, thou hast embraced thy bones, thou hast gathered together thy flesh and blood, and thou goest round about the earth seeking for food. Thou hast received thy bread which decayeth never, and thy beer which goeth bad never. Thou standest at the gates which drive back the Rekhet. Kent Mentef cometh forth unto thee. He graspeth thee by the hand, and he leadeth thee to heaven, to thy father Seb, who is glad when he meeteth thee. He giveth thee his two hands, he maketh himself a brother unto thee. He feedeth thee, he setteth thee among the Khus who never perish, and the beings whose habitations are hidden make adoration unto thee. Rise up then, O thou Teta, who never diest. Of the exudations which have fallen from the eye of Horus upon the branches of the olive tree of the two Horus gods who are in the temples, O mighty Lord of divine food in Anu, thou givest bread to Teta, and thou givest beer to Teta. Thou makest Teta to flourish, thou makest his offerings to flourish, and thou makest his to flourish. If Teta suffereth hunger, the two lion gods suffer hunger. If Teta suffereth thirst, thy mother Nekhebet suffereth thirst. Teta maketh broad the throne with Seb. Teta lifteth on high the vault of heaven with Ra. Teta walketh round about in Sekhet Hetep. Teta is the eye of Ra, who lieth down and is born each day. Homage to thee, O Ra, in thy beauty, in thy splendors, in thy seats, and in thy plenitude. Thou hast brought the milk of Isis to Teta, and the water of the celestial stream of Nephthys, and power to journey over the great green sea, and life, and strength, and health, and the pleasures of love, and bread, and beer, and apparel, and everything whereon Teta liveth, and power to hearken to the gods who speak throughout the day, and to rest with them during the night, and to partake of the offerings which are made unto them. Teta looketh upon thee when thou goest forth in the form of Thoth leading the boat of Ra to the fields which are in Asu, and when thou goest in among those who bear him up. Homage to thee, O Teta, on this thy day, whereon thou standest up before Ra, who cometh forth from the east, and who clotheth thee in thy spiritual body, Sa, among the souls. Anubis, governor of Amenti, giveth thee thousands of cakes, thousands of vessels of beer, thousands of vases of oil, thousands of oxen, thousands of changes of apparel, and thousands of bulls. For thee is the Smen goose slain, for thee is the Therp goose shot with an arrow. Horus hath destroyed all the evil which is in Teta by his 4 children, and Set forgetteth what he wrought against Teta by means of his 8 fiends, and those whose habitations are hidden throw open the doors to him. Rise thou, go to the earth, and seek the things which have issued from thee. Rise thou up, and pass thou on opposite to the Khus. Thy 2 wings are like those of a hawk, and thy hair is like the rays of a star. Cast ye nothing evil upon Teta, neither do ye carry off the heart of Teta, nor steal away the place wherein it abideth. Hail, thou Pepi, thou journeyest on, thou art glorious, thou hast gotten power like the god who is on his throne, that is Osiris. Thou hast thy soul within thy body, thou hast thy power behind thee, thy Ureret crown is upon thy head, thy headdress is upon thy shoulders, thy face is in front of thee. Those who acclaim thee are upon both sides of thee. The followers of the god are following after thee. The spiritual bodies, Sahu, of the god are upon both sides of thee, and they make the god to come. The god cometh, and Pepi cometh upon the throne of Osiris. The Khu which dwelleth in the city of Natat cometh, the form which dwelleth in the nome of Teni. Isis speaketh with thee, and Nephthys holdeth converse with thee. The Khus come unto thee, paying homage unto thee, and they bow down even to the ground at thy feet by reason of thy book, O Pepi, in the cities of Sa. Thou comest forth before thy mother Nut, and she strengtheneth thine arm, and she giveth unto thee a path in the horizon to the place where Ra is. The doors of heaven are open for thee, the gates of Qebhu are unbolted for thee. Thou findest Ra, who guardeth thee, and he strengtheneth for thee thy hand, and he guideth thee into the northern and southern heavens, and he setteth thee upon the throne of Osiris. Hail, thou Pepi, the eye of Horus cometh unto thee, and holdeth converse with thee. Thy soul which dwelleth with the gods cometh unto thee, and thy form Sekhem, which dwelleth among the Khus, cometh unto thee. In the same way that the son avenged his father, in the same way that Horus avenged Osiris, even so shall Horus avenge Pepi upon his enemies. And thou shalt stand there, O Pepi, avenged and armed, and provided with the forms of Osiris, who is upon the throne of the governor of Amenti. And thou shalt have thy being as he hath his among the indestructible Khus, and thy soul shall stand up upon thy throne provided with thy attributes, and it shall have its being as thou hast thine in the presence of him who is the governor of the living, according to the decree of Ra, the great god, who shall plough the wheat and the barley, and give it unto thee as a gift therein. Hail, thou Pepi, it is Ra who hath given unto thee all life and strength for ever, along with thy speech and thy body. And thou hast received the attributes of the god, and thou hast become great therein before the gods who dwell on the lake. Hail, thou Pepi, thy soul standeth among the gods and among the Khus, and the fear of thee constraineth their hearts. Hail, Pepi, inasmuch as thou hast set thyself upon thy throne of the governor of the living, thy book it is which worketh upon their hearts, and thy name liveth upon earth and groweth old upon earth, and thou shalt neither perish nor decay for ever and ever. Rise thou up, O Pepi, stand thou up, O thou of great strength, and take thy seat at the head of the gods, and do thou the things which Osiris did in the house of the prince in Anu, Heliopolis. Thou hast received thy spiritual body, Sa, and thy foot shall not be restrained in heaven, and thou shalt not be repulsed upon earth. And behold, the Khus, who are the children of Nut, to whom Nephthys hath given suck, have gathered themselves together unto thee, and thou standest up on thy strength, and thou doest that which it is thine to do in the presence of thy Khu for all the Khus. Thou journeyest to the city of Pe, and thou doest what must be done therein, and thou returnest. Thou goest to the city of Nekhen, and thou doest what must be done therein, and thou returnest. Thou doest that which Osiris did, and thou art upon his throne, and this Khu, the one most mighty, standeth up armed like Sma-ur, and wherever thou goest, more shall repulse thee. None shall repulse thee, and none shall set a limit to thy feet wherever it pleaseth thee to go. Hail, Osiris Pepi, arise, stand up, for thy mother Nut hath given birth unto thee, and Seb hath arranged thy mouth for thee. The great company of the gods have avenged thee, and they have put thine enemies beneath thee. Thou hast carried that which is greater than thyself through them in thy name of Atef Me-ur, and thou hast netted that which is greater than thyself through them in thy name of Ta-Tani. Thy two sisters, Isis and Nephthys, come unto thee, and they make thee to traverse Kem-turt, and thy name of Kem-ur, and Aneb-uchit-urt, in thy name of Uach-ur, and verily thou art Urt-shent in Shenur, and Teben-shent in Teben-peshur, Nebu-shent-at in Shen-a-sekmu. And Isis and Nephthys have protected thee in the city of Sot, from their master who is in thee in thy name of Master of Sot, and from their god who is in thee in thy name of God. They adore thee so that thou mayest not depart from them in thy name of Morning Star, and they bring offerings before thee so that thou mayest not suffer pain in thy name of Tchen Tru. Thy sister Isis hath come unto thee rejoicing in thy love, and thou hast had intercourse with her, and hast made her to conceive, and she is heavy with Septet. And Heru Sept cometh forth from thee as Heru, the dweller in Septet, and thou doest what must be done in him in thy name of Khu, dweller in Tchentru, and he avengeth thee in his name of Horus, the son who avengeth his father. Hail, Osiris Pepi, thou hast offered thy libation, and thou hast made thy libation before Horus in the name of Comer forth from Keb. Thou hast offered thine incense, which maketh thee divine, and thy mother Nut hath made thee to be as a god to thine enemy in thy name of God. Thou hast offered the emanations which come forth from thee, and Horus hath granted that the gods, whithersoever thou goest, thou hast offered the emanations which come forth from thee, and Horus hath granted that thou shalt judge his children wheresoever thou takest them, and he decreeth for thee the renewals of youth in thy name of Water of Youth. Horus hath strength then, and he judgeth his father in thee in his name of Heru Bat. Hail, Pepi, thy journeying and the journeying of thy mothers along with thee are the journeying of Horus when he journeyeth forth, and the journeying of his mothers who journey with him. Those who are with him urge him on, and they lead him to the east. Hail, thou Pepi, thine arms are Uapau, and thy face is Ab-uat. Hail, thou Pepi, a royal oblation. Thou seatest thyself in the regions of Horus, and thou goest about through the regions of Set. Thou seatest thyself upon the iron throne, and thou art judge at the head of the great company of the gods who dwell in Anu. Hail, thou Pepi, Kent on Marti or Mati guardeth thee whilst thou guardest thy calves. Hail, Pepi, Ar guardeth thee against the Khus. Hail, Pepi, know that thou shalt receive for thine holy oblation, which thou offerest each day, thousands of cakes, thousands of vessels of ale, thousands of oxen, thousands of feathered fowl, thousands of sweet things, and thousands of linen garments. Hail, Pepi, thou hast thy water, thou hast thine abundance, thou hast thy purifying gums, which are brought to thee before thy brother Nekek. O Osiris Pepi, thou risest as king of the south and of the north by reason of thy power over the gods and their cause, that is, doubles. And behold, do thou, O Nut, spread thyself over thy son Osiris Pepi, and protect him, and deliver him from Set. Come, O Nut, and protect thy son, for thou must protect this mighty one. O Nut, cast thyself over thy son Osiris Pepi, and protect him, O great wife of this mighty one who is among thy children. The god Seb hath come unto thee, O Nut, and thou didst possess strength, and thou didst gain power in the womb of thy mother Tefnut, when as yet thou wert not born. O do thou unite life and strength unto Pepi, so that he may not die. Thou didst make strong thy heart, and didst spring forth from the womb of thy mother in thy name of Nut. O thou daughter, who didst gain the mastery over thy mother, and didst make herself to rise as queen of the north, protect thou this Pepi, who is within thy womb, that he may not die. For me, O Nut, to whom thou hast given birth, proclaim the name of Osiris Pepi through Horus, beloved of the two lands, Pepi the king of the north and of the south, Pepi the lord of the diadems of the vulture and of the uraeus, beloved from the womb, Pepi the triple hawk of gold, Pepi the flesh and bone of Seb, by whom he is beloved, Pepi the friend of all the gods, Pepi the giver of all life and stability and power and health and joy of heart, like the sun, living for ever. Thy water is thine, thy flood is thine, that is to say, the emanations which come forth from the god, the excretions which come forth from Osiris. Thy hands are washed, thine ears are opened, and this form Sekhem doeth what hath to be done for his son. Thou art washed, and thy ka double is washed, and thy ka has sat down, and he eateth bread with thee for ever and ever. Inasmuch as thou hast gone and hast taken thy seat, O Osiris, thy mouth is open before thee, acclamations are upon thy hand, thy nostrils are gratified with the odor of the uraeus, thy legs walk to keep the feast, thy teeth are, and thy fingers reckon up the lakes over which thou passest, like the great bull of Anu and of the nome of Uatchit, to go to the fields of Ra, which he loveth. Rise up then, O Pepi, and die not. Hail, Pepi, arise, stand up, thou art pure, thy ka is pure, thy soul is pure, thy Sekhem is pure, thy mother cometh to thee, thy mother Nut, the mighty creatress, cometh to thee, and she maketh thee pure, O Pepi. She fashioneth thee, O Pepi, and thou hast motion, O Pepi, and thou art pure, thy ka is pure, thy Sekhem is pure among the Khus, and thy soul is pure among the gods. O Pepi, hail! Pepi, thy bones have been presented unto thee. Thou hast received thy head before Seb, and he hath destroyed the evil which belongeth to thee, O Pepi, before Tem. Thou hast opened the gates of heaven, thou hast unbolted the doors of Kabu, which repulse the beings of understanding. Rekhet and Ment acclaimeth thee, mankind and Mehmet greeteth thee, and the stars which never fail stand up before thee. Thy winds are incense, and thy north wind is a flame, for thou art he who hath become mighty in the nome Teni. And thou art the star that existeth by thyself, and which appeareth in the cast eastern half of heaven, which never groweth old, into which Horus of the city of Tat hath given his body. Hail, thou stablished one, thou most exalted one among the stars, which never fail, thou shalt never perish. The heavens speak, and the earth quaketh by reason of thy book, O Osiris, when thou makest thine appearance. Hail, ye cows of Amu Tenen, who have suckled Amet Tenen, go ye round about behind him, and weep before him, and acclaim him by word and deed. For Pepi, who goeth forth, goeth into heaven among his brethren the gods. Pepi is pure. Pepi hath taken his staff. He hath provided himself with his throne, and he hath taken his seat in the boat of the great and little companies of the gods. Ra transporteth Pepi to the west, and he establisheth the throne of Pepi above the lords of Kas, and he writeth down Pepi at the head of the living. The Ka which dwelleth in Keb is opened unto this Pepi, and the iron which formeth the ceiling of the sky is opened unto this Pepi, and he passeth through onwards. His panther skin is upon him, and his scepter and flail are in his hand, and Pepi is sound with his flesh. He is happy with his name. He liveth with his Ka, and he Ra destroyeth the evil which is upon both sides of Pepi. He driveth away the evil which followeth him, even as Ma'utu, who dwelleth in Sechem, driveth away the evil which is upon both sides of him, and doeth away with the evil which followeth him. Let Ra be embraced in the two horizons of heaven, so that he may go forth therein before Herukuti Harmakas. Let Herukuti be embraced in the two horizons of heaven, so that he may go forth before Ra. Let Pepi be embraced in the two horizons of heaven, so that he himself may go forth before Ra and before Herukuti. O enter into the verdant stream of the lake of Ka. O fill with water the fields of Aru, and let Pepi set sail for the eastern half of heaven, towards that place where the gods are brought forth, wherein Pepi himself may be born along with them as Herukuti, for Pepi is triumphant, and Pepi acclaimeth, and the Ka of Pepi acclaimeth the gods, and they invoke Pepi, and they bring to him these four gods, who make their ways over the tresses of Horus, and who stand with their sceptres in the eastern half of heaven, and they declare to Ra the excellent name of Pepi, and they exalt the excellent name of Pepi before Neheb-kau, for Pepi is triumphant, and Pepi acclaimeth, and his Ka acclaimeth the gods. The sister of Pepi is Septet Sothis, and the birth of Pepi is the morning star, and it is he who is under the body of heaven before Ra. Pepi is triumphant, and he acclaimeth, and his Ka acclaimeth the gods. Pepi knoweth his mother, and he is not unmindful of her, the white crown, who begetteth, and who dwelleth in the city of Nekeb. She is the lady of the great house, the lady of the land of union, the lady of the hidden land, the lady of the field of the boat, the lady of the lake, which bringeth offerings. She decreeth the red crown. She is the lady of the domains of the city of Tep. O mother of this Pepi, cry out, and present the breast to him, and suckle him. O thou her son Pepi, O father, the breast hath been presented unto thee, and it hath suckled thee. O father, thou livest, O father. Thou art little, O father, thou comest forth into heaven like the hawks, having feathers like unto those of geese. O father, it is the god Hech who bringeth these things to Pepi. O Sema Ur, thou bull of offerings, remove thy horn, and let this Pepi pass by. Inasmuch as Pepi passeth through thee, and inasmuch as he goeth to heaven in full life and power, this Pepi seeth his father, this Pepi seeth Ra. This Pepi is indeed God, and the envoy or angel of God. Pepi cometh, and he is pure in Sekhet Aru. This Pepi goeth down to the field of Kenset, and the followers of Horus purify him. They guard carefully this Pepi, and they recite for him the chapter of Mao, and they also recite for him the chapter of coming forth in life and in power. This Pepi cometh forth to heaven in life and in power in the boat, and in the boat of Ra. He piloteth for Ra the gods thereof, and they rejoice in this Pepi as they rejoice when Ra goeth forth from the eastern part of the sky in peace, in peace. This Pepi cometh forth to the eastern part of heaven, where the gods are born, and where he himself is born as Herukuti. Pepi is triumphant. Ma'asiru, and the Ka of Pepi is triumphant. Pepi maketh adoration, and the Ka of Pepi maketh adoration. The sister of this Pepi is Septet. He is born as the morning star. He goeth with you, and he journeyeth with you in Sekhet Aru, and he draweth nigh as do you unto the field of turquoise. He eateth of that of which ye eat. He liveth upon that upon which ye live. He putteth on apparel like unto the apparel which ye put on. He anointeth himself with the sweet-smelling substances with which ye anoint yourselves. He receiveth his water with you at the lake of Mena of this Pepi, and he drinketh it out of the vessels of the Khus. Ra hath purified heaven, and Horus hath purified the earth, and every god who is with them purifieth this Pepi, for Pepi adoreth the god. O thou path of Pepi, which leadeth to the great halls, testify ye concerning Pepi before these two great gods, for Pepi is Unka, the son of Ra, who beareth the heavens upon his shoulders, and who guideth the earth. Hail, ye gods, let Pepi take his seat among you. Hail, ye stars, bear ye Pepi upon your shoulders, as ye bear Ra. Follow ye this Pepi, as ye follow Apuat, and love ye him as ye love. This Pepi hath come to thee, O Lord of heaven. This Pepi hath come to thee, Osiris. He strengtheneth thy face, and he arrayeth thee in the garment of a god. He hath purified thee in Ayata. He hath destroyed the members of thine enemies. He hath hacked them in pieces, and he hath changed himself into the being who is among those who have been hacked in pieces. For Horus, the son of whom thou hast given birth, hath not placed this Pepi among the dead, but among the divine gods. Their water is the water of this Pepi, their bread is the bread of this Pepi, their purifications are the purifications of this Pepi, and that which Horus hath done for Osiris he hath also done for this Pepi. Heaven uttereth words, the earth quaketh, Seb advanceth, the two divine gnomes part asunder, the ceremony of ploughing the earth is ended, and the offering is set before Pepi, the living one, the established one. He goeth forth from heaven, and goeth about over the iron sky in life and stability. He saileth over it, and overthroweth in his course the fortifications of Shu. He goeth forth to heaven upon his wings, like a mighty duck which hath broken its bonds, and Anubis leadeth the procession which Horus made in Abydos when Osiris was interred. He goeth forth into heaven among the stars, which never perish or diminish. His sister is Septet, and his guide, the morning star, leadeth him to Sekhet Hetep, and he seateth himself there upon his iron throne, which hath lions' heads and feet in the form of the hoofs of the bull Sema-ur. He standeth up there in his vacant place between the two great gods, and his scepter, which is in the form of a papyrus, he hath with him. He stretcheth out his hand over the Hememet beings, and the gods come to him, bending their backs in homage. The two great gods watch, one on each side of him, and they find Pepi, like the great and little companies of the gods, acting as the judge of words, being the prince over every prince. They bow down before Pepi, and they make offerings unto him, as unto the great and little companies of the gods. Hail, Osiris! It is not Pepi who entreateth to see thee in the form in which thou art. Pepi hath gone down into the great green sea, and thou, O great green sea, hast dropped thy head and bent thy back, and the children of Nut who come down upon thee, putting their garlands upon their heads and round their necks, offer the flowers, which are the crowns of the pools of Sekhet Hetep, to Isis, the great lady, and the goddess who beareth the pike in Akhet bringeth them and spreadeth them out as a gift before her son Horus, whom she suckleth at the breast, so that he may traverse the earth in his two white sandals, and may go to his father Osiris. Pepi hath opened out his way among the birds. He hath travelled with the lords of food. He hath gone to the great lake which is in Sekhet Hetep, on which the great gods alight, and these great and imperishable beings give to him the tree of life, whereon they themselves do live, that he also may eat and live thereon. Take then this Pepi with thee to this great country which hath become subject unto thee by the will of the gods, wherein thou eatest during the night even until dawn, and where thou becomest master of divine food, in such wise that Pepi may eat of that of which thou eatest, that he may drink of that of which thou drinkest. The following prayer, which is found in shortened forms in Graeco-Roman and Roman periods, occurs in the text of Pepi II. Hail, great company of the gods who are in Anu, grant that Pepi Nefer Ka-Ra may flourish, and grant that his pyramid, his everlasting building, may flourish, even as the name of Temu, the governor of the great company of the gods, flourisheth. If the name of Shu, the lord of the upper shrine in Anu, flourisheth, Pepi Nefer Ka-Ra shall flourish, and this his pyramid, his everlasting building, shall flourish. If the name of Tefnut, the lady of the lower shrine in Anu, is stablished, the name of this Pepi Nefer Ka-Ra shall be stablished, and his pyramid shall be stablished for ever. If the name of Seb, the soul of the earth, flourisheth, the name of Pepi Nefer Ka-Ra shall flourish, and this his pyramid shall flourish, and his everlasting building shall flourish. If the name of Nut flourisheth in Het Shenth in Anu, the name of this Pepi Nefer Ka-Ra shall flourish, and this his pyramid shall flourish, and this his building shall flourish for ever. If the name of Osiris flourisheth the Nome Teni, the name of this Pepi Nefer Ka-Ra shall flourish, And this his pyramid shall flourish, and this his building shall flourish forever. If the name of Osiris, governor of Amenti, flourisheth, the name of this Pepi Nefer Ka Ra shall flourish, and this his pyramid shall flourish, and this his building shall flourish forever. If the name of Set in Nupt Ombus flourisheth, the name of Pepi Nefer Ka Ra shall flourish, and this his pyramid shall flourish, and this his building shall flourish forever. If the name of Horus of Bahutet flourisheth, the name of Pepi Nefer Ka Ra shall flourish, and this his pyramid shall flourish, and this his building shall flourish forever. If the name of Ra flourisheth in the horizon, the name of this Pepi Nefer Ka Ra shall flourish, and this his building shall flourish forever. If the name of Kent Merti in Sekhem is established, the name of this Pepi Nefer Ka Ra shall flourish, and this his pyramid shall flourish, and this his building shall flourish forever. If the name of Uat Chit, who dwelleth in Tep, flourisheth, the name of this Pepi Nefer Ka Ra shall flourish, and this his pyramid shall flourish, and this his building shall flourish forever. End of introduction. The Elysian Fields. Introduction. The Magic of the Book of the Dead, of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. The Magic of the Book of the Dead. The Egyptians, from the earliest to the latest period of their history, were addicted to the use of formulae which were thought to be able to effect results usually beyond the power of man, and they accompanied such formulae with the performance of certain ceremonies. The formulae consisted of the repetition of the names of gods and supernatural beings, benevolent or hostile to man, as the case might be, and of entreaties or curses. The ceremonies were of various kinds, and the object of the present chapter is to describe briefly those which relate to the various sections of the Book of the Dead. The Egyptian believed that every word spoken under certain circumstances must be followed by some effect, good or bad. A prayer uttered by a properly qualified person, or by a man ceremonially pure, in the proper place and in the proper manner, must necessarily be answered favourably. And similarly, the curses which were pronounced upon a man or beast or thing in the name of a hostile supernatural being were bound to result in harm to the object cursed. It seems that this idea had its origin in the belief that the world and all that therein is came into being immediately after Thoth had interpreted in words the will of the deity in respect of the creation of the world, and that creation was the result of the god's command. In very early times the Egyptian called in the professional religious man to utter words of good omen over the dead body of his relative or friend, and later the same words, written upon some substance and buried with him, were believed to be effectual in procuring for him the good things of the life beyond the grave. In the text on the Pyramid of Unas is a reference to something written which the deceased was supposed to possess, in the following words: "The bone and flesh which have no writing are wretched, but behold, the writing of Unas is under the great seal, and behold, it is not under the little seal." And in the text on the Pyramid of Pepi I we find the words: "The uraeus of this Pepi is upon his head, there is a writing on each side of him, and he hath words of magical power at his 2 feet." Thus equipped, the king enters heaven. In the reign of Cheops, however, we are told that his second son, Harutataf, brought to the court a man who possessed magical powers, and who was able to join the head to a decapitated body, and to make the complete body live again as before. When Cheops ordered the head to be struck off from a prisoner, that the sage might fasten it on again, the sage excused himself from performing this difficult task. But when a goose was brought, and its head was cut off and laid on one side of the room, and the body on the other, he spake certain magical words, whereupon the goose stood up and began to waddle, and the head began to move towards it. When the head had joined itself again to the body, the bird stood up and cackled. Thus, in that remote period, a man claimed to be able to restore life two decapitated creatures by means of words of magical power, and it seems that the belief in the efficacy of the words of Thoth was already well established. In the late period the mourner consoled himself by asserting that the Book of the Dead, prepared for his dead relative or friend, had been written by the fingers of the god Thoth himself. A common way to effect certain results, good or evil, was to employ figures made of various substances, chiefly wax, or amulets made of precious stones and metals in various forms. Both figures and amulets were inscribed with words which gave them the power to carry out the work assigned to them by those who caused them to be made. It is well known that the Egyptians believed that the qualities and much else, including the ka of a living original, could be transferred to an image thereof by means of the repetition over it of certain formulae, and a good or evil act done to a statue or figure resulted in good or evil to the person whom it represented. In the West Kar Papyrus we are also told that the wife of a high Egyptian official called Aba Aner fell in love with one of the king's followers, and that she sent to him and told him of her desire. Subsequently the pair met in the woman's garden, and they passed the day in drinking and in pleasure. On the morrow the husband was told of his wife's conduct, and he determined to punish both with death. Having sent for his ebony box bound with fine metal, he made a waxen crocodile a few inches long, and having recited magical formulae over it, he gave it to his chief servant, and told him to throw it into the water when he saw his wife's paramour going to bathe in the evening. When the guilty pair had passed another day together, and the young man went down to the river in the evening, the chief servant cast the waxen crocodile into the water, and as it was falling it turned into a huge living crocodile about 12 feet long, which swallowed the young man. 7 days later Aba Anir and the king Nebka went to the water where the crocodile was, and Aba Aner ordered it to give up the young man, and it came out of the water and straightway brought up the young man. When the king had made some remark, Aba Aner picked up the crocodile, which at once turned into the small waxen crocodile that it was originally, and when he again ordered it to devour the young man, it once more became a living reptile, and seizing the young man made its way to the water and disappeared with him. The faithless wife was burnt. The principal actors in this story are said to have flourished during the rule of the third dynasty of Egypt, nearly 4,000 years before Christ, and it is a noteworthy fact that the narrative mentions the ebony and metal box and the making of a waxen crocodile in a way which seems to show that their owner was in the habit of using the box and the wax frequently. About the time of the 18th dynasty we learn from a papyrus that a man was prosecuted in Egypt for having made figures of men and women in wax, by which he caused sundry and divers pains and sicknesses to the living beings whom they represented. And according to Pseudo-Callisthenes, Nectanebus wrought magic by means of a bowl of water, some waxen figures, and an ebony rod. The waxen figures were made in the forms of the soldiers of the enemy who were coming against him by sea or by land, and were placed upon the water in the basin by him. Nectanebus then arrayed himself in suitable apparel, and having taken the rod in his hand, began to recite certain formulae and the names of divine powers known unto him, whereupon the waxen figures became animated, and straightway sank to the bottom of the bowl. At the same moment the hosts of the enemy were destroyed. If the foe was coming by sea, he placed the waxen soldiers in waxen ships, and at the sound of the words of power both ships and men sank into the waves as the waxen models sank to the bottom of the sea. The same informant tells us that when Nectanebus wished Olympias the mother of Alexander the Great, to believe that the god Ammon had visited her during the night, he went forth from her presence into the plain and gathered a number of herbs which had the power of causing dreams, and pressed out the juice from them. He then fashioned a female figure in the form of Olympias, and inscribed the queen's name upon it, and having made the model of a bed, he laid the figure thereon. Nectanebus next lit a lamp, and reciting the words of power which would compel the demons to send Olympias a dream, he poured out the juice of the herbs over the waxen figure. And at the moment of the performance of these acts, Olympias dreamed that she was in the arms of the god Ammon. A tradition also exists to the effect that Aristotle gave to Alexander the Great a number of waxen figures nailed down in a box, which was fastened by a chain, and which he ordered him never to let go out of his hand, or at least out of that of one of his confidential servants. The box was to go wherever Alexander went, and Aristotle taught him to recite certain formulae over it whenever he took it up or put it down. The figures in the box were intended to represent the various kinds of armed forces that Alexander was likely to find opposed to him. Some of the models held in their hands leaden swords which were curved backwards, and some had spears in their hands pointed head downwards, and some had bows with cut strings. All these were laid face downwards in the box. When Alexander was engaged in war with any nation armed with swords or spears or bows, if he recited the formulae which Aristotle had taught him, the swords of the foe would become as lead and bend backwards, the spears would become impotent in the hands of those who held them, and their heads would turn to the ground, and the strings of the bows would snap. Returning to purely Egyptian sources for information concerning the use of wax figures, we come to an important work consisting of several chapters which were to be recited to keep away storm clouds and thunder from the sky. One chapter reads: "Fire upon thee, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra! The eye of Horus prevaileth over the accursed soul and shade of Apep. The flame of the eye of Horus gnaweth into that enemy of Ra. The flame of the eye of Horus eateth into all the enemies of Pa'ah in death and in life." The rubric belonging to the chapters orders that it shall be recited over Apep, written in green ink upon a piece of new papyrus, and over a wax figure of Apep, on which his name is inscribed in green ink. This figure shall then be put in the fire, that the enemy of Ra may be devoured. When Apep is put in the fire, speak ye words of power, and say: "Taste thou, death to thee, Apep! Get thee back, retreat, thou enemy of Ra! Fall down, wriggle away, depart, retreat! I have driven thee back, I have hacked thee in pieces. Back, thou fiend, an end to thee! Therefore have I cast fire at thee, therefore have I caused thee to be destroyed, therefore have I judged and condemned thee to an evil doom. An end to thee, an end to thee! Taste thou, an end to thee! Mayest thou never rise up again! An end to thee, an end to thee! Taste thou, and come to an end! I have destroyed the enemy of Ra." This figure of Apep shall be burnt in a grass fire, and when burnt, its ashes are to be mixed with excrement and thrown into a fire. Afterwards, when thou hast thrown Apep into the fire at daybreak of the festival of the Six, spit upon him and defile him with thy left foot. Thus shall be repulsed the roarings of the backward of face. Thou shalt do the like of this at daybreak on the festival of the 15th day, for by means of it Apep shall be repulsed and slain before the Sektet boat. Thou shalt do the like of this when tempests rage in the eastern parts of the sky, when Ra sets in the land of life, to prevent the arrival of red threatening clouds in the eastern quarter of the sky. Thou shalt do the like of this many times as a preventive against the shower. the sun's disk shall shine, and Apep shall be overthrown in very truth. Elsewhere we are told that if it be wished to destroy the fiends which accompany Apep, we must write the names of their fathers and mothers and offspring with green paint upon new papyrus, and also inscribe their names upon wax figures of them which shall be tied round with dark hair. These figures shall be spit upon, and shall be spurned with the left foot, and stabbed with a stone knife. The most important mention of figures in the Book of the Dead occurs in the 6th chapter, which, properly speaking, forms one of the texts that accompany the scenes of the funeral chamber as exhibited in chapter 151. When the Egyptian in very early days conceived the existence of the Elysian fields, it occurred to him that the agricultural labors which would have to be carried out there might entail upon himself toil and fatigue. To avoid this, a short chapter 5 was drawn up, the recital of which was believed to free the deceased from doing any work in the underworld, but it was felt that the work must be done by some person or thing, and eventually it became the custom to bury a figure or figures of the deceased with him in his tomb, so that it or they might perform whatever work fell to his share. It is probable that in semi-savage times the wealthy Egyptian's burial was accompanied by the slaughter of several slaves, who were supposed to follow him to the next world and to minister to his wants there. The figures which were buried with the dead in the later times seem to have taken the place of the slaughtered slaves. To these figures the Egyptian gave the name Ush-Abtiu, a word which is commonly rendered by respondents or answerers, and they are often described in modern times as the working figures of Hades. They are made of stone of various kinds, wood, faience, etc. I know of none earlier than the 11th dynasty. They are inscribed with a text in which the deceased says, "If I be called, or if I be adjudged to do any work whatsoever of the labors which are to be done in the underworld by a man in his turn, let the judgment fall upon thee instead of upon me always, in the matter of sowing the fields, of filling the water courses with water, and of bringing the sands of the east to the west." To this the Shabti figure makes reply, "Verily I am here, and will come whithersoever thou biddest me." Several of the chapters of the Book of the Dead are followed by rubrics which give directions for the performance of certain magical ceremonies, and among them may be specially mentioned the following. Chapter 13. This chapter was to be recited over 2 rings made of Ankh-Hum flowers. One was to be laid on the right ear of the deceased, and the other was to be wrapped up in a piece of byssus whereon the name of the deceased was inscribed. Chapter 19. This chapter was to be recited over the divine chaplet which was laid upon the face of the deceased while incense was burnt on his behalf. Chapter 100. This chapter was to be recited over a picture of the boat of the sun, painted with a special ink upon a piece of new papyrus, which was to be laid on the breast of the deceased, who would then have power to embark in the boat of Ra and to journey with the god. Chapter 125. The judgment scene was to be painted upon a tile made of earth, upon which neither the pig nor any other animal had trodden, and if the text of the chapter was also written upon it, the deceased and his children will flourish for ever, his name would never be forgotten, and his place would henceforth be with the followers of Osiris. Chapter 130. This chapter was to be recited over a picture of the god Ra, wherein a figure of the deceased sitting in the bows was drawn. This done, the soul of the deceased would live for ever. Chapter 133. This chapter was to be recited over a eonce, model of the boat of Ra, 4 cubits in length, whereon the figures of the divine chiefs were painted. Painted figures of Ra and of the khu of the deceased were to be placed in the boat. A model of the starry heavens was also to be made, and upon it the model of the boat of Ra was to be moved about in imitation of the motion of the boat of the god in heaven. This ceremony would cause the deceased to be received by the gods in heaven as one of themselves. Chapter 134. This chapter was to be recited over figures of a hawk, Ra, Tem, Shu, Tif, Nut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Suti, and Nephthys, painted on a plaque, which was to be placed in a model of the boat of Ra, wherein the deceased was seated. This ceremony would cause the deceased to travel with Ra in the sky. Chapter 136a. This chapter was to be recited over a figure of the deceased seated in the boat of Ra. Chapter 137a. This chapter was to be recited over 4 fires, fed by a special kind of cloth anointed with unguent, which were to be placed in the hands of 4 men who had the names of the pillars of Horus written upon their shoulders. 4 clay troughs, whereon incense had been sprinkled, were to be filled with the milk of a white cow, and the milk was to be employed in extinguishing the 4 fires. If this chapter were recited daily for the deceased, he would become like unto Osiris in every respect. The rubric supplies a series of texts which were to be recited: 1 over a tet of crystal set in a plinth, which was to be placed in the west wall of the tomb; 2 over a figure of Anubis set in a plinth, which was to be placed in the east wall; 3 over a brick smeared with pitch, which was set on fire and then placed in the south wall; and 4 over a brick inscribed with the figure of a palm tree, which was set in the north wall. Chapter 140. This chapter was to be recited over an utchat, or figure of the Eye of Horus, made either of lapis lazuli or mock stone, and over another made of jasper. During the recital of the chapter 4 altars were to be lighted for Ra Tem, and 4 for the utchat, and 4 for the gods who were mentioned therein. Chapter 144. The 7 sections of this chapter were to be recited over a drawing of the 7 Arits, at each of which 3 gods were seated. By these means the deceased was prevented from being turned back at the door of any one of the 7 mansions of Osiris. Chapter 162. This chapter was to be recited over the figure of a cow made of fine gold, which was to be placed at the neck of the deceased. During the performance of this ceremony the priest is ordered to say, O Amen, O Amen, who art in heaven, turn thy face upon the dead body of thy son, and make him sound and strong in the underworld. Chapter 163. This chapter was to be recited over a serpent having legs and wearing a disk and 2 horns, and over 2 utchats having both eyes and wings. Chapter 164. This chapter was to be recited over a 3-headed ithyphallic figure of Mut, painted upon a piece of linen, and over the figures of 2 dwarfs, painted one on each side of the goddess. Chapter 165. This chapter was to be recited over the figure of the god of the lifted hand, who had a body in the form of that of a beetle. Besides these, a number of chapters have rubrics varying in length from 2 to 20 lines, which declare that if the deceased be acquainted with their contents, or if they be inscribed upon his coffin, they will enable him to attain great happiness and freedom in the world beyond the grave. 7 other chapters consist of texts which were written upon the amulets that were usually laid upon the mummy, namely Numbers 30b, 89, 155, 156, 157, 158, and 159. Chapter 30b is found inscribed upon thousands of large green basalt scarabs, which were usually set in a banded frame of gold and laid inside or upon the breast, just over the heart. It is also found inscribed upon green basalt amulets made in the form of the heart. The object of this amulet was to preserve the heart of the deceased and to protect it from the attacks of those who were thought to steal away the hearts of the dead. Its use is as old as the fourth dynasty, in which period the text was not cut but painted upon it. Chapter 89, which was written to ensure the union of the soul with the body in the underworld, was recited over the human-headed hawk, made of gold and inlaid with precious stones, which was laid upon the neck of the mummy. Examples of this amulet have been found with a few words of the chapter inscribed upon them. Chapter 155 is found inscribed upon tets made of gold and precious stones, which have been found attached to the neck of the mummy. This amulet represents the tree trunk with 4 branches pointing to the 4 cardinal points, which contained the dead body of Osiris, and it bestowed upon its possessor stability and lasting preservation. Chapter 156 is found inscribed upon several carnelian buckles, which have been found attached to the neck of the mummy. This amulet gave to the deceased the powers which were enshrined in the blood and power and enchantments of the goddess Isis. Chapter 157 is found inscribed upon gold vultures, which have been found attached to the neck of the mummy. This amulet gave the deceased the protection of the goddess Isis, such as she exercised on behalf of her own son Horus. Chapter 158 was inscribed upon the collar of gold which was placed on the neck of the mummy. This amulet gave the deceased freedom from the bandages with which he was swathed. Chapter 159 is found inscribed upon several mother of emerald scepters which were attached to the neck of the mummy. This amulet gave protection or strength to the deceased. Chapter 162 is found inscribed upon circular pieces of papyri laid down upon cartonnage backs, commonly known as hypocephaly. They were placed under the back of the head of the mummy, and by this warmth, similar to that which he possessed upon earth, was imparted. Chapter 166 is found inscribed upon small pillows made of hematite and other substances. As the ordinary pillow raised the head of the mummy from the bed of the coffin, so this amulet raised the head of the deceased in the horizon and prevented it from being laid low. Finally, figures of the gods in metal, stone, faience, wood, wax, etc., were attached to the mummy in order to place it under the special protection of the deities whom they represented. The following are the amulets which are commonly found in Egyptian tombs and their significations. 1. Thet, buckle, the protection of the blood, power, and incantation of Isis. 2. Tet, tree trunk, stability, firmness, lastingness. 3. Mut, mother, the protection of the goddess Isis, who in the form of a vulture protected her son Horus and bewailed her husband Osiris. 4. Asek, collar, freedom from the fetters of the bandages. 5. Uach, scepter, green youth, vigor, to flourish and to renew youth. 6. Urs, pillow, the lifting up of the head and body. 7. Ab, heart, the seat of life and source of good and evil thoughts. The heart of green basalt was connected with chapter 30b, the heart of lapis lazuli with chapter 26, the heart of mother of emerald with chapter 27, and the heart of carnelian with chapter 29b. 8. Ankh, the object which this hieroglyphic represents is not known, but it means life, and symbolizes the life which the gods live. 9. Utchat, eye of Ra, or Horus, good health, safe, sound, protection. 2 uchats typify the 2 eyes of Ra and the sun and moon. 10 nefer, a musical instrument, good luck, happiness, joy. 11 sam, a tool, union, unity. 12 kut, the sun on the horizon, the coming forth with the rising sun, and the abode of the blessed dead with Ra in the west. 13 hetch, white crown, southern or upper Egypt. 14 tesher, red crown, northern or lower Egypt. 15 shen, the sun's orbit, eternity. 16 user, scepter, power. 17 ren, a rope which enclosed the name of kings and royal persons. This sign is commonly known as cartouche. Name, the preservation of the name was considered to be of the highest importance, for the blotting out of a man's name brought with it eternal death. 18 menat, an instrument, joy, pleasure, sexual pleasure, happiness. 19 naha, an angle, protection. 20 hefnu, frog, a new life, resurrection. 21 sekhek, level, equilibrium, straightness. 22 ket, staircase, steps, the steps whereon Ra rested in Khemennu and whereon Osiris stands in the underworld. 23 maket, ladder, the ladder by which the deceased ascended into heaven. 24 titche bawi, 2 fingers, the fingers which the god extended to the deceased to enable him to enter heaven. 25 ma'at, feather, what is straight, right, truth, law. 26 Khepur, beetle, the type of the self-begotten God, the creator of the gods and of heaven and earth and all that therein is, and the symbol of the resurrection. Finally, mention must be made here of the great importance attached by the Egyptians to the knowledge of the names of gods, supernatural beings, etc., and it seems that the deceased who was ignorant of them must have fared badly in the underworld. Thus in Chapter 1b it is said that the deceased knoweth Osiris and his names. In Chapter 99 the deceased is obliged to tell the names of every portion of the boat wherein he wishes to cross the great river in the underworld. In Chapter 125 Anubis makes him declare the names of the 2 leaves of the door of the hall of Osiris before he will let him in, and even the bolts and bolt sockets and lintels and planks will not allow him to enter until the deceased has satisfied them that he knows their names. Entrance into the 7 Arits or mansions could not be obtained without a knowledge of the names of the doorkeeper, watcher, and herald who belonged to each, and similarly the pylons of the domains of Osiris could not be passed through by the deceased without a declaration by him of the name of each. The idea underlying all such statements is that the man who knows the name of a god could invoke and obtain help from him by calling upon him, and that the hostility of a fiend could be successfully opposed by the repetition of his name. The knowledge of the names of fiends and demons constituted the chief power of the magicians of olden times, and the amulets of the Gnostics, which were inscribed with numbers of names of supernatural powers, are the practical expression of the belief in the efficacy of the knowledge of names which existed in Egypt from time immemorial. End of Introduction. The Magic of the Book of the Dead. Introduction. The Object and Contents of the Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. The Object and Contents of the Book of the Dead. Though the chapters of the Book of the Dead represent beliefs belonging to various periods of the long life of the Egyptian nation, and opinions held by several schools of thought in Egypt, the object of them all was to benefit the deceased. They were intended to give him the power to have and to enjoy life everlasting, to give him everything which he required in the life beyond the grave, to ensure his victory over his foes, to procure for him the power of going whithersoever he pleased, and when and how he pleased, to preserve the mummy intact, and finally to enable his soul to enter into the bark of Ra, or into whatever abode of the blessed had been conceived of by him. A perusal of the translations of the chapters will show the reader what their contents are, but it will not be out of place here to group certain chapters which have a common object, for the various beliefs which they represent then become more clear. A certain number of the chapters of the Book of the Dead are hymns, which are addressed either to Ra or to Osiris. In the present work these are represented by the hymns from the papyri of Ani, Qenna, Hu Nefer, and Necht, which I have called hymns introductory, and to these we should add chapters 182 and 183, which are really hymns to Osiris by Thoth. Another collection of fine hymns is found in chapter 15, where we have hymns to Ra and Osiris and a litany to Osiris. The papyrus of Ani, from which these are translated, gives the oldest and most complete form of the chapter. They are most important, for they enable us to understand what attributes were ascribed to Ra, and it seems as if many of them were in later times transferred to Osiris, who was originally nothing but a god of the dead. With these hymns should be mentioned the texts which accompany the judgment scene, but these have already been described in the chapter on that subject given above, and they are fully translated. The judgment scene also leads us to the consideration of the 125th chapter, which is certainly one of the most important and interesting in the whole book. It consists of three parts: introduction, negative confession, and concluding text. Introduction was said by the deceased at the entrance to the hall of Double Maati. The negative confession was recited by him before the 42 gods who sat in judgment upon him in this hall, and the concluding text was uttered by him when he had passed the ordeal of judgment and was beginning his new life. It is probable that these three texts were originally merely versions each of the other, but in the 18th dynasty they are all copied together into papyri. The deceased first asserted that he had not committed certain sins. He next addressed 42 gods by their names, and declared before each that he had not committed the special sin which it was the duty of the god to punish. And lastly he makes a third confession, the first part of which is practically in the same words as a portion of the introduction. The introduction provided the passwords which enabled him to enter the hall, and the concluding text provided those which enabled him to go forth from it. It is impossible to say when or how this beautiful chapter with its lofty conceptions of morality grew, but although the form in which these are set forth is not older than the 18th dynasty, the ideas themselves belong to a period which is as old as the rule of the kings of the 3rd dynasty. From the negative confession we see that the pious Egyptian abhorred fraud, theft, deceit, robbery with violence, iniquity of every kind, adultery, unchastity, and sins of wantonness, manslaughter, murder, incitement to murder, and that he delighted in showing he had wronged none in any way. He neither purloined the things which belonged to his god, nor did he slay the sacred animals. He thought not lightly of the god of his city, and he never cursed him. He honored his king, and he neither wasted his neighbor's plowed lands, nor defiled his running stream. He spake not haughtily, he behaved not insolently, he multiplied not his speech overmuch, he abused no man, he attacked no man, he swore not at all, he stirred not up strife, he terrified no man, he was not a man of wrath, he spake evil of none, and he never pried into matters to make mischief. He judged not hastily, he defrauded not his neighbor in the market, he shut not his ears to the words of right and truth, he sought not honors, he never gave way to anger except for a proper cause, and he sought not to enrich himself at the expense of his neighbors. It is difficult to give the exact shades of meaning of many of the words in this confession, but the general sense is thoroughly well made out. The Egyptian code of morals, as may be seen from the 125th chapter, was the grandest and most comprehensive of those now known to have existed among the nations of antiquity. The 110th chapter, which describes the employments and enjoyments of the deceased in the Sekhet Hetep and Sekhet Aru, or Elysian fields, contains ideas of the greatest antiquity, which date probably from the time when the system of village communities was in vogue in Egypt. The deceased plows, sows, and reaps, and lives exactly the same kind of life as a farmer would live in the fertile lands of the Delta, and it would seem that he enjoys all the pleasures which a human being enjoys upon earth. In the 5th chapter of the Book of the Dead, the deceased found a text which would free him from certain agricultural labors which had to be done in the Elysian fields, but inasmuch as the work of watering and top dressing the fields and sowing the crops had to be done by some one, figures made in the form of the deceased and inscribed with his name were buried with the dead to toil for him. Such figures have often in their hands models of the basket in which the field laborer carried earth and the hoe with which he filled it. And the text of the 6th chapter, which was also inscribed upon them, provided the deceased with substitutes to toil for him in the farms of the gods. The reader will seek, and seek in vain, for many of the attributes of the prayers of Christian nations, and it is a noticeable fact that the Egyptian had no conception of repentance. At the judgment which took place in the hall of Osiris, he based his claim for admission into the kingdom of that god upon the fact that he had not committed certain sins, and that he had feared God and honored the king, and had given bread to the hungry, drink to the thirsty, clothes to the naked, and a boat to him that had suffered shipwreck on the Nile. His belief in the efficacy of works was great, and when he had any doubt about their power to deliver him finally from the hosts of darkness, he protected himself by means of amulets, inscribed or plain, and figures of gods painted upon his coffin and papyrus, or cut in wood or on stones which possessed magical powers. The chapters which refer to such amulets are Numbers 13, 19, 30b, 89, 100, 125, 130, 133, 134, 136a, 137a, 140, 144, 156, 157, 158, 159, 162, 163, 164, 165, and 166. One of the most interesting chapters in the whole book is the 17th, which contains a series of statements concerning the origin of the gods and the things of the next world. To many of these statements more than one explanation of their meaning is appended, and as these occur in copies of the chapter which are found inscribed upon coffins of the 11th dynasty, it is clear that already at that early date several opinions on these matters existed. The views expressed in the chapter appear to be those of an ancient college of priests at Heliopolis, which became gradually adopted throughout Egypt. The vignettes which accompany the chapter in the best illuminated papyri are most elaborate, and they show by their attention to detail that it formed one of the most important of the texts of this class which were copied for general use. The 64th chapter was very highly esteemed, and it was believed to be one of the oldest parts of the Book of the Dead. Already in the 11th dynasty it existed in two versions, one of which was thought to have been composed or edited in the 1st dynasty, and the other in the 4th dynasty. The longer version is entitled simply "The Chapter of Coming Forth by Day in the Underworld," but the shorter is described as "The Chapter of Knowing the Chapters of Coming Forth by Day," in a single chapter. Whether we are to understand by the latter title that the chapter contained the essence of all the chapters of the Book of the Dead, and that the deceased who was provided with it was as well protected as if he had copies of them all, is not quite clear, but it seems probable. It will be noticed that several chapters are called chapters of coming forth by day, and among them may be specially noticed chapters 2 and 3, which provide that the deceased may come forth in the underworld and live after he hath died, even as doth Ra day by day. Chapter 65, which provides that the khu of the deceased shall live and shall inflict blows upon his enemy. Chapter 66, which gives the deceased power to alight upon the forehead of Ra. Chapter 68, which gives him mastery over everything which is in the underworld and enables him to journey about among the living. Chapters 69, 70, and 71, wherein he identifies himself with Osiris, Sa, Orion, Anubis, Horus, and Tem, and declares his power over the winds of heaven. Chapter 72, which enables him to come forth by day in all the forms which he pleaseth to take, and to enter into an abode in the Elysian fields, where he shall be amply provided with wheat and barley. And chapter 180, which enables him to go about in the underworld with freedom of movement, and to perform all the transformations of a living soul. An important group of chapters referring to the transformations which a man may undergo if he pleases in the underworld is introduced by chapter 76, wherein the deceased declares that he has been led unto the house of the king by the mantis, or so-called praying insect. These chapters enable him to transform himself into a hawk of gold, chapter 77, into a divine hawk, chapter 78, into the governor of the divine sovereign princes, chapter 79, into the god who giveth light in the darkness, chapter 80, into a lotus, chapter 81a and chapter 81b, into the god Ptah, and into a living being in Anu, chapter 82, into a Bennu, phoenix, chapter 83, into a heron, chapter 84, into a living soul, chapter 85, into a swallow, chapter 86, into the serpent Sata, chapter 87, and into a crocodile, chapter 88. A considerable number of chapters refer, as we should naturally expect, to the preservation of the body of the deceased in the tomb, and several were expressly written to give him power to resist the attacks of enemies, and to obtain meat and drink and the power of motion in the underworld. Thus chapter 1, which is proved by its title and vignette to refer to the ceremonies which took place on the day of the funeral, provides for the burial of the body in the proper way, so that the deceased may go in after coming forth. And chapters 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 48, 67, 107, 118, 119, 122, 161, and 180 enable him to make his way in the underworld without let or hindrance, and to overcome his enemies. The deceased wished to protect himself by means of magical formulae. Chapter 24 provides these formulae for him, and chapter 32 gives him the power to keep hold of them. Chapters 21 and 22 give the deceased a mouth, and chapter 23 provides him with the power of opening it. Chapter 25 gave him the faculty of remembering his name. 7 chapters 26 through 30b gave him a heart, and provided him with prayers and formulae which prevented those who stole hearts from snatching it away from him, and from driving it away from him when it was weighed in the judgment hall of Osiris. The crocodile which came to steal away the words of power and protection which the deceased had with him was repulsed by the words of chapter 31. Chapters 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 39 prevented him from being stung or bitten by snakes and serpents, and did away with the power of the beetle Apes Shate to gnaw his body to pieces. Chapters 38a and 38b enabled him to escape from the deadly cobra, and Chapter 40 delivered him from the power of the serpent, who, though he is here acting as the friend of Horus by devouring the ass which typifies the fiend Set, is nevertheless to be feared. In the underworld and the cities thereof, punishment was inflicted on the dead, and to provide the favoured of Osiris with power to escape from stripes and wounds and decapitation at the deadly block, Chapters 41, 42, 43, and 50 were composed. The deceased wished for a seat in the celestial Anu, Heliopolis, and this was given him by Chapter 75, and Chapter 47 prevented his throne and his habitation from being removed by any hostile being. He sighed to have power over running water and to snuff the sweet breath of the north wind, and these comforts were secured for him by Chapters 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, and 62. The large number of chapters written for this purpose will show how great was the anxiety of the Egyptian in this matter. As fire and boiling water existed in the underworld, he hastened to protect himself from burns or scalds by the use of Chapters 63a and 63b. Proper food was as necessary to the ka, or double of the deceased, as fresh air and water, and to ensure it against the need to eat filth and to drink dirty water, Chapters 52, 53, 105, 110, 148, and 189 were composed. The idea of the ka being obliged to wander about starving and in search of food was so abhorrent to the pious Egyptian that every text which could in any wise help to secure sufficient meat and drink for it was gladly copied over and over again. The object of Chapters 4, 74, 117, 119 was to enable the deceased to walk about at will and to roam through Re Stau, or the passages of the tomb and underworld, and when his way was stopped by Apep, Chapter 7 enabled him to pass over the back of the fiend. The union of the soul with the body was provided for by Chapter 89, as was the escape of the soul and the shade from the bonds of the tomb by Chapters 91 and 92. Though the deceased had no wish to go to the east in the underworld, see Chapter 93, he nevertheless wished to visit the celestial Abydos. A successful journey to this city was secured by the use of Chapter 138. In spite of the best efforts of the embalmers, bodies sometimes rotted and perished in their tombs. Such calamities were averted by Chapters 45 and 46, especially by Chapter 154, which is one of the most interesting in the whole book. Overthrow in the underworld was averted by the use of Chapter 51. The wrath of the god was appeased by Chapter 14, and the danger of dying a second time was done away with by Chapters 44, 175, and 176. The love of ritual and ceremony induced the Egyptians to take special care about the arrangement of the mummy and coffin and funeral furniture in the mummy chamber, and to make certain that all was properly done in this matter. Chapter 151, which consists of a view of the chamber and a group of short but important texts, was composed. The type of this chamber was, of course, the tomb of Osiris. The hall of Osiris, wherein the god dwelt with his princes, could only be reached after certain doors and mansions and domains, which were guarded by porters in the form of monsters, had been successfully passed through by the deceased, to enable the deceased to go through the 7 mansions and the 21 pylons and the 15 domains. Chapters 144, 147, 149, and 150 were written. These provided the deceased with the names of the beings who were in charge of the doors, and supplied him with the speeches which it was necessary that he should make. During his journey in the underworld, the deceased came to a huge river which he was obliged to cross. To enable him to embark in the mystical boat, every portion of which possessed a name which he was bound to know and be able to repeat, he provided himself with chapters 98 and 99. But this boat only served to take him across the river, and he longed to be able to embark in the boat of Ra, and to sit in its bows, and to sail about with the god for ever. This delight, however, could only be secured for him by means of chapters 100, 101, 102, 134, 136a, and 136b, and as a result copies of most of these chapters exist in nearly all large papyri. The Egyptian believed that he would encounter the foes who attacked Osiris in the underworld, and that the calamities which befell the god would come upon him also. He who delivered Osiris out of all his troubles was Thoth, the scribe of the gods, and to him were addressed chapters 18 and 20, which secured for the deceased the protection and triumph which this god had secured for his brother Osiris. The favor of Thoth was so necessary that 4 chapters, 94, 95, 96, 97, were written to instruct the deceased to make an offering of a pallet and an ink jar to the god, and how to become nigh unto him. Before the deceased could roam at will in the underworld, it was necessary that he should know the deities of the chief cities of the 4 quarters of the land wherein he was. Chapters 107 and 108 enabled him to know the souls of Amentet, that is, of the west. Chapter 109 enabled him to know the souls of the east. Chapter 112 enabled him to know the souls of the city of Pe in the north. Chapter 113 enabled him to know the souls of the city of Nekhen in the south. Chapter 115 enabled him to know the souls of Anu, and chapters 114 and 116 enabled him to know the souls of the city of Kemenu, Hermopolis. In the underworld the deceased was threatened by the danger of the snarer or fowler and his net, and chapters 153a and 153b were written to enable him to escape from them. 2 chapters 169 and 170 provided for the establishing of the funeral bed of the deceased. 2 chapters 168a and 168b set out at length the libations which it was necessary for him to pour out. Chapter 123 gave him power to enter the great house. Chapters 126, 127, 128, 185, and 186 supplied him with the prayers which had to be said to the holy apes, and to the gods who were the leaders and guides in the underworld, and to Osiris and Hathor. Chapter 132 enabled him to go back to see his house. Chapter 152 gave him power to build a house upon earth. Chapter 171 provided him with the girdle of purity. Chapters 103, 124, 131, and 181 gave him power to go in before the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris and to be nigh unto Ra. Chapter 104 gave him a seat among the great gods, and chapter 184 brought him nigh unto Osiris. Chapter 130, which made perfect the Khu, was ordered to be recited on the birthday of Osiris. Chapter 133 made the Khu perfect before the great company of the gods. Chapter 135, which was to be recited on the day of the new moon, gave the deceased power to become like unto Thoth. Chapter 140, which was to be recited on the last day of the 6th month of the Egyptian year, enabled him to appear in glory before all the gods when the Utchat, or Eye of Ra, was full. And chapter 147 conferred upon him the power which the Utchat possessed, and enabled him to identify himself with it. Chapters 141 and 142 provided the text which a man was directed to recite for his father or for his son during the festival of Amentet. They made the deceased to be perfect with Ra and with the gods. And chapter 173 contained the addresses which Horus made to his father Osiris, and which were also assumed to be made to the deceased by Horus. Chapter 172 is a remarkable and beautiful composition in 9 sections, the contents of which were first made known in detail by M. Naville. In it the limbs of the deceased are described in highly poetical language, and the comparisons at times resemble the descriptions of the limbs of the beloved one in the Song of Solomon. 4 chapters, 142, 163, 164, and 165, have no equivalents in the recensions of the Book of the Dead older than the 26th dynasty, and as they contain foreign words and foreign ideas, they are probably the work of non-Egyptian authors. Each of them is followed by a long rubric which orders certain curious amulets to be made and the performance of ceremonies. In chapters 174 and 177 and 178 we have extracts from the old Heliopolitan recension of the Book of the Dead, which was in use in the 5th and 6th dynasties, and the comparison of the texts, which, thanks to M. Maspero, we are now able to make, is very instructive. We can see how misunderstandings of the meaning of certain passages arose through the want of adequate determinatives, and we can note how later copyists modified and adapted old texts to suit modern views. Thus, in the passage from the text of Unas, we have a reference to the love-making of the deceased, which is entirely omitted from the later copy of it given in the papyrus of Nebseni, and it seems as if the ideas expressed in it found no favor with the cultured mind of Nebseni, the great designer, draftsman, and artist, who was attached to the temple of Ptah at Memphis. In a similar manner it will be noticed that most of the coarse expressions and ideas which are found in the religious books of the old period have no counterparts in the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead. It will be seen from the above brief summary that although the contents of the papyri containing the Theban recension are miscellaneous, there are references to other works connected with the burial of the dead from which no extracts are given. Among such may be specially mentioned the texts which are connected with the performance of the ceremony of opening the mouth. But as it is impossible to give any adequate description of them in the space now left to me, I refer the reader to my Papyrus of Ani. Introduction. The object and contents of the Book of the Dead. Introduction. A Book of the Dead of Nessi Khonsu, of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. A Book of the Dead of Nessi Khonsu, a priestess of Amen, about BC 1000. This holy god, the lord of all the gods, Amen Ra, the lord of the throne of the two lands, the governor of Apt, the holy soul who came into being in the beginning, the great god who liveth by or upon Ma'at, the first divine matter which gave birth unto subsequent divine matter, the being through whom every other god hath existence, the one who hath made everything which hath come into existence since primeval times, when the world was created, the being whose births are hidden, whose evolutions are manifold, and whose growths are unknown, the holy form, beloved, terrible, and mighty in his risings, the Lord of wealth, the power, Khepera, who createth every evolution of his existence, except whom at the beginning none other existed, who at the dawn in the primeval time was Etenu, the prince of rays and beams of light, who having made himself to be seen caused all men to live, who saileth over the celestial regions and faileth not, for at dawn on the morrow his ordinances are made permanent, who though an old man shineth in the form of one that is young, and having brought or led the uttermost parts of eternity, goeth round about the celestial regions, and journeyeth through the Duat to illumine the two lands which he hath created, the God who acteth as God, who moulded himself, who made the heavens and the earth by his will or heart. The greatest of the great, the mightiest of the mighty, the prince who is mightier than the gods, the young bull with sharp horns, the protector of the two lands, in his mighty name of the everlasting one, who cometh and hath his might, who bringeth the remotest limit of eternity, the God Prince, who hath been Prince from the time that he came into being, the conqueror of the two lands by reason of his might, the terrible one of the double divine face, the divine aged one, the divine form who dwelleth in the forms of all the gods, the lion god with awesome eye, the sovereign who casteth forth the two eyes, the Lord of flame, which goeth against his enemies, the God Nu, the prince who advanceth at his hour to vivify that which cometh forth upon his potter's wheel, the disk of the moon god, who openeth a way both in heaven and upon earth for thy beautiful form, the beneficent or operative God, who is untiring, and who is vigorous of heart both in rising and in setting, from whose divine eyes come forth men and women, at whose utterance the gods come into being, and food is created, and Tchefau food is made, and all things which are come into being, the traverser of eternity, the old man who maketh himself young again, with myriads of pairs of eyes and numberless pairs of ears, whose light is the guide of the God of millions of years, the Lord of life, who giveth unto whom he pleaseth the circuit of the earth along with the seat of his divine face, who setteth out upon his journey and suffereth no mishap by the way, whose work none can destroy, the Lord of delight, whose name is sweet and beloved, and dawn mankind make supplication unto him, the mighty one of victory, the mighty one of twofold strength, the possessor of fear, the young bull, who maketh an end of the hostile ones, the mighty one who doeth battle with his foes, through whose divine plans the earth came into being, the soul who giveth light from his two Uchats eyes, the God by Iti, who created the divine transformations, the Holy One who is unknown, the King who maketh kings to rule, and who girdeth up the earth in its courses, and to whose souls the gods and the goddesses pay homage by reason of the might of his terror, since he hath gone before that which followeth endureth, the creator of the world, by his secret counsels, the God Khepera, who is unknown, and who is more hidden than the other gods, whose substitute is the divine disk, the unknown one who hideth himself from that which cometh forth from him. He is the flame which sendeth forth rays of light with mighty splendor, but though he can be seen in form, and observation can be made of him at his appearance, yet he cannot be understood, and at dawn mankind make supplication unto him. His risings are of crystal among the company of the gods, and he is the beloved object of every god. The God Nu cometh forward with the north wind in this God who is hidden, who maketh decrees for millions of double millions of years, whose ordinances are fixed and are not destroyed, whose utterances are gracious, and whose statutes fail not in his appointed time, who giveth duration of life, and doubleth the years of those unto whom he hath a favour, who graciously protecteth him whom he hath set in his heart, who hath formed eternity and everlastingness, the King of the south and of the north, Amen Ra, the King of the gods, the Lord of heaven and of earth, and of the deep, and of the two mountains, in whose form the earth began to exist, he, the mighty one, who is more distinguished than all the gods of the first and foremost company. Amen Ra, the King of the gods, the great God, the beginning of what hath come into being, hath sent forth his great and holy edict for the deification of Nesi Khonsu, the daughter of Ta Hennu Tehuti, both in Amentet and in Neter Khert. And he saith, I deify Nesi Khonsu, the daughter of Ta Hennu Tehuti, in Amentet, and I deify her in Neter Khert. I have granted that she shall receive water in Amentet, and funeral offerings in Neter Khert. I deify her soul and her body in Neter Khert, and I will not let her soul be destroyed therein, Nay, I deify her soul in Neter Khert, and I make it like unto that of every god and of every goddess who have been deified therein, and like unto that of everything whatsoever which hath been deified in Neter Khert. I have granted that every god and every goddess and every divine being and everything which hath been deified shall receive her in Neter Khert, and I have granted that all her kinsfolk shall receive her therein with a gracious reception. And I have granted that every good thing which cometh into being with a man when he assumeth this form, whether he be carried off into the underworld, or whether he become deified, or whether every good thing be wrought for him where he is, or whether he made to receive water and offerings, or whether he be made to receive his cakes from those which those who have been deified receive, or whether he be made to receive his divine offerings from those which those who have been deified receive, shall be done for her, so that it shall be with her. Amen-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith: I cause Nesi Khonsu, the daughter of Ta, Hen Tehuti A, to make every kind of food and every kind of drink, which every god and every goddess who have been deified in the underworld make. And I cause her to make every good thing, which is with every god and every goddess who have been deified in the underworld, and by means thereof I have delivered my servant Pa Netchem from every evil thing. And I will not let any of the calamities which occur in the underworld fall upon Nesi Khonsu to do her harm. And I grant that her soul may come forth, and that it may enter in according to its desire, and never be repulsed. Amen-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith: I have gone round, I have examined the heart of Nesi Khonsu, the daughter of Ta Hen Tehuti A, and she hath done no evil thing against Pa Netchem, the son of Auset Em Kebet. I have carefully examined her heart, and I have not let her attack his life, and I have not allowed her to attack his life through other folk. I have carefully examined her heart, and I have not let her do any evil thing unto him, such as is done against a living man. I have carefully examined her heart, and I have not allowed her to do by means of other folk any of the evil things which are done against a living man. Amen-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith: I have caused her not to seek to do any evil thing which would cause death unto Pa Netchem, the son of Auset Em Kebet. I have carefully examined her heart, and she hath done no evil thing unto him in particular, nor any evil thing which could harm him in general. She hath not worked against him by means of any god or any goddess who has been deified, nor by means of any male Khu or of any female Khu who has been deified, and she hath not worked against him by means of any kind of beings whatsoever, who work schemes and plans so that beings of every kind may be obedient unto their words. I have carefully examined her heart, and see that she hath sought that which was good for him whilst he was upon earth, and I have caused her to seek in every way to give him a long life upon earth, and a life of health and soundness and power and strength and might, and I have caused her in every way to procure for him happiness wherever the sound of his words was heard. I have caused her to seek neither harm for him, nor anything which could inflict an injury upon man, nor anything which could cause evil to Pa Netchem, the son of Auset Em Kebet. I have caused her not to seek any evil thing, or any noxious thing which would induce death, or any harmful thing like unto those things which make the heart of man to tremble, or those which do harm unto the men and women who were beloved by Pa Netchem, nor unto him by making his heart terrified at them by means of the evil words which have been directed against them, the men and women. I have caused all that concerneth the heart and soul of Nesi Khonsu to be in good case, that is to say, her heart hath not been driven away from her soul hath not been driven away from her heart hath not been driven away from herself. Nesi Khonsu herself hath not been in any way driven back with the repulse with which a being in her form, that is to say, a being who hath been deified in the underworld, whatever its nature may be, is sometimes repulsed. And no evil thing whatsoever, such as may be done unto the human being who is in a state like unto hers, hath been done unto her. Nay, but I have given all that could delight Nesi Khonsu, namely, that Pa Netchem might enjoy a very long life, along with might and strength and power, that his life might not be cut short, that no evil thing of any kind whatsoever, and none of the things which do harm unto a man and strike terror into his heart, might come nigh him, or his wives, or his children, or his brethren, or Atawi, or Nesta Neb Asher, or Masa Haratha, or Tchui Nefer, the children of Nesi Khonsu, or the brethren of Nesi Khonsu. And I have caused that everything which would be of advantage to Pa Netchem, and all that would be of benefit to him in any way whatsoever, and which could happen to a man in his condition, and an exceedingly long life for himself, and his wives, and his children, and his brethren, may also come to Nesi Khonsu, and to her children, and to her sisters. Amen Ra, the king of the gods, the great God, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, I grant that all things, of whatever kinds they may be, which a man hath when he is in the state in which Nesi Khonsu is, and by which he is deified, shall be possessed by her. And I grant that the 70 addresses to Ra may be recited in my name, so that her soul may not be destroyed in the underworld. Amen Ra, the king of the gods, the great God, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, every good word which can deify Nesi Khonsu, which will give her power to receive water and offerings, and which shall be uttered or said before me by any person whatsoever, I will fulfill to the uttermost, omitting nothing. Every good word which shall be uttered before me on behalf of Nesi Khonsu, I will fulfill at every season of the heavens, when Shu cometh forth, in such wise that none of the evil things which can reach a person who is in the condition in which she is shall touch her at any season of the heavens, when Shu cometh forth from the waters with his weapons, and when day beginneth in the sky. And I will utterly do away with the evil effect of every word which may be spoken by any person whatsoever of a being who is in the state in which is Nesi Khonsu, omitting nothing, at every season of the heavens, when Shu cometh forth from the waters with his weapons, and when day beginneth in the sky. Amen Ra, the king of the gods, the great God, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, I have caused the 70 addresses to Ra to be recited in my name, and I have not allowed any single benefit which belongeth to a man who is in the condition in which is Nesi Khonsu to escape her. And I have caused her to receive offerings, bread, and ale, and unguents, and wine, and pomade, and milk, and raisins, and I have caused her to receive all the benefits and all the good things which a being who is in her condition, and who is favored by me, and who hath been deified, can receive. And I have caused her to share equally with every god and every goddess every good thing whatsoever which those who have been deified in the underworld receive. And I have caused her to receive her divine offerings along with the gods. Amen Ra, the king of the gods, the great God, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, if the word by which the offering of Sekhet Aru and of a field in Sekhet Aru is made is not one which is good for the person who is in the condition in which is Nesi Khonsu, and it hath no effect, I myself will make unto her the offering of Sekhet Aru and of a field in Sekhet Aru, when that which is beneficial for her in this kind of offering shall come into being, and it shall suffer no diminution thereof whatsoever. Amen Ra, the king of the gods, the great God, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, all good things which shall be spoken in my presence, saying, let such and such things be done for Nesi Khonsu, the daughter of Ta Henu Tehutia, I will perform for her, and they shall not be lessened, and they shall not be abrogated, and nothing therefrom shall be cut off at every season of the heavens, when Shu cometh forth. And moreover, she shall receive in abundance the choicest things of all that is good for her, even as do every man and every god who have been deified, and who go forth, and who come in, and who journey unto every place as they please. Amen Ra, the king of the gods, the great God, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, as concerning all good things which have been spoken in my presence, that is to say, perform them for Pa Netchem, the son of Auset em Kebet, my servant, and for his wives, and his children, and his brethren, and his friends, and for those for whom his heart is afraid lest evil come upon them. Behold, I will send forth my great and mighty and holy word into every place, that it may cause every good thing to be with Pa Netchem and his wives, and his children, and his brethren, and all his friends, in such wise that if any man shall omit to say, Let the decree of Amen Ra, the king of the gods, the great God, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, be performed, I myself will make that which the great God hath spoken to come to pass. End of Introduction, the Book of the Dead of Nessie Khonsu. Introduction, a Book of the Dead of the Greco-Roman period, of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, a Book of the Dead of the Greco-Roman period. The Book of Breathings from the Papyrus of Karasher. 1. Here beginneth the Book of Breathings. 1. Hail, Osiris Karasher, the son of Teshenatit. Thou art pure, and thy heart is pure. The four parts of thee are pure. 2. Thy hind parts are cleansed, and thy interior is made clean with bet, incense, and natron. No member of thine hath any defect whatsoever. The Osiris Karasher. 3. The son of Tashenatit hath been cleansed by means of the waters of Sekhet Hetep, that is, field of peace, which is situated to the north of Sekhet Sanahem, that is, field of the grasshoppers. 4. The goddesses Uat, Chit, and Nekhebet make thee to be pure at the 8th hour of the night, and at the 8th hour of the day. Come then, O Osiris. 5. Karasher, the son of Tashenatit, and enter into the hall of Maati. Thou art pure from all offense, and from 6. Defect of every kind. Stone of right and truth is thy name. Hail, Osiris Karasher, the son of Tashenatit. Thou enterest the Tuat, that is, underworld. 7. As one mighty in purity. Thou art purified by the 2 Ma'at goddesses in the great hall. A libation hath been made for thee in the hall of Seb, and thy body hath been made pure. 8. In the hall of Shu. Thou lookest upon Ra when he setteth as Tem at eventide. Amen is nigh unto thee to give thee air. 9. And Ptah likewise to mold into form thy members. Thou enterest the horizon along with Ra. They receive thy soul in the Neshem boat of Osiris. 10. They make thy soul divine in the house of Seb, and they make thee to be triumphant for ever and for ever. Hail, Osiris Karasher, the son of Tashenatit. 11. Thy name is made to endure. Thy material body is stablished, and thy spiritual body is made to germinate. Thou art turned back neither in heaven nor upon earth. Thy face shineth before 12. Ra. Thy soul liveth before Amen, and thy material body is renewed before Osiris. Thou breathest for ever and for ever. Thy soul maketh offerings unto thee. 13. Of cakes and ale and beasts and feathered fowl and cool water in the course of each day. Thou comest, and it is triumphant. The flesh is upon thy bones. 14. And thy form is even as it was upon earth. Thou takest drink into thy body, thou eatest with thy mouth, and thou receivest bread along with the souls. 15. Of the gods. The god Anubis protecteth thee, and he maketh himself thy protector. Thou art not turned away from the gates of the Tuat, that is, underworld. Thoth, the most mighty. 16. God, the Lord of Kemenu, cometh to thee, and he writeth for thee the book of breathings with his own fingers. Then doth thy soul breathe for 17 ever and ever, and thy form is made anew with life upon earth. Thou art made divine along with the souls of the gods. Thy heart is the heart of Ra, and thy members 19 are the members of the great God. Hail, Osiris Karasher, the son of Tashenatit. Amen is nigh unto thee. 20. To make thee to live again. And the god Apuat, that is, the opener of the ways, hath opened up for thee a prosperous path. Thou seest with thine eyes, thou hearest with thine ears, thou speakest with thy mouth. 21. And thou walkest with thy legs. Thy soul hath been made divine in the Tuat, so that it may make every transformation. At thy will thou breathest with delight the odours of 22. The holy Persea tree of Anu, that is Heliopolis. Thou wakest each day and seest the rays of Ra. Amen cometh to thee. 23. Having the breath of life, and he causeth thee to draw thy breath within thy funeral house. Thou appearest upon the earth each day, and the book of breathings of Thoth, 24, is a protection unto thee, for thereby dost thou draw thy breath each day, and thereby do thine eyes behold the beams of the divine disk. The goddess of right and truth maketh speech on thy behalf before Osiris, 25, and her writings are upon thy tongue. Horus, the avenger of his father, protecteth thy body. He maketh thy soul to be divine like those of all the gods. 2.1. The god Ra vivifieth thy soul, and the soul of Shu uniteth the passages of thy nostrils. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, 2, the son of Tashenatit, thy soul draweth its breath in the place which thou lovest. Thou art even as Osiris. Osiris, the governor of those in Amentet, is thy name. 3. The water flood of the prince cometh unto thee from Abu Elephantine, and it filleth thy table of offerings with Tchefau food. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, 4, the son of Tashenatit, the gods of the south and of the north come unto thee, and thou art led by them to the ends of the countries of 5 millions of years. Thy soul liveth, thou art in the following of Osiris, and thou drawest thy breath in Re stau. The strength which protecteth thee, 6, is hidden in the Lord of Setet and in the great God. Thy material body liveth in Tatu and in Nifrtet, and thy soul liveth in heaven, 7, each day. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, the goddess Sekhet hath gained the mastery over what is baleful to thee. Heru Aa, 8, Abu protecteth thee. Heru Sheshet Hra maketh thy heart, and Heru Maati protecteth thy body, or as others say, 9, thy tongue. Thou art stablished with life and strength and health, and thou art firmly seated upon thy throne in Ta Tchesertep. Come then, Osiris Kerasher, 10, the son of Tashenatit, thou risest in thy form, thou art arrayed in thine ornaments, thou hast firm hold upon life, thou passest thy days, 11, in health, thou journeyest hither and thither, and thou drawest thy breath in every place whatsoever. Ra riseth upon thine abode even as Osiris. Thou drawest thy breath, 12, and thou livest through his rays. Amen Ra, Heru Khuti, vivifieth thy Ka, that is double, and he maketh thee to flourish by means of the book of breathings. Thou, 13, art in the following of Osiris Horus, the lord of the Henubot. Thou art like the great God at the head of the gods. Thy face liveth, O thou whose births are lovely. Thy name, 14, blossometh each day. Thou goest into the most mighty and divine hall in Tatu. Thou seest him that is head of those in Amentet during the Uka festival. The order of the 15 is sweet as that of the venerable ones therein, and thy name is magnified like those of the divine spiritual bodies. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, the son of 16, Tashenatit, thy soul liveth through the book of breathings, thou art united through the book of breathings, 17, thou enterest into the Tuat and hast no enemy therein. Thou art as a living soul in Tatu, and thou hast thine heart which hath not departed from thee. Thou hast 18, thine eyes, and they open daily. The gods who are in the train of Osiris speak unto Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 19, saying, Thou followest Ra, and thou followest Osiris, and thy soul doth live for ever and ever. The gods who dwell in the Tuat, 20, of Osiris, the governor of those in Amentet, speak unto Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, saying: The gates of the Tuat are opened unto him. 21. Let him show himself in Neter Kertet. Verily his soul shall live for ever. He shall build habitations for himself in 22. Neter Kertet. The god thereof shall show favour unto his ka, and he shall receive the book of breathings, and verily he shall 23. Draw his breath. May Osiris, the governor of those in Amentet, the great god, the lord of Abydos, grant a royal oblation. May he give offerings of cakes, 24, and ale, and oxen, and wine, and akit drink, and bread, and tchufah food, and all beautiful things to the ka of Osiris Kerasher, 25, the son of Tashenatit. Thy soul doth live, and thy material body doth germinate by the command of Ra himself. Thou shalt never perish, and thou shalt never suffer diminution. 3.1. But shalt be like Ra for ever and for ever. Hail, Usek Nemtet, who comest forth from Anu, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tu Tashenatit, hath not committed sin. Hail, Urat, who comest forth from Kher-aba, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 3, hath not done deeds of violence. Hail, Fenti, 4, who comest forth from Kamennu, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 5, hath not committed slaughter. Hail, Amam Ma'at, who comest forth from the two Qerti, the Osiris Kerasher, 6, the son of Tashenatit, hath not plundered the possessions of the dead. Hail, Neha Ra, 7, who comest forth from Restau, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 8, hath not inflicted injury. Hail, Rereti, who comest forth from heaven, the Osiris 9 Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, hath not committed sins of the heart. Hail, Maati M. Ket, 10, who comest forth from Sekhem, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 11, hath not made revolt. Hail, ye gods who are in the Tuat, hearken ye unto the voice of Osiris Kerasher, the 12, son of Tashenatit, and let him come before you, for there is neither any evil whatsoever, nor any sin whatsoever, 13, with him, and no accuser can stand before him. He liveth upon Ma'at, he feedeth upon Ma'at, and he hath satisfied, 14, the heart of the gods by all that he hath done. He hath given food to the hungry, and water to the thirsty, and clothes, 15, to the naked. He hath made offerings to the gods and to the Khus, and no 16 report whatsoever hath been made against him before the gods. O come, let him enter the Tuat and not be repulsed. 17. Come, let him follow Osiris with the gods of the Qerti. Let him be a favoured being among the favoured ones. 18. And let him be divine among the perfect ones. Come, let him live. Come, let his soul live. Let his soul, 19, be received in whatever place it pleaseth, and let him receive the book of breathings. 20. Come, let him draw breath with his soul in the Tuat, and let him perform, 21, whatsoever transformations he will along with those who are in Amentet. Come, let his soul go into every place where it would be, and let it live upon earth for ever and for ever and for ever. End of Introduction, a Book of the Dead of the Greco-Roman period. Introduction, a Book of the Dead of the Roman period, of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Book of the Dead of the Roman period. Hail, Hathor, Takert, Piru, Abt, triumphant, born of Thent Nubt, triumphant. Thy soul liveth in heaven before Ra. Gifts are made unto thy ka before the gods. Thy spiritual body is glorious among the Khus. Thy name is established upon earth before Seb, and thy body shall endure permanently in the Neter Kert, underworld or grave. Thy house is in the possession of thy children and thy husband, who weep as they follow thee when thou goest about therein with thy children. And they are rewarded for what they have done for thy ka. They have given thee good and perfect burial, and they make offerings to thy ka at the west of Thebes, in the sight of the folk of thy city and of the lady of the temples. The beautiful Amentet stretcheth out her hands to receive thee, according to the decree of the lady of Abydos. Thy tomb shall never be overthrown, thy swathings shall never be torn in pieces, and thy body shall never be mutilated. The god Anubis hath received thee in the land of the hall of double Maat, and he hath made thee to be one of those favoured and perfect beings who are in the following of Seker. Thy soul flieth up on high to meet the soul of the gods, and it hovereth also over thy dead body which is in Occult. Thou journeyest about upon earth, thou seest all that are therein, thou observest all the affairs of thy house, and thou eatest bread, there having been performed by thee transformations which are like unto those of Baba. Thou goest to the city of Nif-Urtet at the festival of the altars, on the night of the festival of Six, and at the festival of Anep. Thou goest into the city of Nif-Urtet at the festival of the little heat, and the festival of lifting up the sky. Thou goest into the city of Tatu on the festival of Kahra-Ka, on the day when the Tet is set up. The breath of the wind hath made thy throat to breathe with Khensu and Shu the mighty one in Thebes, and thou hast abundant offerings for thy ka every 10th day with the living image of Ra in Thebes. Thy life is for ever and ever, and thy sovereignty is for ever, and thou shalt endure for an endless number of periods of twice 60 years. End of Introduction, a Book of the Dead of the Roman period. Introductory Hymns of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hymns introductory to the Book of the Dead, the Judgment, etc. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Vignette: the scribe Ani standing with hands raised in adoration before a table of offerings consisting of haunches of beef, loaves of bread and cakes, vases of wine and oil, fruits and flowers. He wears a fringed linen garment and has a wig, necklace, bracelets, etc. Behind him stands his wife Thuthu, a member of the college of Amen Ra at Thebes. She is similarly robed and holds a sistrum, a vine branch, and a manat, or emblem of pleasure, in her hands. Text: a hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris, Ani, the scribe of the holy offerings of all the gods, who saith: Homage to thee, O thou who hast come as Khepera, Khepera, the creator of the gods. Thou risest, thou shinest, thou makest light in thy mother, the goddess Nut. Thou art crowned king of the gods. Thy mother Nut doeth an act of homage unto thee with both her hands. The land of Manu receiveth thee with satisfaction, and the goddess Maat embraceth thee both at morn and at eve. May he, Ra, give glory and power and triumph, and a coming forth as a living soul to see Heru Khuti, Horus of the two horizons. To the double Ka of Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious before Osiris, who saith: Hail, all ye gods of the temple of the soul, who weigh heaven and earth in the balance, and who provide sepulchral meals in abundance. Hail, Tunen, thou One, thou creator of mankind, and maker of the substance of the gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east. O come and acclaim ye Ra, the Lord of heaven, the Prince, life, health, strength, the creator of the gods, and adore ye him in his beautiful form at his rising in the Atet boat. They who dwell in the heights and they who dwell in the depths worship thee. The god Thoth and the goddess Maat have written down thy course for thee daily and every day. Thine enemy the serpent hath been given over to the fire. The serpent fiend Sebau hath fallen down headlong. His arms have been bound in chains, and his legs hath Ra hacked off from him. The children of impotent revolt shall nevermore rise up. The temple of the Aged One keepeth festival, and the voice of those who rejoice is in the mighty dwelling. The gods exult when they see Ra as he riseth, and when his beams flood the world with light. The majesty of the holy God goeth forth and advanceth even unto the land of Manu. He maketh brilliant the earth at his birth each day. He journeyeth on to the place where he was yesterday. O be thou at peace with me, and let me behold thy beauties. May I journey forth upon earth. May I smite the ass. May I crush the serpent fiend Sebau. May I destroy Apep in his hour. May I see the Abtu fish at his season, and the Ant fish piloting the Ant boat in its lake. May I see Horus acting as a steersman with the god Thoth and the goddess Maat, one on each side of him. May I grasp the bows of the Sektet boat and the stern of the Atet boat. May he, Ra, grant unto the double Ka of Osiris, Ani, to behold the disk of the sun, and to see the moon god without ceasing each and every day. And may my soul come forth and walk hither and thither, and whithersoever it pleaseth. May my name be proclaimed, and may it be found upon the board of the table of offerings. May offerings be made unto me in my presence, even as they are made unto the followers of Horus. And may there be made ready for me a seat in the boat of the sun on the day when the god goeth forth. And may I be received into the presence of Osiris in the land of victory. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Vignette: Kenna and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. Text: A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris, Kenna the merchant, who saith: Homage to thee, O Ra, when thou risest, and to thee, O Temu, in thy risings of beauty. Thou risest, thou risest, thou shinest at dawn of day. Thou art crowned king of the gods, and the goddess Shuti performeth an act of homage unto thee. The company of the gods praise thee from the places of sunrise and sunset. Thou passest over the height of heaven, and thy heart is filled with gladness. The Sektet boat draweth on, and Ra advanceth in the Atet boat with fair winds. Ra rejoiceth, Ra rejoiceth. Thy father is Nu, thy mother is Nut. O thou who art crowned as Ra Heru Khuti, Ra Harmachis, thy divine boat advanceth in peace. Thine enemy hath been given over to the flame, and he hath fallen. His head hath been cut off. The heart of the Lady of Life, Isis, is glad, because the foe of her lord hath fallen headlong. The mariners of Ra have content of heart, and Anu, Heliopolis, exulteth. The merchant Kenna, victorious, saith, I have come to thee, O Lord of the gods, Temu Heru Khuti, Temu Harmachis, whom Ma'at directeth. I know that whereupon thou dost live. Grant thou that I may be like unto one of those who are thy favoured ones among the followers of the great God. May my name be proclaimed, may it be found, may it be set with their names. The oars have been taken into the Sektet boat, and the boat of the sun advanceth in peace. May I see Ra when he appeareth in the sky at dawn, and when his enemy hath fallen at the block. May I see Horus working the rudder on each side, and bringing along the boat. May I see the Abtu fish at its time of coming into being. May I see the Ant fish, as it becometh the pilot of the Ant boat in its waters. O thou only One, O thou perfect One, O thou who dost endure, who sufferest never an evil moment, who cannot be smitten down by him that doeth deeds of might. None other shall have power and might over the things which belong to thee. None shall obtain by fraud possession of the things which belong to the Divine Father, who hath need of abundance, the tongue of veneration, the Lord of Abtu, Abydos. The merchant Qenna, victorious, saith, Homage to thee, O Heru Khuti Temu Heru Khepera, thou mighty hawk, who makest glad the body of man, thou beautiful of face by reason of thy two great plumes. Awake, O Lord of beauty, at dawn, when the company of the gods and mortals say unto thee, Hail! They sing hymns of praise unto thee at eventide, and the starry deities also adore thee. O thou firstborn, who dost lie motionless, thy mother showeth loving kindness unto thee daily. Ra liveth, and the serpent fiend Nak is dead. Thou art in good case, for thine enemy hath fallen headlong. Thou sailest over heaven with life and strength. The goddess Nehebka is in the Atet boat, and thy boat rejoiceth. Thy heart is glad, and the two Uriai goddesses rise upon thy brow. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Vignette: Qenna and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. Text: A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris, Qenna the merchant, triumphant, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou who risest in Nu, and who at thy manifestation dost make the world bright with light. The whole company of gods sing hymns of praise unto thee after thou hast come forth. The divine Merti, who minister unto thee, cherish thee as king of the north and south, thou beautiful and beloved man-child. When thou risest, men and women live. The nations rejoice in thee, and the souls of Annu, Heliopolis, sing unto thee songs of joy. The souls of the cities of Pe and Nekhen exalt thee. The apes of dawn adore thee, and all beasts and cattle praise thee with one accord. The goddess Seba overthroweth thine enemies. Therefore rejoice thou within thy boat. Thy mariners are content thereat. Thou hast attained unto the Atet boat, and thy heart swelleth with joy. O Lord of the gods, when thou didst create them, they ascribed unto thee praises. The azure goddess Nut doth compass thee on every side, and the god Nu floodeth thee with his rays of light. O cast thou thy light upon me, and let me see thy beauties, me the Osiris, Qenna the merchant, victorious, and when thou goest forth over the earth I will sing praises unto thy fair face. Thou risest in heaven's horizon, and thy disk is adored when it resteth upon the mountain to give life unto the world. Saith Qenna the merchant, victorious, Thou risest, and thou comest forth from the god Nu. Thou dost renew thy youth, and thou dost set thyself in the place where thou wast yesterday. O divine youth, who hast created thyself, I am not able to describe thee. Thou hast come with thy diadems, and thou hast made heaven and earth bright with thy rays of pure emerald light. The land of Punt is stablished to give the perfumes which thou smellest with thy nostrils. Thou risest, O marvellous being, in heaven. The two serpent goddesses Murti are stablished upon thy brow, and thou art the giver of laws, O Lord of the world and of the inhabitants thereof. All the gods and Kenna the merchant victorious adore thee. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Text: A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris Hu Nefer, victorious, who saith: Homage to thee, O thou who art Ra, when thou risest, and Temu when thou settest. Thou risest, thou risest, thou shinest, thou shinest, thou who art crowned King of the gods. Thou art the Lord of heaven, thou art the Lord of earth. Thou art the creator of those who dwell in the heights and of those who dwell in the depths. Thou art the God One who came into being in the beginning of time. Thou didst create the earth, thou didst fashion man, thou didst make the watery abyss of the sky, thou didst form Hapi, the Nile, thou didst create the watery abyss, and thou dost give life unto all that therein is. Thou hast knit together the mountains, thou hast made mankind and the beasts of the field to come into being. Thou hast made the heavens and the earth. Worshipped be thou, whom the goddess Maat embraceth at morn and at eve. Thou dost travel across the sky with heart swelling with joy. The lake of Testes becometh contented thereat. The serpent fiend Nak hath fallen, and his two arms are cut off. The Sektet boat receiveth fair winds, and the heart of him that is in the shrine thereof rejoiceth. Thou art crowned, Prince of Heaven. Thou art the one dowered with all sovereignty, who comest forth from the sky. Ra is victorious. O thou divine youth, thou heir of everlastingness, thou self-begotten one, O thou who didst give thyself birth. O one, mighty one of myriad forms and aspects, King of the world, Prince of Annu, Heliopolis, Lord of eternity, and ruler of everlastingness, the company of the gods rejoice when thou risest and when thou sailest across the sky, O thou who art exalted in the Sektet boat. Homage to thee, O Amen Ra, who dost rest upon Maat, and who passest over the heaven. Every face seeth thee. Thou dost wax great as thy majesty doth advance, and thy rays are upon all faces. Thou art unknown, and no tongue is worthy to declare thy likeness. Only thou thyself canst do this. Thou art one, even as is he that bringeth the Tenna basket. Men praise thee in thy name Ra, and they swear by thee, for thou art Lord over them. Thou hearest with thine ears, and thou seest with thine eyes. Millions of years have gone over the world. I cannot tell the number of those through which thou hast passed. Thy heart hath decreed a day of happiness in thy name of traveller. Thou dost pass over and dost travel through untold spaces, requiring millions and hundreds of thousands of years to pass over. Thou passest through them in peace, and thou steerest thy way across the watery abyss to the place which thou lovest. This thou doest in one little moment of time, and then thou dost sink down and dost make an end of the hours. Behold Osiris, the governor of the palace of the Lord of the two lands, Seti I, who Nefer victorious saith: Hail, my Lord, thou who passest through eternity, whose being is everlasting. Hail, thou Disk, Lord of beams of light, thou risest, and thou makest all mankind to live. Grant thou that I may behold thee at dawn each day. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Text: A hymn of praise to Ra by Nekhet, the royal scribe, the captain of soldiers, who saith: Homage to thee, O thou glorious being, thou who art dowered with all sovereignty. O Tem Heru Khuti, Tem Harmachis, when thou risest in the horizon of heaven, a cry of joy cometh forth to thee from the mouth of all peoples. O thou beautiful being, Thou dost renew thyself in thy season, in the form of the disk within thy mother Hathor. Therefore in every place every heart swelleth with joy at thy rising for ever. The regions of the north and south come to thee with homage, and send forth acclamations at thy rising in the horizon of heaven. Thou illuminest the two lands with rays of turquoise light. O Ra, thou who art Herukuti Harmachis, the divine man child, the heir of eternity, self-begotten and self-born, king of earth, prince of the Duat, governor of the regions of Occult, thou comest forth from the water. Thou hast sprung from the god Nu, who cherisheth thee and ordereth thy members. O thou God of life, thou Lord of love, all men live when thou shinest. Thou art crowned king of the gods. The goddess Nut doeth homage unto thee, and the goddess Maat embraceth thee at all times. Those who are in thy following sing unto thee with joy, and bow down their foreheads to the earth when they meet thee, thou Lord of heaven, thou Lord of earth, thou King of right and truth, thou Lord of eternity, thou Prince of everlastingness, thou sovereign of all the gods, thou God of life, thou Creator of eternity, thou Maker of heaven, wherein thou art firmly established. The company of the gods rejoice at thy rising. The earth is glad when it beholdeth thy rays. The peoples that have been long dead come forth with cries of joy to see thy beauties every day. Thou goest forth each day over heaven and earth, and art made strong each day by thy mother Nut. Thou passest through the heights of heaven. Thy heart swelleth with joy, and the lake of Testes is content thereat. The serpent fiend hath fallen, his arms are hewn off, the knife hath cut asunder his joints. Ra liveth in Maat the beautiful. The Sektet boat draweth on and cometh into port. The south and the north, the west and the east turn to praise thee, O thou primeval substance of the earth, who didst come into being of thine own accord. Isis and Nephthys salute thee, they sing unto thee songs of joy at thy rising in the boat, they protect thee with their hands. The souls of the east follow thee, the souls of the west praise thee. Thou art the ruler of all the gods, and thou hast joy of heart within thy shrine. For the serpent fiend Nak hath been condemned to the fire, and thy heart shall be joyful for ever. The mother Nut is adjudged to thy father Nu. Hymn to Osiris Un Nefer. Vignette: the scribe of Ani standing with both hands raised in adoration before a table of offerings, consisting of haunches of beef, loaves of bread and cakes, vases of wine and oil, fruits and flowers, etc. He wears a fringed linen garment and a wig, bracelets, etc. Behind him stands his wife Thuthu, a member of the college of Amen Ra at Thebes. She is similarly robed and holds a sistrum, a vine branch, and a manat in her hands. Text: Glory be to Osiris Un Nefer, the great god within Abtu (Abydos), king of eternity, lord of the everlasting, who passeth through millions of years in his existence. Eldest son of the womb of Nut, engendered by Seb the Urpot, lord of the crowns of the north and south, lord of the lofty white crown. As prince of gods and of men, he hath received the crook and the whip and the dignity of his divine fathers. Let thy heart, which is in the mountain of Ament, be content, for thy son Horus is established upon thy throne. Thou art crowned lord of Tatu and ruler of Abtu (Abydos). Through thee the world waxeth green in triumph before the might of Neber-cher. He leadeth in his train that which is and that which is not yet, in his name of Taher Stanef. He toweth along the earth in his name of Seker. He is exceedingly mighty, and most terrible is in his name Osiris. He endureth for ever and for ever in his name of Un Nefer. Homage to thee, King of kings, Lord of lords, Prince of princes, who from the womb of Nut hast ruled the world and Akert. Thy body is of bright and shining metal, thy head is of azure blue, and the brilliance of the turquoise encircleth thee. O God An of millions of years, all pervading with thy body and beautiful in countenance in Ta Hatshepsut, grant thou to the Ka double of Osiris, the scribe Ani, splendor in heaven and might upon earth and triumph in the underworld. And grant that I may sail down to Tatu like a living soul, and up to Abydos like a Bennu bird, and that I may go in and come out without repulse at the pylons of the lords of the underworld. May there be given unto me loaves of bread in the house of coolness, and offerings of food in Annu (Heliopolis), and a homestead for ever in Sekhet Aru, with wheat and barley therefore. The scene of the weighing of the heart of the dead. Vignette: the scribe Ani and his wife Thuthu enter the hall of double Maat, wherein the heart, symbolic of the conscience, is to be weighed in the balance against the feather, emblematic of right and truth. In the upper register are the gods who sit in judgment, whose names are Harmachis, the great god in his boat; Temu, Shu, Tefnut, the lady of heaven; Seb, Nut, the lady of heaven; Isis, Nephthys; Horus, the great god; Hathor, the lady of Amenta; Hu and Sa. On the standard of the scales sits the dog-headed ape, the companion of Thoth, the scribe of the gods; and the god Anubis, jackal-headed, tests the tongue of the balance. On the left of the balance, facing Anubis, are Ani's luck, the Meskhen, or cubit with human head, thought by some to be connected with the place of birth; the goddesses Meskhenet and Renenet, who presided over the birthplace, and early education of children; and the soul of Ani in the form of a human-headed bird standing on a pylon. On the right of the balance, behind Anubis, stands Thoth, the scribe of the gods, who holds in his hands his reed pen and palette with which to record the result of the trial. Behind Thoth stands the monster called either Amam, the devourer, or Ammit, the eater of the dead. Text: Osiris, the scribe of Ani, saith: My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart, my coming into being. May there be nothing to resist me at my judgment. May there be no opposition to me from the Tchatcha. May there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of him that keepeth the scales. Thou art my Ka, double, within my body, which knitteth together and strengtheneth my limbs. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness to which I am advancing. May the Shenit not cause my name to stink, and may no lies be spoken against me in the presence of the god. Good, good is it for thee to hear. Thoth, the judge of right and truth of the great company of the gods who are in the presence of Osiris, saith: Hear ye this judgment. The heart of Osiris hath in very truth been weighed, and his soul hath stood as a witness for him. It hath been found true by trial in the great balance. There hath not been found any wickedness in him. He hath not wasted the offerings in the temples. He hath not done harm by his deeds, and he hath uttered no evil reports while he was upon earth. The great company of the gods reply to Thoth, who dwelleth in Kemenu Hermopolis: That which cometh forth from thy mouth shall be declared true. Osiris, the scribe Ani victorious, is holy and righteous. He hath not sinned, neither hath he done evil against us. It shall not be allowed to the devourer Amamet to prevail over him. Meat offerings and entrance into the presence of the god Osiris shall be granted unto him, together with a homestead for ever in Sekhet Hettepu, as unto the followers of Horus. Vignette: the scribe Ani is led by Horus, the son of Isis, into the presence of Osiris, who is enthroned within a shrine in the form of a funeral chest. Osiris has upon his head the Atef crown, and he holds in his hands the crook, the scepter, and the whip, emblematic of authority, dominion, and sovereignty. From his neck hangs the Menat. His title here is Osiris, the Lord of everlastingness. Behind him stand Nephthys, his sister, and on his right hand, and Isis, his sister and wife, on his left. Before him, standing on a lotus flower, are the gods of the cardinal points, or, as they are sometimes called, the children of Horus and children of Osiris. The first, Mestha, has the head of a man; the second, Hapi, the head of an ape; the third, Tuamma, Tef, the head of a jackal, and the fourth Qeb Senuf, the head of a hawk. Near the lotus hangs the skin of an animal. The side of the throne of Osiris is painted to resemble that of a funeral chest. The roof of the shrine is supported on pillars with lotus capitals, and is surmounted by a figure of Horus Sept or Horus Seker, and by rows of uraei. The pedestal on which the shrine rests is in the form of the hieroglyphic which is emblematic of Maat, or right and truth. Before the shrine is a table of offerings, by which on a reed mat kneels Ani, with his right hand raised in adoration. In the left hand he holds the Kherp scepter. He wears on his head a whitened wig and the so-called cone, the signification of which is unknown. Text: Saith Horus, the son of Isis, I have come to thee, O Un Nefer, and I have brought unto thee the Osiris Ani. His heart is found righteous, and it hath come forth from the balance. It hath not sinned against any god or any goddess. Thoth hath waited according to the decree pronounced unto him by the company of the gods, and it is most true and righteous. Grant that cakes and ale may be given unto him, and let him appear in the presence of the god Osiris, and let him be like unto the followers of Horus for ever and for ever. And Osiris Ani saith, Behold, I am in thy presence, O Lord of Amentet. There is no sin in my body. I have not spoken that which is not true knowingly, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant thou that I may be like unto those favored ones who are in the following, and that I may be an Osiris greatly favored of the beautiful God, and beloved of the Lord of the world, who am indeed a royal scribe, who love thee, Ani, victorious before the God Osiris. End of Introductory Hymns. Chapters 1 through 10 of Coming Forth by Day of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Vignettes. The funeral procession to the tomb and the ceremony thereat are here depicted. The mummy of the deceased, lying in a funeral chest placed in a boat, is being drawn along by oxen. Figures of the goddesses Nephthys and Isis stand at the head and foot respectively. By the side kneels the wife of the deceased. In the front of the boat stands the Sem priest, dressed in a panther's skin, burning incense and sprinkling water, and behind follow 8 male mourners. In the rear are servants drawing a small funeral chest, surmounted by a figure of Anubis, and carrying vases of unguents, along with the couch, staff, chair, pallet, etc. of the deceased. Preceding the oxen drawing the funeral boat are men carrying on yokes, boxes of flowers, vases of unguents, etc., and a group of wailing women with uncovered heads and breasts, who smite their heads and faces in token of grief. Close by stand a cow and her calf, intended to be slaughtered for the funeral feast, and tables loaded with offerings of herbs, fruits, etc. At the door of the tomb stands the god of the dead, Anubis, clasping the mummy of the deceased, before which kneels the weeping wife. At a table of funeral offerings stand 2 priests. One, the Sem priest, wears a panther's skin and holds in his hand a libation vase and censer. The other holds in his right hand the instrument Heka, in the form of a ram-headed serpent, the head of which is surmounted by an uraeus, and in his left hand an instrument in the shape of an adze. With the former he is about to touch the mouth and eyes of the mummy, and with the latter the mouth. On the ground by their side lie the instruments which are to be employed in the ceremony of opening the mouth, that is, the ceremony which will give the deceased the power to eat and to drink and to talk in the next world, namely the mesket, the group of instruments in the form of adze. the Peshen Kef, the libation vases, the boxes of purification, the bandlet, the feather, etc. Behind them stands the reader, who recites the funeral service from a papyrus roll, and to the rear is a ministrant who holds the haunch of beef which is to be used in the ceremony at the door of the tomb. Text: Here begin the chapters of coming forth by day, and of the songs of praise and glorifying, and of coming forth from, and of going into the glorious Neter Khert in the beautiful Amentet, which are to be recited on the day of the burial, whereby the deceased shall go in after coming forth. Saith Osiris Ani, Osiris the scribe Ani: Homage to thee, O Bull of Amentet. The god Thoth, the king of eternity, is with me. I am the great god near the divine boat. I have fought for thee. I am one of the gods, those divine chiefs who make Osiris to be victorious over his enemies on the day of the weighing of words. I am thy mediator, O Osiris. I am one of the gods, born of the goddess Nut, who slay the foes of Osiris, and who hold in bondage for him the fiend Sabau. I am thy mediator, O Horus. I have fought for thee, and I have put to flight the enemy for thy name's sake. I am Thoth, who made Osiris to be victorious over his enemies on the day of the weighing of words in the great house of the Aged One, Ra, who dwelleth in Annu Heliopolis. I am Teteti, the son of Teteti. I was begotten in Tatu. I was born in Tatu. I am with those who weep, and with the women who bewail Osiris in the two lands of Rekht, and I make Osiris to be victorious over his enemies. Ra commanded Thoth to make Osiris victorious over his enemies, and that which was decreed for Osiris Thoth did for me. I am with Horus on the day of the clothing of Teshtesh, and of the opening of the wells of water for the purification of the divine being whose heart moveth not, and of the drawing the bolt of the door of the concealed things and Restau. I am with Horus, who acteth as the guardian of the left shoulder of Osiris in Sekhem Letopolis, and I go in and I come forth from among the divine flames on the day of the destruction of the Sabau fiends in Sekhem. I am with Horus on the days of the festivals of Osiris, and of the making of offerings on the 6th-day festival, and on the Tenat festival which is celebrated in Annu. I am the Ab priest who poureth out libations in Tatu, Rear, the dweller in the temple of Osiris, Heliopolis, on the day of casting up the earth. I see the things which are concealed in Restau. I read from the book of the festival of the divine Ram, which is in Tatu. I am the Sem priest, and I perform his course. I perform the duties of the great chief of the work on the day of placing the Hennu boat of the god Seker upon its sledge. I have grasped the spade on the day of digging the ground in Sutton Henen, Heracleopolis Magna. O ye who make perfected souls to enter into the temple of Osiris, may ye cause the perfected soul of Osiris, the scribe Ani, to be victorious with you in the temple of Osiris. May he hear as ye hear, may he see as ye see, may he stand as ye stand, may he sit as ye sit therein. O ye who give cakes and ale to perfected souls in the temple of Osiris, give ye cakes and ale at the two seasons, that is, at morn and at eve, or sunrise and sunset, to the soul of Osiris Ani, who is victorious before all the gods of Abtu Abydos, and who is victorious with you. O ye who open the way and lay open the paths to perfected souls in the temple of Osiris, open ye the way and lay open the paths to the soul of Osiris, the scribe and steward of all the divine offerings, Ani, who is victorious with you. May he enter in confidence, and may he come forth in peace from the temple of Osiris. May he not be rejected. May he not be turned back. May he enter in as he pleaseth. May he come forth as he desireth, and may he be victorious. May the things which he commandeth be performed in the temple of Osiris. May he walk, and may he talk with you, and may he become a glorious being along with you. He hath not been found to rise up there, and the balance having weighed him is now empty. In the Turin Papyrus this chapter ends with the following lines, for which no equivalent occurs in the earlier texts: "Let not the decree of judgment passed upon me be placed, or, according to another reading, made known in the mouths of the multitude. May my soul lift itself up before Osiris, having been found to have been pure when on earth. May I come before thee, O Lord of the gods. May I arrive at the name of double right and truth. May I be crowned like a god endowed with life. May I give forth light like the company of the gods who dwell in heaven. May I become like one of you, lifting up my feet in the city of Kher about. May I see the Sektet boat of the sacred Sahu, Orion, passing forth over the sky. May I not be driven away from the sight of the lords of the Tuat, underworld. Or, according to another reading, the company of the gods. May I smell the sweet savor of the food of the company of the gods, and may I sit down with them. May the Kher Heb, the reader, make invocation at my coffin, and may I hear the prayers which are recited when the offerings are made. May I draw nigh unto the Neshem boat, and may neither my soul nor its lord be turned back. Homage to thee, O thou who art at the head of Amentet, thou Osiris, who dwellest in the city of Nifu Ur. Grant thou that I may arrive in peace in Amentet, and that the lords of Ta Tcheset may receive me, and may say unto me, Hail, hail, thou that comest in peace. May they prepare for me a place by the side of the chief, in the presence of the divine chiefs. May Isis and Nephthys, the two divine nursing goddesses, receive me at the seasons, and may I come forth into the presence of Un Nefer, Osiris, in triumph. May I follow after Horus through Re Statet, and after Osiris in Tatu, and may I perform all the transformations according to my heart's desire, in every place wheresoever my Ka double pleaseth so to do. Rubric: if this text be known by the deceased upon earth, or if he causeth it to be done in writing upon his coffin, then will he be able to come forth on any day that he pleaseth, and to enter into his habitation without being driven back. The cakes and ale and haunches of meat which are upon the altar of Ra shall be given unto him, and his homestead shall be among the fields in the Sektet Anru, and to him shall be given wheat and barley therein, and for he shall be vigorous there even as he was upon earth. Chapter 1b. Vignette: the god Anubis, jackal-headed, standing by the side of the bier on which lies the mummy. Text: the chapter of making the Sahu, the spiritual body, to enter into that Tuat, underworld, on the day of the funeral, when these words are to be said: Homage to thee, O thou that dwellest in Setsert of Amentet. Osiris, the royal scribe, Nektu Amen, victorious, knoweth thee, and he knoweth thy name. Deliver thou him from the worms which are in Rustau, which live upon the bodies of men and women, and which feed upon their blood. For Osiris, the favoured one of the god of his city, the royal scribe, Nektu Amen, victorious, knoweth you, and he knoweth your names. Let this be the first bidding of Osiris Neber Cher, who keepeth hidden his body. May he give air and escape from the terrible one who dwelleth in the bight of the stream of Amentet, and may he decree the actions of him that is rising up. Let him pass on unto him whose throne is within the darkness, who giveth glory in Ristau. O Lord of light, come thou and swallow up the worms which are in Amentet. The great god who dwelleth in Tatu, and who is unseen, heareth his prayers, but those who are in affliction fear him as he cometh forth with the sentence of the divine block. I, Osiris, the royal scribe, Nektu Amen, have come bearing the decree of Neber Cher, and Horus hath taken possession of his throne for him. His father, the lord of those who are in the boat of Father Horus, hath ascribed praise unto him. He cometh with tidings, and may he see Annu Heliopolis. Their chief standeth upon the earth before him, and the scribes magnify him at the door of their assemblies, and they bind his swathings in Annu. He hath led captive heaven, and he hath seized the earth in his grasp. Neither the heavens nor the earth can be taken away from him. For behold, he is Ra, the firstborn of the gods. His mother suckleth him, and she giveth to him her breast in the horizon. Rubric. The words of this chapter are to be recited after the deceased is laid to rest in Amentet, whereby the region Tananet is made to be content with her lord. Then shall Osiris, the royal scribe, Nektu Amen, triumphant, come forth, and he shall embark in the boat of Ra, and his body upon its bier shall be counted with those therein, and he shall be stablished in that Tuat underworld. Chapter 2. Vignette: a man standing upright, holding a staff. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day and of living after death. Saith Osiris Ani, victorious: Hail, one shining from the moon! Hail, one shining from the moon! Grant that this Osiris Ani may come forth among those multitudes which are outside, and let him be established as a dweller, or let him go about among the denizens of heaven, and let the underworld be opened unto him. And behold, Osiris Ani, shall come forth by day to do whatsoever he pleaseth upon the earth among the living ones. Chapter 3. Vignette: this chapter has no vignette. Text: another chapter like unto the preceding. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou god Tem, who comest forth from the great deep, and who shinest with glory under the form of the double lion god, send out with might thy words unto those who are in thy presence, and let the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, enter into their assembly. He hath performed the decree which hath been spoken to the mariners of Ra at eventide, and the Osiris Nu, triumphant, liveth after he hath died, even as doth Ra day by day. As Ra is born from yesterday, even so shall the Osiris Nu be born from yesterday, and every god shall rejoice at the life of the Osiris Nu, even as they rejoice at the life of Ptah when he maketh his appearance from the great temple of the Aged One which is in Annu. Chapter 4. Vignette: this chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of passing over the celestial road of Ristau. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, the Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: I open out a way over the watery abyss which formeth a path between the two combatants, Horus and Set, and I have come. May the fields of Osiris be given over into my power. Chapter 5. Vignette: a seated man. Text: the chapter of not letting work be done in the underworld by Nebseni, the scribe and draughtsman in the temple of Ptah, who saith: I lift up the hand of the man who is inactive. I have come from the city of Unnu Hermopolis. I am the divine soul which liveth, and I lead with me the hearts of the apes. Chapter 6. Vignette: a standing bearded male figure. Text: the chapter of making the Shabti figure to do work for a man in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the draughtsman in the temples of the north and south, the man highly venerated in the temple of Ptah, saith: O thou Shabti figure of the scribe Nebseni, the son of the scribe Thena, victorious, and of the lady of the house Mutreshta, victorious, if I be called, or if I be adjudged to do any work whatsoever of the labours which are to be done in the underworld, behold, for thee opposition will there be set aside by a man in his turn. Let the judgment fall upon thee instead of upon me always, in the matter of sowing the fields, of filling the watercourses with water, and of bringing the sands of this east to the west. The Shabti figure answereth: Verily I am here, and will come whithersoever thou biddest me. Chapter 7, Vignette: The deceased spearing a serpent. Text: The chapter of passing over the abominable back of Apep. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou creature of wax, who leadest away victims and destroyest them, and who livest upon the weak and helpless. May I never become weak and helpless before thee. May I never suffer collapse before thee, and thy poison shall never enter into my members, for my members are as the members of the god Tem. And since thou thyself dost not suffer collapse, I shall not suffer collapse. O let not the pains of death which come upon thee enter into my members. I am the god Tem, and I am in the foremost part of Nu, the sky, and the power which protecteth me is that which is with all the gods for ever. I am he whose name is hidden, and whose habitation is holy for millions of years. I am he who dwelleth therein, and I come forth along with the god Tem. I am he who shall not be condemned. I am strong, I am strong. Chapter 8, Vignette: The emblem of Amenta, towards which Ani, clad in white and holding a staff in his left hand and a bandlet in the right, is walking. Text: The chapter of passing through Amentet and coming forth by day. Saith Osiris Ani: The city of Unnu (Hermopolis) is opened. My head is sealed up, O Thoth, and strong is the Eye of Horus. I have delivered the Eye of Horus, which shineth with splendors on the forehead of Ra, the father of the gods. I am the same Osiris, the dweller in Amentet. Osiris knoweth his day, and that he shall live through his period of life, and shall not I do likewise? I am the moon god who dwelleth among the gods. I shall not perish. Stand up therefore, O Horus, for Osiris hath reckoned thee among the gods. Chapter 9, Vignette: A ram having upon his head the Atef crown, standing upon a pylon-shaped pedestal which rests on a green reed mat. Before him is an altar, upon which stand a libation vase and a lotus flower. The scribe Ani, clothed in white, stands with both hands raised in adoration. Text: The chapter of coming forth by day after having made the passage through the tomb. Saith Osiris Ani: Hail, Soul, thou mighty one of strength! Verily, I am here, I have come, I behold thee. I have passed through the Tuat (underworld). I have seen my divine father Osiris. I have scattered the gloom of night. I am his beloved one. I have come. I have seen my divine father Osiris. I have stabbed the heart of Suti. I have performed all the ceremonies for my divine father Osiris. I have opened every way in heaven and in earth. I am the son who loveth his father Osiris. I have become a Sahu. I have become a Khu. I am furnished with what I need. Hail every god, hail every Khu. I have made a path for myself. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious. Chapter 10, Vignette: Ani, clad in white, spearing a serpent. Text: Another chapter to be said by a man who cometh forth by day against his enemies in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani: I have divided the heavens, I have cleft the horizon, I have traversed the earth, following upon his footsteps. The mighty Khu taketh possession of me and carrieth me away, because, behold, I am provided with his magical words for millions of years. I eat with my mouth, I crush my food with my jawbones. Behold, I am the god who is the lord of the Tuat (underworld). May there be given unto me, Osiris Ani, these things in perpetuity, without fail or lessening. End of chapters 1 through 10 of Coming Forth by Day. Chapters 11 through 17:1 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by A. E. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in both the Theban and Saïte recensions. Text: The chapter of a man coming forth against his enemies in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: O thou god who eatest thine arm, I have departed from thy road. I am Ra, and have come forth from the horizon against mine enemies, and he hath granted to me that they shall not escape from me. I have made an offering, and my hand is like that of the lord of the Ureret crown. I have lifted up my feet even as the Uriai goddesses rise up. My overthrow shall not be accomplished, and as for mine enemy, he hath been given over into my power, and he shall not be delivered from me. I shall stand up like Horus, and I shall sit down like Ptah, and I shall be mighty like Thoth, and I shall be strong like Tem. I shall therefore walk with my legs, I shall speak with my mouth, I shall go round about in quest of mine enemy, and as he hath been delivered over to me, he shall not escape from me. Chapter 12. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in both Theban and Saita recensions. Text: the chapter of going into and of coming forth from the underworld. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hymns of praise to thee, O Ra, thou keeper of secret gates, which are on the brow of the god Seb, by the side of the balance of Ra, wherein he lifteth up right and truth, Maat, day by day. In very truth I have burst through the earth. Grant thou unto me that I may go forward and arrive at the state of old age. Chapter 13, or 121. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in both the Theban and Saita recensions. Text: the chapter of entering into and of coming forth from Amentet. Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, victorious, saith: Mortals, I go in like the hawk, and I come forth like the Bennu bird, the morning star of Ra. May a path be made for me whereby I may enter into peace into the beautiful Amentet, and may I be by the lake of Horus, and may I lead the greyhounds of Horus, and may a path be made for me whereby I may enter in and adore Osiris, the Lord of Life. In the Theban recension this chapter appears without a rubric, but in the Saita recension, as given in the Turin Papyrus, we have the following rubric: this chapter is to be recited over a ring made of ankum flowers, which shall be laid on the right ear of the khu, together with another ring wrapped up in a strip of byssus cloth, whereon the name of Osiris Auf Ankh, victorious, born of the lady Shert Amsu, victorious, shall be done in writing on the day of sepulture. Chapter 14. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette either in the Theban or in the Saita recension. Text: the chapter of putting an end to any shame that may be in the heart of the god, for the chief deputy of Amen, the scribe Mesemneter, victorious, who saith: Hymns of praise to thee, O thou god, who makest the moment to advance, thou dweller among mysteries of every kind, thou guardian of the word which I speak. Behold, the god hath shame of me, but let my faults be washed away, and let them fall upon both hands of the god of right and truth. Do away utterly with the transgression which is in me, together with my wickedness and sinfulness, O god of right and truth. May this god be at peace with me. Do away utterly with the obstacles which are between thee and me. O thou to whom offerings are made in the divine city of Kanur, grant thou that I may bring to thee the offerings which will make peace between thee and men, whereon thou livest, and that I also may live thereon. Be thou at peace with me, and do away utterly with all the shame of me which thou hast in thy heart because of me. Chapter 15. Vignette. Ani, standing with both hands raised in adoration before Ra, hawk-headed, and seated in a boat floating upon the sky. On a platform in the bows sits the god Heru-pa-krat, Harpocrates, with his right hand raised to his mouth, which he touches with one finger. The side of the boat is ornamented with feathers of Maat and with an Utchat. The handles of the oars and the tops of the rowlocks are in the form of hawks' heads, and on the blades of the oars are Utchats. Text: A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth upon the horizon, and when he setteth in the land of life. Osiris the scribe Ani saith: Homage to thee, O Ra, when thou risest as Tem Heru Khuti, Tem Harmachis. Thou art adored by me when thy beauties are before mine eyes, and when thy radiance falleth upon my body. Thou goest forth to thy setting in the Sektet boat with fair winds, and thy heart is glad. The heart of the Matet boat rejoiceth. Thou stridest over the heavens in peace, and all thy foes are cast down. The never-resting stars sing hymns of praise unto thee, and the stars which rest, and the stars which never fail, glorify thee as thou sinkest to rest in the horizon of Manu. O thou who art beautiful at morn and at eve, O thou Lord who livest and art established, O my Lord. Homage to thee, O thou who art Ra, when thou risest, and Tem when thou settest in beauty. Thou risest and shinest on the back of thy mother Nut, O thou who art crowned king of the gods. Nut doeth homage unto thee, and everlasting and never changing order embraceth thee at morn and at eve. Thou stridest over the heaven, being glad of heart, and the lake of Testes is content thereat. The Sabau fiend hath fallen to the ground, his arms and his hands have been hacked off, and the knife hath severed the joints of his body. Ra hath a fair wind, the Sektet boat goeth forth, and sailing along it cometh into port. The gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east, praise thee, O thou divine substance, from whom all forms of life come into being. Thou sendest forth the word, and the earth is flooded with silence. O thou only one, who didst dwell in heaven before ever the earth and the mountains came into existence. O runner, O Lord, O only one, thou maker of things which are, thou hast fashioned the tongue of the company of the gods, thou hast produced whatsoever cometh forth from the waters, and thou springest up from them over the flooded land of the lake of Horus. Let me snuff the air which cometh forth from thy nostrils, and the north wind which cometh forth from thy mother Nut. O make thou to be glorious my shining form Khu. O Osiris, make thou to be divine my soul Ba. Thou art worshipped in peace or in setting, O Lord of the gods, thou art exalted by reason of thy wondrous works. Shine thou with thy rays of light upon my body day by day. Upon me, Osiris the scribe, the teller of the divine offerings of all the gods, the overseer of the granary of the lords of Abtu, Abydos, the royal scribe in truth who loveth thee, Ani, victorious in peace. Chapter 15. Hymn and Litany to Osiris. Vignette: Osiris Ani, the royal scribe in truth who loveth Ra, the scribe and teller of the divine offerings of all the gods, and Osiris Thuthu, the lady of the house, the singing woman of Amen, standing in adoration before the god Osiris, who, accompanied by the goddess Isis, stands in a shrine made in the form of a funeral chest. Text: Praise be unto thee, O Osiris, Lord of eternity, Unnefer, Heru Khuti, Harmachis, whose forms are manifold and whose attributes are majestic. Ptah Seker Tem, in Annu Heliopolis, the lord of the hidden place, and the creator of Het Ka Ptah Memphis, and of the gods therein, the guide of the underworld, whom the gods glorify when thou settest in Nut. Isis embraceth thee in peace, and she driveth away the fiends from the mouth of thy paths. Thou turnest thy face upon Amentet, and thou makest the earth to shine as with refined copper. Those who have lain down, the dead, rise up to see thee. They breathe the air, and they look upon thy face when the disk riseth on its horizon. Their hearts are at peace, inasmuch as they behold thee, O thou who art eternity and everlastingness. Litany. Homage to thee, O Lord of starry deities in Annu, and of heavenly beings in Kher Aba, thou god Unti, who art more glorious than the gods who are hidden in Annu. O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Homage to thee, O An in Antis, Heru Khuti Harmachis, with long strides thou stridest over heaven. O Heru Khuti, O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Homage to thee, O soul of everlastingness, thou soul who dwellest in Tatu, Un-Nefer, son of Nut, thou art lord of Akert. O grant thou unto me a path wherein I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Homage to thee in thy dominion over Tatu. The Ureret crown is established upon thy head. Thou art the one who maketh the strength which protecteth himself, and thou dwellest in peace in Tatu. O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Homage to thee, O Lord of the acacia tree. The Seker boat is set upon its sledge. Thou turnest back the fiend, the worker of evil, and thou causest the Utchat to rest upon its seat. O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Homage to thee, O thou who art mighty in thine hour, thou great and mighty prince, dweller in Anrutfa, Lord of eternity and creator of everlastingness. Thou art the Lord of Suten Behenen, Heracleopolis Magna. O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Homage to thee, O thou who restest upon right and truth. Thou art the Lord of Abtu Abydos, and thy limbs are joined unto Ta Tchet Sertet. Thou art he to whom fraud and guile are hateful. O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Homage to thee, O thou who art within thy boat. Thou bringest Hapi the Nile forth from his source. The light shineth upon thy body, and thou art the dweller in Nekhen. O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Homage to thee, O creator of the gods, thou king of the north and of the south. O Osiris, victorious one, ruler of the world in thy gracious seasons, thou art the lord of the celestial world. O grant thou unto me a path whereon I may pass in peace, for I am just and true. I have not spoken lies wittingly, nor have I done aught with deceit. Hymn to Ra. Text: A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Those who are in his train rejoice, and lo, Osiris Ani, victorious, saith: Hail, thou Disk, thou Lord of rays, who risest on the horizon day by day. Shine thou with thy beams of light upon the face of Osiris Ani, who is victorious. For he singeth hymns of praise unto thee at dawn, and he maketh thee to set at eventide with words of adoration. May the soul of Osiris Ani, the triumphant one, come forth with thee into heaven. May he go forth in the Matet boat. May he come into port in the Sektet boat, and may he cleave his path among the never-resting stars in the heavens. Osiris Ani, being in peace and in triumph, adoreth his Lord, the Lord of eternity, saying: Homage to thee, O Heru Khuti Harmachis, who art the god Khepera, the self-created. When thou risest on the horizon and sheddest thy beams of light upon the lands of the north and of the south, thou art beautiful, yea, beautiful. And all the gods rejoice when they behold thee, the King of heaven. The goddess Nebt Anut is stablished upon thy head, and her uraei of the south and of the north are upon thy brow. She taketh up her place before thee. The god Thoth is stablished in the bows of thy boat, to destroy utterly all thy foes. Those who are in the Tuat underworld come forth to meet thee, and they bow in homage as they come towards thee to behold thy beautiful image. And I have come before thee that I may be with thee to behold thy disk every day. May I not be shut up in the tomb, may I not be turned back, may the limbs of my body be made new again when I view thy beauties, even as are those of all thy favoured ones, because I am one of those who worshipped thee whilst I lived upon earth. May I come in unto the land of eternity, may I come even unto the everlasting land, for behold, O my Lord, this hast thou ordained for me. And lo, Osiris Ani, triumphant in peace, the triumphant one, saith, Homage to thee, O thou who risest in thy horizon as Ra, thou reposest upon law which changeth not, nor can it be altered. Thou passest over the sky, and every face watcheth thee and thy course, for thou hast been hidden from their gaze. Thou dost show thyself at dawn, at eventide day by day. The Sektet boat wherein is thy majesty goeth forth with might. Thy beams shine upon all faces. The number of thy red and yellow rays cannot be known, nor can thy bright beams be told. The lands of the gods and the eastern lands of Punt must be seen, ere that which is hidden in thee may be measured. Alone and by thyself thou dost manifest thyself, when thou comest into being above Nu, the sky. May Ani advance even as thou dost advance, may he never cease to go forward, even as thy majesty ceaseth not to go forward, even though it be for a moment. For with strides dost thou in one little moment pass over the spaces which would need hundreds of thousands and millions of years for man to pass over. This thou doest, and then dost thou sink to rest. Thou puttest an end to the hours of the night, and let us count them, even thou endest them in thine own appointed season, and the earth becometh light. Thou settest thyself before thy handiwork in the likeness of Ra, thou risest in the horizon. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, declareth his praise of thee when thou shinest, and when thou risest at dawn he crieth in his joy at thy birth. Thou art crowned with the majesty of thy beauties, thou mouldest thy limbs as thou dost advance, and thou bringest them forth without birth pangs in the form of Ra, as thou dost rise up into the upper air. Grant thou that I may come unto the heaven which is everlasting, and unto the mountain where dwell thy favoured ones. May I be joined unto those shining beings, holy and perfect, who are in the underworld, and may I come forth with them to behold thy beauties when thou shinest at eventide, and goest to thy mother Nu. Thou dost place thyself in the west, and my two hands are raised in adoration of thee, when thou settest as a living being. Behold, thou art the maker of eternity, and thou art adored when thou settest in the heavens. I have given my heart unto thee without wavering, O thou who art mightier than the gods. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, A hymn of praise to thee, O thou who risest like unto gold, and who dost flood the world with light on the day of thy birth. Thy mother giveth thee birth upon her hand, and thou dost give light unto the course of the disk. O thou great light, who shinest in the heavens, thou dost strengthen the generations of men with the Nile flood, and thou dost cause gladness in all lands, and in all cities, and in all the temples. Thou art glorious by reason of thy splendours, and thou makest strong thy Ka double with Hu and Chechphao foods. O thou who art the mighty one of victories, thou who art the power of all powers, who dost make strong thy throne against evil fiends, who art glorious in majesty in the Sektet boat, and who art exceeding mighty in the Atet boat, make thou glorious Osiris Ani with victory in the underworld. Grant thou that in the netherworld he may be without evil. I pray thee to put away his faults behind thee. Grant thou that he may be one of thy venerable servants, who are with the shining ones. May he be joined unto the souls which are in Ta Tchesertet, and may he journey into the Sekhet Aru by a prosperous and happy decree. He, the Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, and the god saith, Thou shalt come forth into heaven, thou shalt pass over the sky, thou shalt be joined into the starry deities. Praises shall be offered unto thee in thy boat, thou shalt be hymned in the Atet boat, thou shalt behold Ra within his shrine. Thou shalt set together with his disk day by day. Thou shalt see the Ant fish when it springeth into being in the waters of turquoise, and thou shalt see the Abtu fish in his hour. It shall come to pass that the Evil One shall fall when he layeth a snare to destroy thee, and the joints of his neck and of his back shall be hacked asunder. Ra saileth with the fair wind, and the Sektet boat draweth on and cometh into port. The mariners of Ra rejoice, and the heart of Nebt Ankh is glad, for the enemy of her lord hath fallen to the ground. Thou shalt behold Horus on the standing place of the pilot of the boat, and Thoth and Maat shall stand one upon each side of him. All the gods shall rejoice when they behold Ra coming in peace, to make the hearts of the shining ones to live, and Osiris Ani, victorious, the scribe of the divine offerings of the lords of Thebes, shall be along with them. A hymn to the setting sun. Vignette in this papyrus. This chapter is without a vignette. Text: another chapter of the mystery of the Tuat underworld, and of passing through the unseen nether world, and of seeing the disk when he setteth in Amentet, when he is adored by the gods and by the Khus in the underworld, and when the soul which dwelleth in Ra is made perfect. He is made mighty before Tem, he is made great before Osiris, he setteth his terror before the company of the gods who are the guides of the nether world. He maketh long his steps, and he maketh his face to enter with that of the great God. Now every Khu for whom these words shall have been said shall come forth by day in any form which he is pleased to take. He shall gain power among the gods of the Tuat underworld, and they shall recognize him as one of themselves, and he shall enter in at the hidden gate with power. The lady Mut Hetep, victorious, singeth hymns of praise to thee, saying: O Ra Tem, in thy splendid progress thou risest, and thou settest as a living being in the glories of the western horizon. Thou settest in thy territory which is in Manu. Thy uraeus is behind thee, thy uraeus is behind thee. Homage to thee, O thou who art in peace, homage to thee, O thou who art in peace. Thou art joined unto the Eye of Tem, and it chooseth its powers of protection to place behind thy members. Thou goest forth through heaven, thou travellest over the earth, and thou journeyest onward. O luminary, the northern and southern halves of heaven come to thee, and they bow low in adoration, and they pay homage unto thee day by day. The gods of Amentet rejoice in thy beauties, and the unseen places sing hymns of praise unto thee. Those who dwell in the Sektet boat go round about thee, and the souls of the East pay homage to thee, and when they meet thy majesty they cry, Come, come in peace. There is a shout of welcome to thee, O Lord of heaven and governor of Amentet. Thou art acknowledged by Isis, who seeth her son in thee, the Lord of fear, the mighty one of terror. Thou settest as a living being in the hidden place. Thy father Ta Tunen raiseth thee up, and he placeth both his hands behind thee. Thou becomest endowed with divine attributes in thy members of earth. Thou wakest in peace, and thou settest in Manu. Grant thou that I may become a being honoured before Osiris, and that I may come to thee, O Ra Tem. I have adored thee, therefore do thou for me that which I wish. Grant thou that I may be victorious in the presence of the company of the gods. Thou art beautiful, O Ra, in thy western horizon of Amentet, thou Lord of Maat, thou mighty one of fear, thou whose attributes are majestic, O thou who art greatly beloved by those who dwell in the Tuat underworld. Thou shinest with thy beams upon the beings that are therein perpetually, and thou sendest forth thy light upon the path of Re Stau. Thou openest up the path of the double Lion God. Thou settest the gods upon their thrones, and the Khus in their abiding places. The heart of Ne'aruf is glad when Ra setteth. The heart of Ne'aruf is glad when Ra setteth. Hail, O ye gods of the land of Amentet, who make offerings and oblations unto Ra Tem. Ascribe ye glory unto him when ye meet him. Grasp ye your weapons, and overthrow ye the fiend Seba on behalf of Ra, and repulse the fiend Nebit on behalf of Osiris. The gods of the land of Amentet rejoice and lay hold upon the cords of the Sektet boat, and they come in peace. The gods of the hidden place who dwell in Amentet triumph. Hail, Thoth, who didst make Osiris to triumph over his enemies, make thou Mut Hetep victorious, to triumph over her enemies in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who live with Osiris, the Lord of Life. The great god who dwelleth in his disk cometh forth, that is Horus, the avenger of his father Unnefer Ra. Osiris setteth, and the Khus who are in the Tuat underworld say, Homage to thee, O thou who comest as Tem, and who comest into being as the creator of the gods. Homage to thee, O thou who comest as the holy soul of souls, who dwellest in the horizon. Homage to thee, who art more glorious than all the gods, and who illuminest the Tuat with thine eye. Homage to thee, who sailest in thy glory, and who goest round about in thy disk. 2. The following variant of the above hymn is translated from the text in the papyrus of Nektu Amen. Another chapter of the mystery of the Tuat underworld, and of travelling the unseen places of the underworld, of seeing the disk when he setteth in Amentet, when he is adored by the gods and by the Khus of the Tuat underworld, and when the divine Khu which dwelleth within Ra is made perfect. He setteth his might before Ra, he setteth his power before Tem, he setteth his strength before Khente Amentet, and he setteth his terror before the company of the gods. The Osiris of the gods goeth as leader through the Tuat underworld. He crasheth through mountains, he bursteth through rocks, he maketh glad the heart of every Khu. This composition shall be recited by the deceased when he cometh forth, and when he goeth in with the gods, among whom he findeth no opposition. Then shall he come forth by day in all the manifold and exceedingly numerous forms which he may be pleased to take. The Osiris saith, a hymn of praise to Ra at eventide, when he setteth as a living being in Ba'aka. The great god who dwelleth in his disk riseth in his two eyes, and all the Khus of the underworld receive him in his horizon of Amentet. They shout praises unto Heru Khuti Harmachis in his form of Tem, and they sing hymns of joy to Ra when they have received him at the head of his beautiful path of Ementat. He, the deceased, saith, Praise be unto thee, O Ra, praise be unto thee, O Tem, in thy splendid progress. Thou hast risen, and thou hast put on strength, and thou settest like a living being amid thy glories in the horizon of Amentet, in thy domain which is in Manu. Thy uraeus goddess is behind thee, thy uraeus goddess is behind thee. Hail to thee in peace, hail to thee in peace. Thou joinest thyself unto the eye of Horus, and thou hidest thyself within its secret place. It destroyeth for thee all the convulsions of thy face. It maketh thee strong with life, and thou livest. It bindeth its protecting amulets behind thy members. Thou sailest forth over heaven, and thou makest the earth to be stablished. Thou joinest thyself unto the upper heaven, O luminary. The two regions of the east and west make adoration unto thee, bowing low and paying homage unto thee, and they praise thee day by day. The gods of Amentet rejoice in thy splendid beauties. The hidden places adore thee, the aged ones make offerings unto thee, and they create for thee protecting powers. The divine beings who dwell in the eastern and western horizons transport thee, and those who are in the Sektet boat convey thee round and about. The souls of Amentet cry out unto thee, and say unto thee when they meet thy majesty, Life, health, strength. All hail, all hail. When thou comest forth in peace, there arise shouts of delight to thee, O thou Lord of heaven, thou Prince of Amentet. Thy mother Isis embraceth thee, and in thee she recognizeth her son, the Lord of fear, the mighty one of terror. Thou settest as a living being within the dark portal. Thy father Tatunen lifteth thee up, and he stretcheth out his two hands behind thee. Thou becomest a divine being in the earth. Thou wakest as thou settest, and thy habitation is in Manu. Grant thou that I may be venerated before Osiris, and come thou to me, O Ra Tem. Since thou hast been adored by me, that which I wish thou shalt do for me day by day. Grant thou victory unto me before the great company of the gods, O Ra, who art doubly beautiful in thy horizon of Amentet, thou Lord of Maat, who dwellest in the horizon. The fear of thee is great, thy forms are majestic, and the love of thee is great among those who dwell in the underworld. A hymn to the setting sun. Vignette: the deceased and his wife standing with both hands raised in adoration before a table of offerings, upon which are a libation vase and lotus flowers. Text: a hymn of praise to Ra Heru Khuti. Ra Marcus, when he setteth in the western part of heaven, he, the deceased, saith: Homage to thee, O Ra, who in thy setting art Tem Heru Khuti, Tem Harmachis, thou divine God, thou self-created being, thou primeval matter from which all things were made. When thou appearest in the bows of thy bark, men shout for joy at thee, O maker of the gods. Thou didst stretch out the heavens, wherein the two eyes might travel. Thou didst make the earth to be a vast chamber for thy khus, so that every man might know his fellow. The Sektet boat is glad, and the Matet boat rejoiceth, and they greet thee with exultation as thou journeyest along. The god Nu is content, and thy mariners are satisfied. The Uraeus goddess hath overthrown thine enemies, and thou hast carried off the legs of Apet. Thou art beautiful, O Ra, each day, and thy mother Nut embraceth thee. Thou settest in beauty, and thy heart is glad in the horizon of Manu, and the holy beings therein rejoice. Thou shinest there with thy beams, O thou great god Osiris, the everlasting prince. The lords of the zones of the Tuat in their caverns stretch out their hands in adoration before thy ka double, and they cry out to thee, and they all come forth in the train of thy form, shining brilliantly. The hearts of the lords of the Tuat are glad when thou sendest forth thy glorious light in Amentet. Their two eyes are directed towards thee, and they press forward to see thee, and their hearts rejoice when they do see thee. Thou hearkenest unto the acclamations of those that are in the funeral chest. Thou doest away with their helplessness, and drivest away the evils which are about them. Thou givest breath to their nostrils, and they take hold of the boughs of thy bark in the horizon of Manu. Thou art beautiful each day, O Ra, and may thy mother Nut embrace Osiris victorious. Chapter 16. The scene of which Lepsius inadvertently gave the number 16, and which he regarded as a chapter of the Book of the Dead, is, strictly speaking, only a vignette intended to accompany the hymn to the rising sun that forms part of the introductory matter of the chapters of the Book of the Dead, which we find in some of the oldest papyri of the Theban period. In the papyrus of Ani we see the sun's disk supported by a pair of arms which emerge from the sign of life. This, in its turn, is supported by the pillar which symbolizes the tree trunk which contained the dead body of Osiris. This pillar rests upon the horizon. On each side of it are three apes, typical of the spirits of the dawn, adoring the disk. On the right is the goddess Nephthys, and on the left is the goddess Isis. Nephthys kneels upon the symbol of the sunset, and Isis upon the symbol of the dawn. Above the whole scene is the vaulted sky. In the papyrus of Hu Nefer, the pillar is endowed with human arms and hands, which grasp the crook and flail, emblematic of Osiris' reign and rule, and the two goddesses are standing upright. One says, "I am thy sister Nephthys," and the other, "I am thy sister Isis, the divine mother." The sun is typified by a hawk having a disk encircled by an uraeus upon his head. The apes are here 7 in number, 4 stand in front and 3 behind. Above the whole scene is the vaulted sky. Certain papyri have also vignettes which illustrate the hymns to the setting sun. In this case the hawk usually stands upon the emblem of the west, while apes and gods adore him. In the papyrus of Kenna, on the right, 3 hawk-headed gods kneel in adoration with their left arms raised, and on the left 3 jackal-headed gods with their right arms raised in adoration. Below, 2 lion-headed gods with disks on their heads are seated back to back in a cluster of lotus flowers. These typify dawn and eventide. The goddess Isis kneels in adoration before the lion of the dawn, and the goddess Nephthys before the lion of eventide. Chapter 17. Vignette: Ani and his wife seated in a hall. He is moving a piece on a draught board. 2. The souls of Ani and his wife, in the form of human-headed hawks, standing upon a pylon-shaped building. The bearded soul is described as the soul of Osiris. 3. A table of offerings, upon which are lotus flowers, a libation vase, etc. 4. 2 lions seated back to back and supporting the horizon with the sun's disk over which extends the sky. The lion on the right is called Seth, yesterday, and that on the left Tau, tomorrow. 5. The Bennu bird and a table of offerings. 6. The mummy of Ani on a bier within a funeral shrine. At the head and foot are Nephthys and Isis in the form of hawks. Beneath the bier are Ani's palette, variegated marble or glass vessels, etc. Plate 8.1. The god of million of years. On his head and in his right hand is the emblem of years. His left hand is stretched out over a pool containing the eye of Horus. 2. The god Uchat Ura, great green water, with each hand extended over a pool. That under his right hand is called Lake of Matron, and that under his left hand Lake of Nitra. 3. A pylon with doors called Re Stau, the gate of the passages of the tomb. 4. The Uchat facing to the left above a pylon. 5. The cow Me'ert, the eye of Ra, with disc and horns, collar and menat and whip. 6. A funeral chest from which emerged the head of Ra and his 2 arms and hands, each holding the emblem of light. The chest, which is called the district of Abtu, Abydos, or the burial place of the East, has upon its sides figures of the 4 children of Horus, who protect the intestines of Osiris or the deceased. On the right stand Tu'amontef and Kebhesenoth, and on the left Meshtha and Hapi. Plate 9.1. Figures of 3 gods, who together with Mestha, Hapi, Tu'amontef, and Quebhesenoth are the 7 Khus referred to in line 99 of the text. Their names are Me'atefa, Keri-Bekfa, and Heru Kenti An Ma'ati or Merti. 2. The god Ampu, Anubis, jackal-headed. 3. Figures of 7 gods, whose names are Netchet, Netchet, Aaketket, Kenti He, Ami, Unnut F, Tesher, Mea Bes, Mea M Ker, and An M Hru. 4. The soul of Ra, in the form of a hawk, with a disk on his head, conversing in Tatu, with the soul of Osiris, in the form of a human-headed bird, wearing the white crown. This scene is of the rarest occurrence. Plate 10.1. The cat, emblematic of the sun, cutting off the head of the serpent Apep or Apepi, typical of darkness. 2. 3 seated deities, each holding a knife. 3. Ani and his wife Thuthu, kneeling in adoration before the god Khepera, beetle-headed, who is seated in the boat of the rising sun. 4. 2 apes, emblematic of the goddesses Isis and Nephthys. 5. The god Tem, seated with the sun disk in the boat of the setting sun. 6. The god Rehu, in the form of a lion. 7. The serpent Uatchet, the lady of flame, a symbol of the eye of Ra coiled round a lotus flower. Above is the emblem of fire. End of chapters 11 through 17.1. Chapter 17. Text. Here begin the praises and glorifyings of coming out from and of going into the glorious underworld, which is in the beautiful Amentet of coming out by day in all the forms of existence which please him, the deceased, of playing at draughts and sitting in the hall, and of coming forth as a living soul. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, after he hath come to his haven of rest, it is good for a man to recite this work whilst he is upon earth, for then all the words of Tem come to pass. I am the god Tem in rising, I am the only one. I came into existence in Nu. I am Ra, who rose in the beginning, the ruler of this. Who then is this? It is Ra. When at the beginning he rose in the city of Sutton Henin, Heracleopolis Magna, crowned like a king in his rising. The pillars of the god Shu were not as yet created, when he was upon the high ground of him that dwelleth in Kemenu, Hermopolis Magna. I am the great god who gave birth to himself, even Nu, who made his names to become the company of the gods as God. Who then is this? It is Ra, the creator of the names of his limbs, which came into being in the form of the gods who are in the train of Ra. I am he who is not driven back among the gods. Who then is this? It is Tem, the dweller in his disk, or as others say, it is Ra in his rising in the eastern horizon of heaven. I am yesterday, I know tomorrow. Who then is this? Yesterday is Osiris, and tomorrow is Ra, on the day when he shall destroy the enemies of Neber Chur, and when he shall establish as prince and ruler his son Horus, or as others say, on the day when we commemorate the festival of the meeting of the dead Osiris with his father Ra, and when the battle of the gods was fought, in which Osiris, the lord of Amentet, was the leader. What then is this? It is Amentet, that is to say, the creation of the souls of the gods, when Osiris was leader in Set Amentet, or as others say, it is Amentet which Ra hath given unto me. When any god cometh, he doth arise and doeth battle for it. I know the god who dwelleth therein. Who then is this? It is Osiris, or as others say, Ra is his name, or it is the phallus of Ra, wherewith he was united to himself. I am the Bennu bird, which is in Annu Heliopolis, and I am the keeper of the volume of the book of things which are and of things which shall be. Who then is this? It is Osiris, or as others say, it is his dead body, or as others say, it is his filth. The things which are and the things which shall be are his dead body, or as others say, they are eternity and everlastingness. Eternity is the day, and everlastingness is the night. I am the god Amsu in his coming forth. May his two plumes be set upon my head for me. Who then is this? Amsu is Horus, the avenger of his father, and his coming forth is his birth. The plumes upon his head are Isis and Nephthys when they go forth to set themselves there, even as his protectors, and they provide that which his head lacketh, or as others say, they are the two exceeding great uraei which are upon the head of their father Tem, or as others say, his two eyes are the two plumes which are upon his head. Osiris Ani, the scribe of all the holy offerings, riseth up in his place in triumph. He cometh into his city. What then is this? It is the horizon of his father Tem. I have made an end of my shortcomings, and I have put away my faults. What then is this? It is the cutting off of the corruptible in the body of Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious before all the gods, and all his faults are driven out. What then is this? It is the purification of Osiris on the day of his birth. I am purified in my great double nest, which is in Suten Henin, Heracleopolis Magna, on the day of the offerings of the followers of the great god who is therein. What then is this? Millions of years is the name of the one nest. Great Green Lake is the name of the other. A pool of natron and a pool of niter, or as others say, the traverser of millions of years is the name of one. Great Green Lake is the name of the other, or as others say, the begetter of millions of years is the name of one. Great Green Lake is the name of the other. Now as concerning the great god who dwelleth therein, it is Ra himself. I pass over the way. I know the head of the pool of Maat. What then is this? It is Re Stau, that is to say, it is the underworld on the south of Ne'arut-F, and it is the northern door of the tomb. Now as concerning the pool of Maat, it is Abtu Abydos, or as others say, it is the boat by which his father Tem travelleth when he goeth forth to Sekhet Aru, which he bringeth forth the food and nourishment of the gods who are behind their shrines. Now the gate of Chesert is the gate of the Pillars of Shu, the northern gate of the Tuat underworld, or, as others say, it is the two leaves of the door through which the god Tem passeth when he goeth forth to the eastern horizon of heaven. O ye gods who are in the presence of Osiris, grant me your arms, for I am the god who shall come into being among you. Who then are these? They are the drops of blood which came forth from the phallus of Ra when he went forth to perform mutilation upon himself. They sprang into being as the gods Hu and Sa, who are in the following of Ra, and who accompany the god Tem daily and every day. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, have filled for thee the Utchat after it had suffered failure on the day of the combat of the two fighters, Horus and Set. What then is this? It is the day on which Horus fought with Set, who cast filth in the face of Horus, and when Horus destroyed the members of Set. Now this Thoth did with his own fingers. I lift up the hair cloud when there are storms and quakings in the sky. What then is this? It is the right eye of Ra, which raged against Set when he sent it forth. Thoth raised up the hair cloud and brought the eye alive and whole and sound and without defect to its lord, or, as others say, it is the eye of Ra when it is sick and when it weepeth for its fellow eye. Then Thoth standeth up to cleanse it. I behold Ra, who was born yesterday from the buttocks of the goddess Me'ert. His strength is my strength, and my strength is his strength. What then is this? It is the watery abyss of heaven, or, as others say, it is the image of the eye of Ra in the morning at his daily birth. Me'ert is the eye Utchat of Ra. Therefore Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, is a great one among the gods who are in the train of Horus. The words are spoken for him that loveth his lord. What then is this? The gods who are in the train of Horus are Mestha, Hapi, Tu'amartef, and Qeb Senuf. Homage to you, O ye lords of right and truth, ye sovereign princes who stand behind Osiris, who utterly do away with sins and crimes, and who are in the following of the goddess Hetep Sekes. Grant that I may come unto you. Destroy ye all the faults which are within me, even as ye did for the 7 Khus who are among the followers of their lord Sepa. Anubis appointed their place on the day when was said, "Come therefore thither." When then is this? These lords of right and truth are Thoth and Astes, the lord of Amentet, the sovereign princes who stand behind Osiris, even Mestha, Hapi, Tu'amatef, and Qeb Senuf are they who are behind the thigh in the northern sky. Now those who do utterly away with sins and crimes, and who are in the following of Hetep Sekes, are the god Sebek, who dwelleth in the water. The goddess Hetep Sekes is the eye of Ra, or, as others say, it is the flame which followeth after Osiris to burn up the souls of his enemies. As concerning all the faults which are in Osiris, the scribe of the offerings of all the gods, Ani, triumphant, this is all that he hath done against the lords of eternity since he came forth from his mother's womb. As concerning the 7 Khus, even Meshtha, Hapi, Tu'amatef, Qeb Senuf, Me'atef, Keri Bekf, and Heru Kenti on Me'ati, Anubis appointed them to be protectors of the dead body of Osiris, or, as others say, set them behind the place of purification of Osiris, or, as others say, those 7 Khus are Netche, Netche, Eaqet, and Nerta, Nef, Besef, Kenti, F, Aker, Ami, Anut, F, Tesher, Me'ati, Ami, Het, Anus, Ubis, Hra, Per, M, Ket, Ket, and Me, Ker, An, F, M, Hru. The chief of the sovereign princes who are in Ne'arat F is Horus, the avenger of his father. As concerning the day upon which was said, "Come therefore thither," it referreth to the words, "Come then thither," which Ra spake unto Osiris. Lo, may this be said unto me in Amentet: I am the divine soul which dwelleth in the 2 divine Tchafi. What then is this? It is Osiris when he goeth into Tatu and findeth there the soul of Ra. There the one god embraceth the other, and divine souls spring into being within the 2 divine Tchafi. As concerning the two divine Chafi, they are Heru Nech Bra Te'ef and Heru Kent Unmeati, or as others say, the double divine soul which dwelleth in the two divine Chafi is the soul of Ra and the soul of Osiris, or as others say, it is the soul which dwelleth in Shu, the soul which dwelleth in Tefnut, and these are the double divine soul which dwelleth in Tatu. I am the cat which fought hard by the Persea tree in Anu Heliopolis on the night when the foes of Neber Chur were destroyed. Who then is this? The male cat is Ra himself, and he is called Mau by reason of his speech of the god Sa, who said concerning him, he is like Mau unto that which he hath made. Thus his name became Maau, or as others say, it is the god Shu who maketh over the possessions of Seb to Osiris. As concerning the fight hard by the Persea tree in Anu, it concerneth the children of impotent revolt, when justice is wrought on them for what they have done. As concerning the night of the battle, these words refer to the inroad of the children of impotent revolt into the eastern part of heaven, whereupon there arose a battle in heaven and in all the earth. O thou who art in thine egg, Ra, who shinest from thy disk, and risest in thy horizon, and dost shine like gold above the sky, like unto whom there is none among the gods, who sailest over the pillars of Shu in the ether, who givest blasts of fire from thy mouth, who makest the two lands bright with thy radiance, deliver thou the pious Neb Seni from the god whose form is hidden, whose eyebrows are like unto the two arms of the balance on the night of reckoning destruction. Who then is this? It is Eneath, that is the god who bringeth his arm. As concerning the night of reckoning destruction, it is the night of the burning of the damned, and of the overthrow of wicked at the block, and of the slaughter of souls. Who then is this? It is Nemu, the headsman of Osiris, who, or as others say, it is Apep, when he riseth up with one head, bearing Maat, right and truth, upon it, or as others say, it is Horus, when he riseth up with a double head, whereof the one beareth right and truth, and the other wickedness. He bestoweth wickedness on him that worketh wickedness, and right and truth upon him that followeth righteousness and truth. Or as others say, it is Horus the Great, who dwelleth in Sechem, Letopolis, or as others say, it is Thoth, or as others say, it is Nefertem, or as others say, it is Sept, who doth thwart the acts of the foes of Neber Chur. Deliver thou the scribe Nebseni, victorious, from the watchers who bear slaughtering knives, and who have cruel fingers, and who slay those who are in the following of Osiris. May they never gain the mastery over me, may I never fall under their knives. What then is this? It is Anubis, and it is Horus in the form of Kent Meati, or as others say, it is the sovereign princes who thwart the works of their weapons, or as others say, it is the chiefs of the Shenniu chamber. May their knives never gain the mastery over me, may I never fall under their instruments of cruelty, for I know their names, and I know the being Matchet, who is among them in the house of Osiris, shooting rays of light from his eye, but who himself is unseen. He goeth round about heaven, robed in the flame of his mouth, commanding Hapi, but remaining himself unseen. May I be strong upon earth before Ra, may I come happily into haven in the presence of Osiris. Let not your offerings be wanting to me, O ye who preside over your altars, for I am among those who follow after Neber Chur, according to the writings of Khepera. I fly as a hawk, I cackle as a goose, I ever slay, even as the serpent goddess Neheb Ka. What then is this? Those who preside over their altars are the similitude of the eye of Ra, and the similitude of the eye of Horus. O Ra, Tem, thou lord of the great house, thou sovereign, life, strength, and health of all the gods, deliver thou the scribe Nebseni, victorious, from the god whose face is like unto that of a greyhound, whose brows are as those of a man, and who feedeth upon the dead, who watcheth at the bite of the lake of fire, and who devoureth the bodies of the dead, and swalloweth hearts, and who shooteth forth filth, but he himself remaineth unseen. Who then is this? Devourer for millions of years is his name, and he liveth in the Aat. As concerning the Aat, it is that which is in An Rut F, hard by the Shen Eu chamber. The unclean man who would walk thereover doth fall down among the knives. Or as others say, his name is Mates, and he is the watcher of the door of Amentet. Or as others say, his name is Beba, and it is he who watcheth the bite of Amentet. Or as others say, Hari Sepeth is his name. Hail, Lord of Terror, chief of the lands of the north and south, thou Lord of the red glow, or red lands, who preparest the slaughter block, and who dost feed upon the inward parts. Who then is this? The guardian of the bite of Amentet. What then is this? It is the heart of Osiris, which is the devourer of all slaughtered things. The Ureret crown hath been given unto him with gladness of heart, as Lord of Sutenhenen, Heracleopolis Magna. What then is this? He to whom hath been given the Ureret crown with gladness of heart, as Lord of Sutenhenen, is Osiris. He was bidden to rule among the gods on the day of the union of earth, in the presence of Neber-Chur. What then is this? He that was bidden to rule among the gods is Horus, the son of Isis, who was appointed to rule in the place of his father Osiris. As concerning the day of the union of earth with earth, it is the mingling of earth with earth in the coffin of Osiris. The soul that liveth in Sutenhenen, the giver of meat and drink, the destroyer of wrong, and the guide of the everlasting paths. Who then is this? It is Ra himself. Deliver thou the Osiris Nebseni victorious. From the great God who carrieth away the soul, who eateth hearts, and who feedeth upon offal, the guardian of the darkness, the dweller in the Seker boat, those who live in crime, fear him. Who then is this? It is Suti, or as others say, it is Smam-ur, the soul of Seb. Hail, Khepera, in thy boat, the twofold company of the gods is thy body. Deliver thou Osiris Ani, victorious, from the watchers who give judgment, who have been appointed by the god Neber-Chur, to protect him and to fasten the fetters on his foes, and who slaughter in the shambles. There is no escape from their grasp. May they never stab me with their knives. May I never fall helpless into their chambers of torture. Never have the things which the gods hate been done by me, for I am pure within the Mesket. Cakes of saffron have been brought unto him in Tananet. Who then is this? It is Khepera in his boat. It is Ra himself. As concerning the watchers who give judgment, they are the apes, Isis and Nephthys. As concerning the things which are abominated by the gods, they are wickedness and falsehood. And he who passeth through the place of purification within the Mesket is Ampu, Anubis, who is behind the chest which containeth the inward parts of Osiris. He to whom saffron cakes have been brought in Tananet is Osiris. Or as others say, the saffron cakes in Tananet are heaven and earth. Or as others say, they are Shu, strengthener of the two lands in Sutenhenen, Heracleopolis Magna. The saffron cakes are the eye of Horus. The Tananet is the burial place of Osiris. Tem hath built thy house, and the double Lion God hath founded thy habitation. Lo, drugs are brought, and Horus purifieth, and Set strengtheneth, and Set purifieth, and Horus strengtheneth. The Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious before Osiris, hath come into the land, and he hath taken possession thereof with his 2 feet. He is Tem, and he is in the city. Turn thou back, O Rehu, whose mouth shineth, whose head moveth. Turn thou back from before his strength, or, as others say, turn thou back from him who keepeth watch and is unseen. The Osiris Ani is safely guarded. He is Isis, and he is found with her hair spread over him. I shake it out over his brow. He was conceived in Isis and begotten in Nephthys, and they cut off from him the things which should be cut off. Fear followeth after thee, terror is upon thine arms. Thou hast been embraced for millions of years by the arms of the nations. Mortals go round about thee. Thou smitest down the mediators of thy foes, and thou seizest the arms of the powers of darkness. The 2 sisters, Isis and Nephthys, are given to thee for thy delight. Thou hast created that which is in Kher Aba, and that which is in Anu, Heliopolis. Every god feareth thee, for thou art exceeding great and terrible. Thou avengest every god on the man that curseth him, and thou shootest out arrows. Thou livest according to thy will. Thou art Uatchet, the lady of flame. Evil cometh among those who set themselves up against thee. What then is this? Hidden in form, granted of Menhu is the name of the tomb. He seeth what is on his hand, is the name of Querau, or, as others say, the name of the block. Now he whose mouth shineth and whose head moveth is the member of Osiris, or, as others say, of Ra. Thou spreadest thy hair and shake it out over his brow, is spoken concerning Isis, who hideth in her hair, and draweth her hair over her. Uatchet, the lady of flames, is the eye of Ra. Chapter 18. Introduction. Vignette. Upper register. The priest on Mount F, who wears a leopard skin and has on the right side of his head the lock of hair of Heru Pa Krat, Harpocrates, introducing Ani and his wife to the gods. Text. The speech of Samar F. I have come unto you, O great and godlike sovereign rulers, who dwell in heaven and in earth and in the underworld, and I have brought unto you Osiris Ani. He hath not sinned against any of the gods. Grant ye that he may be with you all the time. Ani's speech. The adoration of Osiris, the lord of Re stau, and of the great company of the gods who dwell in the underworld, by Osiris the scribe Ani, who saith: Homage to thee, O thou ruler of Amentet, Un Nefer in Abtu Abydos. I have come unto thee, and my heart beholdeth right and truth. There is no sin in my body, nor have I lied wittingly, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant thou to me food in the tomb, and that I may come forth into thy presence at the altar of the lords of right and truth, and that I may enter into and come forth from the underworld, and that my soul be not turned back, and that I may behold the face of the sun, and that I may behold the moon for ever and for ever. Vignette. The priest Sa Mer F, who wears a leopard skin and has on the right side of his head the lock of hair of Heru Pa Krat, Harpocrates, introducing Ani and his wife to the gods. Text. The speech of Sa Mer F. I have come unto you, O sovereign princes, who dwell in Re stau, and I have brought unto you Osiris Ani. Grant ye to him, as to the followers of Horus, cakes and water and air, and a homestead in Sekhet Hetep. Ani's speech. The adoration of Osiris, lord of everlastingness, and of the sovereign princes, the lords of Re stau, by Osiris the scribe Ani, who saith: Homage to thee, O king of the underworld, thou governor of Akert. I have come unto thee, I know thy ways, and I am furnished with the forms which thou takest in the underworld. Grant thou to me a place in the underworld, near unto the lords of right and truth. May my homestead be abiding in Sekhet Hetep, and I may receive cakes in thy presence. Chapter 18. Vignettes. A pylon surmounted by feathers, typical of Maat, and by Uriai wearing discs, and a pylon surmounted by Anpu, Anubis, or Apuat, and by an Utchat. Text. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the scribe Nebseni to be victorious over his enemies, as thou didst make Osiris victorious over his enemies in the presence of the sovereign princes who are with Ra and Osiris in Anu Heliopolis, on the night of the things of the night, and on the night of the battle, and on the night of the shackling of the Sabal fiends, and on the day of the destruction of Neber-chur. Vignette. The gods Tem, Shu, Tefnut, Osiris, and Thoth. Text. The great sovereign princes in Anu are Tem, Shu, Tefnut, Osiris, and Thoth, and the shackling of the Sabal fiends signifieth the destruction of the fiends of Set, when a second time he worketh evil. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great and sovereign princes who are in Tatu, on the night of making the Tet to stand up in Tatu. Vignette. The gods Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Horus. Text. The great sovereign princes in Tatu are Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Heru Nech Ra Tef. Now the night of making the Tet to stand up in Tatu signifieth the lifting up of the arm and shoulder of Horus, who dwelleth in Sekhem Letopolis, and these gods stand behind Osiris to protect him, even as do the swathings which clothe him. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris Ani triumph over his enemies, in the presence of the sovereign princes who are in Sechem Litopolis, on the night of the Things of the Night festival in Sechem. Vignette: the gods Osiris and Horus, the two Utchats upon pylons, and the god Thoth. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in Sechem are Heru Khenti An Maati, and Thoth, who is with the sovereign princes in Nerarut F. Now the night of the Things of the Night festival in Sechem signifieth the light of the rising sun on the coffin of Osiris. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani triumph over his enemies, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Pet and in Tept, and on the night of setting up the columns of Horus, and of making him to be established as the heir of the things which belong to his father Osiris. Vignette: the gods Horus, Isis, Mestha, and Nephthys. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in Pet and Tept are Horus, Isis, Mestha, and Hapi. Now setting up the columns of Horus signifieth the command given by Set unto his followers: set up columns upon it. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani triumphant in peace, victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in the lands of Rekhti, on the night when Isis lay down to keep watch, in order to make lamentation for her brother Osiris. Vignette: the gods Isis, Horus, Anpu, Anubis, Mestha, and Thoth. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in the lands of Rekhti are Isis, Horus, Anubis, Mestha, and Thoth. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris the scribe Ani triumphant in peace, to be victorious over his enemies, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Abtu, Abydos, on the night of the god Haker, at the separation of the wicked dead, at the judgment of the Khus, and at the rising up of joy in Teni. This. Vignette: the gods Osiris, Isis, and Apuat, and the Tet. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in Abtu are Osiris, Isis, and Apuat. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the sacred offerings of all the gods, to be victorious over his enemies, in the presence of the sovereign princes who judge the dead, on the night of the carrying out of the sentence upon those who are to die. Vignette: the gods Thoth, Osiris, Anpu, Anubis, and Astenu. Text: the great sovereign princes in the judgment of the dead are Thoth, Osiris, Anubis, and Astenu. Now the carrying out of the sentence upon those who are to die is the withholding of that which is so needful to the souls of the children of impotent revolt. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris the scribe Ani to be victorious over his enemies, in the presence of the great sovereign princes, on the festival of the breaking and turning up of the earth in Tatu, on the night of the breaking and turning up of the earth in their blood, and of making Osiris to be victorious over his enemies. Vignette: the three gods of the festival of breaking up the earth in Tatu. Text: when the fiends of Set come and change themselves into beasts, the great sovereign princes, on the festival of the breaking and turning up of the earth in Tatu, slay them in the presence of the gods therein, and their blood floweth among them as they are smitten down. These things are allowed to be done by them by the judgment of those who are in Tatu. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris to triumph over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani to be victorious over his enemies, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Nerarut F, on the night of him who concealeth himself in divers forms, even Osiris. Vignette: the gods Ra, Osiris, Shu, and Bebi, who is dog-headed. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in Na'ararut F are Ra, Osiris, Shu, and Bebi. Now the night of him who concealeth himself in divers forms, even Osiris, is when the thigh, and the head, and the heel, and the leg are brought nigh unto the coffin of Osiris Un-Nefer. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris to triumph over his enemies, make thou Osiris Ani to be victorious over his enemies, in the presence of the great sovereign princes in Re Stau, on the night when Anubis lay with his arms in his hands over the things behind Osiris, and when Horus was made to triumph over his enemies. Vignette: the gods Horus, Osiris, Isis, and text: the great sovereign princes in Re Stau are Horus, Osiris, and Isis. The heart of Osiris rejoiceth, and the heart of Horus, and therefore are the northern and southern parts of heaven at peace. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the divine offerings of all the gods, to triumph over his enemies in the presence of the 10 companies of great sovereign princes, who are with Ra and with Osiris and with every god and goddess in the presence of Neb Ur-Chur. He hath destroyed his enemies, and he hath destroyed every evil thing belonging unto him. Rubric: this chapter being recited, the deceased shall come forth by day, purified after death, and he shall make all the transformations which his heart shall dictate. Now if this chapter be recited over him, he shall come forth upon earth, he shall escape from every fire, and none of the foul things which appertain unto him shall encompass him for eternity or for ever and ever. Chapter 19. Vignette: the chapter is without a vignette. Text: the chapter of the chaplet of victory. Osiris Auf Ankh, victorious, born of Sheret Amsu, victorious, saith: Thy father Tem hath woven for thee a beautiful chaplet of victory to be placed on thy living brow, O thou who lovest the gods, and thou shalt live for ever. Osiris Kent Amentet hath made thee to triumph over thine enemies, and thy father Seb hath decreed for thee all his inheritance. Come therefore, O Horus, son of Isis, for thou, O son of Osiris, sittest upon the throne of thy father Ra, to overthrow thine enemies, for he hath ordained for thee the 2 lands to their utmost limits. Atem hath also ordained this, and the company of the gods hath confirmed the splendid power of the victory of Horus, the son of Isis and the son of Osiris, for ever and for ever. And Osiris Auf Ankh shall be victorious for ever and ever. O Osiris Kent Amentet, the whole of the northern and southern parts of the heavens, and every god and every goddess who are in heaven and who are upon earth, will the victory of Horus, the son of Isis and the son of Osiris, over his enemies in the presence of Osiris Kent Amentet, who will make Osiris Auf Ankh victorious to triumph over his enemies in the presence of Osiris Kent Amentet, on Nefer and the son of Nut, on the day of making him to triumph over Set and his fiends in the presence of the great sovereign chiefs who are in Anu Heliopolis. On the night of the battle and overthrow of the Seba fiend in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Abtu, on the night of making Osiris to triumph over his enemies, make thou Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant to triumph over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in the horizon of Amentet, on the day of the festival of Haker, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Tatu, on the night of the setting up of the Tet in Tatu, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are on the ways of the damned, on the night of the judgment of those who shall be annihilated, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Sekhem, Letopolis, and on the night of the things of the altars in Sekhem, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Pe and Tept, on the night of the establishing of the inheriting by Horus of the things of his father Osiris, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are at the great festival of the ploughing and turning up of the earth in Tatu, or as others say in Abtu, on the night of the weighing of words, or as others say weighing of locks, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in An Rut F on its place, on the night when Horus receiveth the birth chamber of the gods, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in the lands of Rekhti, on the night when Isis lieth down to watch and to make lamentation for her brother, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Re Stau, on the night of making Osiris to triumph over all his enemies. Horus repeated these words 4 times, and all his enemies fell headlong and were overthrown and were cut to pieces. And Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, repeated these words 4 times. Therefore let all his enemies fall headlong and be overthrown and cut to pieces. Horus, the son of Isis and son of Osiris, celebrated in turn millions of festivals, and all his enemies fell headlong and were overthrown and cut to pieces. Their habitation hath gone forth to the block of the east. Their heads have been cut off, their necks have been destroyed, their thighs have been cut off, they have been given over to the great destroyer, who dwelleth in the valley of the grave, and they shall never come forth from under the restraint of the god Seb. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over the divine chaplet which is laid upon the face of the deceased, and thou shalt cast incense into the fire on behalf of Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu, triumphant. Thus shalt thou cause him to triumph over his enemies, dead or alive, and he shall be among the followers of Osiris, and a hand shall be stretched out to him with meat and drink in the presence of the god. This chapter shall be said by thee twice at dawn. Now it is a never failing charm, regularly and continually. Chapter 20. Vignette. This chapter in the Theban version has neither vignette nor title. Text: Hail Thoth, who didst make Osiris to triumph over his enemies, snare thou the enemies of Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, in the presence of the great sovereign princes of every god and every goddess. In the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Annu (Heliopolis) on the night of the battle, and of the overthrow of the Sabau fiend in Tatu, on the night of making to stand up the double Tet in Sekhem Letopolis, on the night of the things of the night in Sekhem in Pe, and in Tepu, on the night of the establishing of Horus in the heritage of the things of his father in the double land of Rekti, on the night when Isis maketh lamentation at the sight of her brother Osiris in Abtu (Abydos), on the night of the Haker festival of the distinguishing between the dead, the damned, and the Khus, on the path of the dead, the damned, on the night of the judgment of those who are to be annihilated, at the great festival of the ploughing and the turning up of the earth in Nararat F in Restau, and on the night of making Horus to triumph over his enemies. Horus is mighty, the northern and southern halves of heaven rejoice. Osiris is content thereat, and his heart is glad. Hail Thoth, make thou to triumph Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, over his enemies, in the presence of the sovereign princes of every god and every goddess, and in the presence of you, ye sovereign princes, who pass judgment on Osiris behind the shrine. In the Saito Recension this chapter has no vignette, but it has the title "Another Chapter of the Chaplet of Victory," and is arranged in tabular form. The words "Hail Thoth, make Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant, to triumph over his enemies, even as thou didst make Osiris to triumph over his enemies," which are written in 2 horizontal lines, are to be repeated before each column of text. The great sovereign princes invoked are those of Annu (Heliopolis), Tatu, Sekhem Letopolis, Pe, and Tep, and Arat F, the double land of Rekti, Restau, Abtu, the paths of the dead, the ploughing festival in Tatu, Keraba, Osiris, heaven and earth, every god and every goddess. The rubric reads: If this chapter be recited regularly and always by a man who hath purified himself in water of natron, he shall come forth by day after he hath come into port, that is dead, and he shall perform all the transformations which his heart shall dictate, and he shall come forth from every fire. End of chapter 17 through 20. Chapters 21 through 30 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. In the Papyrus of Ani, the 21st chapter follows the 22nd, but it is there given without title and without vignette. In the Turin Papyrus, published by Lepsius, the 21st and 22nd chapters are quite distinct, and each has its own title, while a single vignette stands over both. In the vignette, a priest is shown holding a vase in the left hand, and the ram-headed serpent-like instrument called Hekau, that is, great of enchantments, in the right. With the latter he is about to touch the mouth of the deceased, who is standing before him. Behind the deceased is a man seated on a chair and holding a staff in his left hand. Text: the chapter of giving a mouth to the overseer of the house, Nu, triumphant in the underworld. He saith, Homage to thee, O thou Lord of brightness, thou who art at the head of the great house, Prince of the night and of thick darkness. I have come unto thee being a pure Khu. Thy two hands are behind thee, and thou hast thy lot with thy ancestors. O grant thou unto me my mouth, that I may speak therewith, and guide thou to me my heart at the season when there is cloud and darkness. Chapter 22. Vignette: in the Papyrus of Nebseni, the guardian of the balance is seen with his right hand stretched out to touch the mouth of the deceased who stands before him. In other papyri, the deceased himself is seen standing with either his right or his left hand raised to his mouth. Text: the chapter of giving a mouth to Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the holy offerings of all the gods, triumphant in the underworld. He saith, I rise out of the egg in the hidden land. May my mouth be given unto me, that I may speak therewith in the presence of the great God, the Lord of the Tuat (underworld). May my hand and my arm not be forced back in the presence of the sovereign princes of any god. I am Osiris, the Lord of Re stau. May I, Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, have a portion with him who is on the top of the steps. According to the desire of my heart, I have come from the pool of fire, and I have quenched the fire. Chapter 23. Vignette: the statue of Ani, the scribe, seated upon a pedestal in the form of the emblem of Maat, right and truth. Before it stands the Sem priest, clad in a panther's skin, and holding in his right hand the ram-headed serpent-like instrument Ur Hekau, with which he is about to touch the lips of the statue, and so perform the ceremony of opening the mouth. At his feet are a sepulchral box for holding unguents, etc., three instruments called respectively Seb Ur, Tun Tet, and Tamanu, and the object called Pesh en Kef. In the Papyrus of Nebseni the scene is described as the Sem priest performing the ceremony of the opening of the mouth. Text: the chapter of opening the mouth of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, May the god Ptah open my mouth, and may the god of my city loose the swathings, even the swathings which are over my mouth. Moreover, may Thoth, being filled and furnished with charms, come and loose the bandages, even the bandages of Set, which fetter my mouth. And may the god Tem hurl them at those who would fetter me with them, and drive them back. May my mouth be open, may my mouth be unclosed by Shu, with his iron knife wherewith he opened the mouth of the gods. I am the goddess Sekhet, and I sit upon my place in the great wind of heaven. I am the great goddess Sa, who dwelleth among the souls of Annu (Heliopolis). Now as concerning every charm, and all the words which may be spoken against me, may the gods resist them, and may each and every one of the company of the gods withstand them. Chapter 24. Vignette: this chapter has no vignette in the Theban papyri. Text: the chapter of bringing charms unto Osiris Ani in the underworld. He saith, I am Tem Khepera, who brought himself into being upon the thigh of his divine mother. Those who are in Nu, the sky, are made wolves, and those who are among the sovereign princes are become hyenas. Behold, I gather together the charm from every place where it is, and from every man with whom it is, swifter than greyhounds, and quicker than light. Hail, thou who towest along the Makhent boat of Ra! The stays of thy sails and of thy rudder are taut in the wind, as thou sailest up the pool of fire in the underworld. Behold, thou gatherest together the charm from every place where it is, and from every man with whom it is, swifter than greyhounds, and quicker than light. The charm which created the forms of being from the mother, and which either createth the gods or maketh them silent, and which giveth the heat of fire unto the gods. Behold, the charm is given unto me from wherever it is, and from him with whom it is, swifter than greyhounds, and quicker than light, or, as others say, quicker than a shadow. Chapter 25. Vignette. In the greater number of the Theban papyri this chapter is without vignette. In the Brockhurst papyrus, however, the Sem priest, wearing a panther's skin, is seen holding up before the face of the deceased, who stands before him, a small bearded figure like an Ushabti. In the Turin papyrus the priest and the deceased are standing facing each other, and no ceremony is being performed. Text: the chapter of making a man to possess memory in the underworld. The chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, the overseer of the palace, the son of the chief chancellor, Amenhetep, saith: May my name be given to me in the great house, and may I remember my name in the house of fire on the night of counting the years, and of telling the number of the months. I am with the Divine One, and I sit on the eastern side of heaven. If any god whatsoever should advance unto me, let me be able to proclaim his name forthwith. Chapter 26. Vignette. The scribe Ani, clothed in white, and with his heart in his right hand, addressing the god Anpu, Anubis, jackal-headed. In his left hand, which is outstretched, Ani holds a necklace of several rows of colored beads. The clasp is made in the form of a pylon or gateway, and on the side of the pendant, which is in the same form, is a representation of a scarab or beetle in a boat, to typify the sun god Ra Khepera in his boat. From the pendant hangs lotus flowers. In other Theban papyri the vignettes are different. In the papyrus of Nebseni, the god Anubis, who dwelleth in the city of embalmment, gives a heart to the deceased, and in others the deceased is seen either being embraced by Anubis or addressing his heart, which rests upon a standard before him. In the Turin papyrus the deceased is seen kneeling before his own soul, which is in the form of a human-headed hawk, and clasping his heart to his breast with his left hand. Text: the chapter of giving a heart to Osiris Ani in the underworld. He saith: May my heart Ab be with me in the house of hearts. May my heart Hat be with me in the house of hearts. May my heart be with me, and may it rest there, or I shall not eat of the cakes of Osiris on the eastern side of the lake of flowers, neither shall I have a boat wherein to go down the Nile, nor another wherein to go up, nor shall I be able to sail down the Nile with thee. May my mouth be given to me that I may speak therewith, and my 2 legs to walk therewith, and my 2 hands and arms to overthrow my foe. May the doors of heaven be opened unto me. May Seb, the prince of the gods, open wide his 2 jaws unto me. May he open my 2 eyes, which are blindfolded. May he cause me to stretch apart my 2 legs, which are bound together. And may Anpu Anubis make my thighs firm, so that I may stand upon them. May the goddess Sekhet make me to rise, so that I may ascend unto heaven, and may that be done which I command in the house of the Ka of Ptah. I understand with my heart. I have gained the mastery over my heart. I have gained the mastery over my 2 hands. I have gained the mastery over my legs. I have gained the power to do whatsoever my Ka pleaseth. My soul shall not be fettered to my body at the gates of the underworld, but I shall enter in peace, and I shall come forth in peace. Chapter 27. Vignette. The scribe Ani, with hands raised in adoration, and his heart which is set upon a pedestal, in the presence of 4 gods, who are seated upon a pedestal in the form of the emblem of Maat. In the Turin papyrus the deceased is shown kneeling before the 4 children of Horus. Text: the chapter of not letting the heart Hati of a man be taken from him in the underworld. Saith Osiris Ani: Hail, ye who carry away hearts! Hail, ye who steal hearts, and who make the heart of a man to go through its transformations according to his deeds! Let not what he hath done harm him before you. Homage to you, O ye lords of eternity, ye possessors of everlastingness! Take ye not this heart of Osiris Ani into your grasp, this heart of Osiris, and cause ye not words of evil to spring up against it. Because this is the heart of Osiris Ani, triumphant, and it belongeth unto him of many names. Thoth, the mighty one, whose words are his limbs, and who sendeth forth his heart to dwell in his body. The heart of Osiris Ani is triumphant, it is made new before the gods. He hath gained power over it, he hath not been spoken to according to what he hath done. He hath gotten power over his own members, his heart obeyeth him, he is the lord thereof, it is in his body, and it shall never fall away therefrom. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious in peace and triumphant in the beautiful Amenta and on the mountain of eternity, bid thee to be obedient unto me in the underworld. Chapter 28. Vignette: in some papyri containing the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead. This Chapter has no vignette. In the papyrus of Nefer Uben F, the deceased is seen holding his heart upon his breast with his left hand, and kneeling before a tailed monster in human form, who holds a knife in his right hand and grasps his tail with the left. Another papyrus shows the deceased offering incense to Osiris, who, standing on a pedestal in the form of Maat, holds the flail and scepter in his hands. In the Brocklehurst papyrus the deceased is kneeling and holding his heart in his left hand, which is outstretched. In the Turin papyrus the deceased is adoring his heart, which is placed on a pedestal before a seated deity. Text: the Chapter of not letting the heart of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, be carried away from him in the underworld. He saith: Hail, thou lion god! I am the flower bush Unb. That which is an abomination unto me is the divine block. Let not this my heart be carried away from me by the fighting gods in Annu. Hail, thou who dost wind bandages round Osiris, and who hast seen Set! Hail, thou who returnest after smiting and destroying him before the mighty ones! This my heart sitteth and weepeth for itself before Osiris. It hath made supplication for me. I have given unto him, and I have decreed unto him the thoughts of the heart in the house of the god Usekra, and I have brought to him sand at the entry to Kemenu, Hermopolis Magna. Let not this my heart be carried away from me. I make thee to dwell upon his throne, O thou who joinest together hearts in Sekhet Hetep, with years of strength against all things that are an abomination unto thee, and to carry off food from among the things which belong unto thee, and are in thy grasp by reason of the twofold strength. And this my heart is devoted to the decrees of the god Tem, who leadeth me into the dens of Suti. But let not this my heart, which hath done its desire before the sovereign princes who are in the underworld, be given unto him. When they find the leg and the swathings, they bury them. Chapter 29. Vignette: Ani standing with the staff in his hand in the Turin papyrus. This Chapter has no vignette. Text: the Chapter of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in the underworld. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith: Turn thou back, O messenger of every god! Is it that thou art come to carry away this my heart which liveth? But my heart which liveth shall not be given unto thee. As I advance, the gods hearken unto my offerings, and they all fall down upon their faces in their own places. Chapter 29a. Vignette: this Chapter has no vignette. Text: the Chapter of not allowing the heart of Amen Hetep, triumphant, to be carried away dead in the underworld. The deceased saith: My heart is with me, and it shall never come to pass that it shall be carried away. I am the Lord of hearts, the slayer of the heart. I live in the right and truth, Maat, and I have my being therein. I am Horus, the dweller in hearts, who is within the dweller in the body. I live in my word, and my heart hath being. Let not my heart be taken away from me, let it not be wounded, and may neither wounds nor gashes be dealt upon me, because it hath been taken away from me. Let me have my being in the body of my father Seb, and in the body of my mother Nut. I have not done that which is held in abomination by the gods. Let me not suffer defeat there, but let me be triumphant. Chapter 29b. Vignette: A heart. Text: Chapter of a heart of carnelian. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith: I am the Bennu, the soul of Ra, and the guide of the gods in the Tuat (underworld). Their divine souls come forth upon earth to do the will of their Kas. Let therefore the soul of Osiris Ani come forth to do the will of his Ka. Chapter 30. Vignette: The deceased, with hands raised in adoration, standing before a beetle placed on a pedestal. Text: The chapter of not letting the heart of a man be driven away from him in the underworld. Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu, triumphant, saith: My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart of my existence upon earth, may naught stand up to oppose me in judgment. May there be no opposition to me in the presence of the sovereign princes. May no evil be wrought against me in the presence of the gods. May there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amentet. Homage to thee, O thou heart of Osiris Kent Amentet. Homage to you, O my reigns. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the divine clouds, and who are exalted or holy by reason of your scepters. Speak ye fair words for the Osiris Auf Ankh, and make ye him to prosper before Nehebka. And behold, though I be joined unto the earth, and am in the mighty innermost part of heaven, let me remain on the earth and not die in Amentet, and let me be a Khu therein for ever and ever. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a basalt scarab, which shall be set in a gold setting, and it shall be placed inside the heart of the man for whom the ceremonies of opening the mouth and of anointing with unguent have been performed, and there shall be recited, by way of a magical charm, the words: My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart of transformations. Chapter 30a. Vignette: In many of the papyri containing the Theban Recension, this chapter has no vignette. In one, however, the vignette is a heart standing above a vase. In another, the deceased is seen adoring his heart, and in another, the deceased is standing before four gods, one of whom is offering a heart to him. Text: The chapter of not letting the heart of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, be driven away from him in the underworld. He saith: O my heart, my mother, O my heart, my mother, O my heart of my existence upon earth, may naught stand up to oppose me in judgment in the presence of the lords of the trial. Let it not be said of me and of that which I have done, he hath done deeds against that which is right and true. May naught be against me in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amentet. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to you, O my reigns. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the divine clouds, and who are exalted or holy by reason of your scepters. Speak ye for me fair things to Ra, and make ye me to prosper before Nehebka. And behold me, even though I be joined to the earth in the mighty innermost parts thereof. Let me remain upon the earth, and let me not die in Amentet, but become a Khu therein. Chapter 30b. Vignette: Some papyri containing the Theban Recension give this chapter without any vignette, and it is probable that this arises from the fact that it often appears as one of the texts which occur in the Great Judgment Scene, where it forms the prayer put into the mouth of the deceased. See the Papyrus of Ani and the Papyrus of Hu Nefer. In the Papyrus of Neb Seni, the deceased kneels in one pan of the balance, and he is being weighed against his heart, which rests in the other in the presence of Osiris, the great God, the governor of everlastingness. The support of the beam is surmounted by a human head, and the tongue of the balance is being scrutinized by a dog-headed ape, seated on a pedestal, who is called Thoth, the lord of the balance. Elsewhere this ape is seated on a pedestal with steps, and is called the lord of Khemennu, Hermopolis Magna, the righteous weigher. In the papyrus of Ameneb, the deceased stands by the balance, while a figure of himself is being weighed against his heart. In this example of the scene, the support of the beam is surmounted by the head of a jackal. Elsewhere the vignette is simply a heart, or a scarab, or the deceased seated adoring his heart, or the deceased standing in adoration before a beetle, which is the symbol of the god Khepera, the self-created god and the type of the resurrection. Text: the chapter of not letting the heart of Osiris, the scribe of the holy offerings of all the gods, Ani triumphant, be driven from him in the underworld. He saith: My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart whereby I came into being, may naught stand up to oppose me at my judgment. May there be no opposition to me in the presence of the sovereign princes Tchatcha. May there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of him that keepeth the balance. Thou art my Ka, the dweller in my body, the god Khnemu, who knitteth and strengtheneth my limbs. Mayest thou come forth into the place of happiness, whither we go. May the Shenit, the divine officers of the court of Osiris, who form the conditions of the lives of men, not cause my name to stink. Let it be satisfactory unto us, and let the listening be satisfactory unto us, and let there be joy of heart unto us at the weighing of words. Let not that which is false be uttered against me before the great God, the Lord of Amentet. Verily, how great shalt thou be when thou risest in triumph. Rubric. These words are to be said over a scarab of green stone encircled with a band of refined copper, and having a ring of silver, which shall be placed on the neck of the khu. This chapter was found in the city of Khemennu, Hermopolis Magna, under the feet of the statue of this god. It was inscribed upon a slab of iron of the south, in the writing of the god himself, in the time of the majesty of the king of the north and of the south, Men kau Ra, triumphant, by the royal son Heru Ta Ta F, who discovered it whilst he was on his journey to make an inspection of the temples and of their estates. In some ancient papyri, the text of this chapter is made to follow the rubric of chapter 64, with which it had some close connection, and in others it follows the rubric of chapter 118. The rubrical direction concerning chapter 64 reads: Behold, make a scarab of green stone, wash it with gold, and place it in the heart of a man, the deceased, and it will perform for him the opening of the mouth. Anoint it with Antu unguent, and recite over it as a charm the following words: My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, etc. In the Turin Papyrus it follows chapter 30, which contains parts of chapters 30a and 30b. End of chapters 21 through 30. Chapters 31 through 40 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Vignette. In some ancient papyri, the vignette of this chapter represents the deceased spearing a crocodile, but in the Sa'ite Recension the deceased is attacking 4 crocodiles. Text: the chapter of beating back the crocodile that cometh to carry away the charm from Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhetep, triumphant in the underworld. He saith: Get thee back, return, get thee back, thou crocodile fiend, Sui. Thou shalt not advance to me, for I live by reason of the magical words which I have by me. I do not utter that name of thine to the great God who will cause thee to come to the 2 divine envoys. The name of the one is Beti, and the name of the other is Ra Kenmaat. Heaven hath power over its seasons, and the magical word hath power over that which is in its possession. Let therefore my mouth have power over the magical word which is therein. My front teeth are like unto flint knives, and my jaw teeth are like unto the nome of Tutef. Hail, thou that sittest with thine eyeball upon these my magical words. Thou shalt not carry them away, O thou crocodile that livest by means of magical words. In the Turin Papyrus the following lines are added to this chapter. I am the prince in the field, I, even I, am Osiris, who hath shut in his father Seb together with his mother Nut on the day of the great slaughter. My father is Seb, and my mother is Nut. I am Horus, the firstborn of Ra, who is crowned. I am Anpu, Anubis, on the day of reckoning. Even I am Osiris, the prince, who goeth in and declareth the offerings which are written down. I am the guardian of the door of Osiris, even I. I have come, I have become glorious, or a Khu. I have been reckoned up, I am strong. I have come, and I avenge mine own self. I have sat in the birth chamber of Osiris, and I was born with him, and I renew my youth along with him. I have laid hold upon the thigh, which was by Osiris, and I have opened the mouth of the gods therewith. I sit upon the place where he sitteth, and I write down the number of the things which make strong the heart, thousands of loaves of bread, thousands of vases of beer, which are upon the altars of his father Osiris, numbers of jackals, wolves, oxen, red fowl, geese, and ducks. Horus hath done away with the sacrifices of Thoth. I fill the office of priest in the regions above, and I write down there the things which make strong the heart. I make offerings, or offerings are made to me at the altars of the prince of Tatu, and I have my being through the oblations made to him. I snuff the wind of the east by his head, and I lay hold upon the breezes of the west thereby. I go round about heaven in the four quarters thereof. I stretch out my hand and grasp the breezes of the south, which are upon its hair. Grant unto me air among the venerable beings and among those who eat bread. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall come forth by day, he shall rise up to walk upon the earth among the living, and he shall never fail and come to an end, never, never, never. Chapter XXXII. Vignette: four crocodiles advancing against the deceased, who is spearing one of them. Text: the chapter of beating back the crocodile that cometh to carry away the magical words from the Khu in the underworld. Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith: the mighty one fell down upon the place where he is, or as others say, upon his belly, but the company of the gods caught him and set him up again. My soul cometh, and it speaketh with its father, and the mighty one delivereth it from these 8 crocodiles. I know them by their names and what they live upon, and I am he who hath delivered his father from them. Get thee back, O crocodile that dwellest in the west, thou that livest upon the stars which never rest, for that which is an abomination unto thee is in my belly. O thou that hast eaten the forehead of Osiris, I am Set. Get thee back, O crocodile that dwellest in the west, for the serpent fiend Naau is in my belly, and I will give him unto thee. Let not thy flame be against me. Get thee back, O crocodile that dwellest in the east, who feedest upon those who eat their own filth, for that which is an abomination unto thee is in my belly. I advance, I am Osiris. Get thee back, O crocodile that dwellest in the east, the serpent fiend Naau is in my belly, and I will give him unto thee. Let not thy flame be against me. Get thee back, O crocodile that dwellest in the south, who feedest upon filth and waste and dirt, for that which is an abomination unto thee is in my belly. Shall not the flame be on thy hand? I am Sept. Get thee back, O crocodile that dwellest in the south, for I am safe by reason of my charm. My fist is among the flowers, and I will not give it unto thee. Get thee back, O crocodile that dwellest in the north, who feedest upon what is offered within the hours, for that which thou abominatest is in my belly. Let not thy venom be upon my head, for I am Tem. Get thee back, O crocodile that dwellest in the north, for the goddess Serket is in my belly, and I have not yet brought her forth. I am Uach, Maati, or Merti. The things which are created are in the hollow of my hand, and those which have not yet come into being are in my body. I am clothed and wholly provided with thy magical words, O Ra, the which are in heaven above me and in the earth beneath me. I have gained power and exaltation and a full breathing throat in the abode of my father the mighty one, and he hath delivered unto me the beautiful Amentet, which destroyeth living men and women, but strong is its divine lord, who suffereth from weakness, or, as others say, exhaustion twofold, therein day by day. My face is open, my heart is upon its seat, and the crown with the serpent is upon me day by day. I am Ra, who is his own protector, and nothing shall ever cast me to the ground. Chapter 33. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu, but in one manuscript the deceased with a knife in his hand is seen attacking 4 serpents, and in another 4 serpents only are given. Text: The chapter of repulsing serpents or worms. Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou serpent Rerek, advance not hither. Behold, Seb and Shu, stand still now, and thou shalt eat the rat, which is an abominable thing unto Ra, and thou shalt crunch the bones of the filthy cat. Chapter 34. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Theban and Saite recensions. Text: The chapter of not letting Osiris Nu, triumphant, be bitten by snakes or worms in the underworld. He saith: O serpent, I am the flame which shineth upon the opener of hundreds of thousands of years, and the standard of the god Tenpu, or, as others say, the standard of young plants and flowers. Depart ye from me, for I am the divine Maftet. Chapter 35. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu, but in the Brocklehurst Papyrus 3 serpents form the vignette. In the Turin Papyrus the vignette shows the deceased in the act of spearing a serpent. Text: The chapter of not letting Nu, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, be devoured by serpents in the underworld. He saith: Hail, thou god Shu! Behold Tatu! Behold Shu! Hail, Tatu! Shu hath the headdress of the goddess Hathor. They nurse Osiris. Behold the twofold being who is about to eat me. Alighting from the boat, I depart, and the serpent fiend Seksek passeth me by. Behold Sam and Aakhet, flowers are kept under guard. This being is Osiris, and he maketh entreaty for his tomb. The eyes of the divine prince are dropped, and he performeth the reparation which is to be done for thee. He giveth unto thee thy portion of right and truth, according to the decision concerning the states and conditions of men. Chapter 36. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu, but in others containing the Theban recension. The vignettes either show the deceased spearing a beetle, or standing with a knife in one hand and a staff in the other before a pedestal upon which stands the insect Apshait, which has been identified with the cockroach. The Apshait is probably the beetle which is often found crushed between the bandages of poorly made mummies, or even inside the body itself, where it has forced its way in search of food. Text: The chapter of driving away Apshait. Osiris Nu, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Depart from me, O thou that hast lips which gnaw, for I am Khnemu, the lord of Peshenu. and bring the words of the gods to Ra, and I report my message to the Lord thereof. Chapter 37. Vignette: Two uraei with tails entwined upon the emblem of gold. In the vignette of this chapter in the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is seen spearing a serpent. Text: the chapter of driving back the two Merti goddesses. Nu, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, ye two Rekhet goddesses, ye two sisters, ye two Mert goddesses. I bring a message to you concerning my magical words. I shine from the Sektet boat. I am Horus, the son of Osiris, and I have come to see my father Osiris. Chapter 38a. Vignette: the deceased holding a sail, symbolic of air. Text: the chapter of living by air in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the lord to whom veneration is paid, saith: I am the god Tem, who cometh forth out of Nu into the watery abyss. I have received my habitation of Amentet, and have given commands with my words to the Khus, whose abiding places are hidden, to the Khus, and to the double lion god. I have made journeys round about, and I have sung hymns of joy in the boat of Khepera. I have eaten therein, I have gained power therein, and I live therein through the breezes which are there. I am the guide in the boat of Ra, and he openeth out for me a path. He maketh a passage for me through the gates of the god Seb. I have seized and carried away those who live in the embrace of the god the mighty one. I am the guide of those who live in their shrines, the two brother gods Horus and Set, and I bring the noble ones with me. I enter in and I come forth, and my throat is not slit. I go into the boat of Maat, and I pass in among those who live in the Atet boat, and who are in the following of Ra, and are nigh unto him in his horizon. I live after my death day by day, and I am strong even as is the double lion god. I live, and I am delivered after my death. I, the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, who filled the earth and come forth like the lily of mother of emerald, of the god Hetep of the two lands. Chapter 38b. Vignette: the deceased holding in his left hand a sail, symbolic of air, and attacking three serpents with a knife which he holds in his right hand. In the Turin Papyrus, the deceased holds a sail in the left hand and the symbol of life in the right. Text: the chapter of living by air in the underworld. Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Amenhetep, triumphant, saith: I am the double lion god, the firstborn of Ra and Tem, of Ha Khebti, the gods who dwell in their divine chambers. Those who dwell in their divine abodes have become my guides, and they make paths for me as they revolve in the watery abyss of the sky by the side of the path of the boat of Tem. I stand upon the timbers of the boat of Ra. I recite his ordinances to the beings who have knowledge, and I am the herald of his words to him whose throat stinketh. I set free my divine fathers at eventide. I close the lips of my mouth, and I eat like unto a living being. I have life in Tatu, and I live again after death like Ra, day by day. Chapter 39. Vignette: the deceased spearing a serpent. Text: the chapter of driving back the serpent Rerek in the underworld. Osiris Mesemneter saith: Get thee back, depart, retreat from me, O Apep. Withdraw, or thou shalt be drowned at the pool of Nu, at the place where thy father hath ordered that thy slaughter shall be performed. Depart thou from the divine place of birth of Ra, wherein is thy terror. I am Ra, who dwelleth in his terror. Get thee back, fiend, before the darts of his beams. Ra hath overthrown thy words, the gods have turned thy face backwards, the lynx hath torn open thy breast, the scorpion hath cast fetters upon thee, and Maat hath sent forth thy destruction. Those who are in the ways have overthrown thee. Fall down and depart, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra, O thou that passest over the region in the eastern part of heaven with the sound of the roaring thunder cloud. O Ra, who openest the gates of the horizon straightway on thy appearance, Apep hath sunk helpless under thy gashings. I have performed thy will, O Ra, I have performed thy will. I have done that which is fair, I have done that which is fair, I have laboured for the peace of Ra. I have made to advance thy fetters, O Ra, and Apep hath fallen through thy drawing them tight. The gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east, have fastened chains upon him, and they have fettered him with fetters. The god Rekes hath overthrown him, and the god Hertit hath put him in chains. Ra setteth, Ra setteth, Ra is strong at his setting. Apep hath fallen, Apep, the enemy of Ra, departeth. Greater is the punishment which hath been inflicted on thee than the sting which is in the Scorpion goddess, and mightily hath she, whose course is everlasting, worked it upon thee, and with deadly effect. Thou shalt never enjoy the delights of love, thou shalt never fulfil thy desire, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. He maketh thee to go back, O thou who art hateful to Ra. He looketh upon thee, get thee back. He pierceth thy head, he cutteth through thy face, he divideth thy head at the two sides of the ways, and it is crushed in his land. Thy bones are smashed in pieces, thy members are hacked off thee, and the god Acre hath condemned thee, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. Thy mariners are those who keep the reckoning for thee, O Ra, as thou advancest, and thou resteth there wherein are the offerings made to thee. As thou advancest towards the house, the advance which thou hast made towards the house is a prosperous advance. Let not any baleful obstacle proceed from thy mouth against me when thou workest on my behalf. I am Set, who let loose the storm clouds and the thunder in the horizon of heaven, even as doth the god Necheb Ab F. Hail, saith the god Tem, make strong your faces, O soldiers of Ra, for I have driven back the god Nencha in the presence of the divine sovereign princes. Hail, saith the god Seb, make ye firm those who are upon their seats, which are in the boat of Khepera. Take ye your ways, grasping your weapons of war in your hands. Hail, saith Hathor, take ye your armour. Hail, saith Nut, come and repulse the god Tcha, who pursueth him that dwelleth in his shrine, and who setteth out on his way alone, namely Neb er Chur, who cannot be repulsed. Hail, say those gods who dwell in their companies and who go round about the turquoise pool. Come, O mighty one, we praise, and we will deliver the mighty one who dwelleth in the divine shrine, from whom proceeds the company of the gods. Let commemorations be made for him. Let praise be given to him. Let words of praise be recited before him by you and by me. Hail, saith Nut, to thy sweet one. Hail, saith those who dwell among the gods. He cometh forth, he findeth his way, he maketh captives among the gods. He hath taken possession of the goddess Nut, and Seb standeth up. Hail, thou terrible one, the company of the gods is on the march. Hathor quaketh with terror, and Ra hath triumphed over Apep. Chapter 40. Vignette: the deceased spearing a serpent which has sprung upon an ass and is biting into his neck. Text: the chapter of driving back the eater of the ass. Osiris Ra, triumphant, saith: 1. Get thee back. Hi, thou impure one, thou abomination of Osiris. Thoth hath cut off thy head, and I have performed upon thee all the things which the company of the gods ordered concerning thee in the matter of the work of thy slaughter. Get thee back, thou abomination of Osiris, from the Neshmet boat, which advanceth with a fair wind. Ye are holy, O all ye gods, and ye have cast down headlong the enemies of Osiris. The gods of Te shout for joy. Get thee back, O thou eater of the ass, thou abomination of the god Haas, who dwelleth in the underworld. I know thee, I know thee, I know thee, I know thee. Who art thou? I am. 2. On thy face, O fiend, and devour me not, for I am pure, and I am with the time which cometh of itself. Thou shalt not come to me, O thou that comest without being invoked, and whose time of coming is unknown. I am the Lord of thy mouth. Get thee back, thou and thy desires. Hail, Haos, with his stone knife. Horus hath cut asunder thy members, and thou art destroyed within thy company, and thy bend or dwelling place is destroyed for thee by the company of the gods who dwell in the cities of Pe and Tep. He that slayeth thee there is in the form of the Eye of Horus, and I have driven thee away as thou wast advancing, and I have vanquished thee by the winds of my mouth. O thou eater of those who commit sins, who dost plunder and spoil, I have committed no sin. Therefore let my palate and the writings with hostile charges against me upon them be given unto me. I have done no wrong in the presence of the sovereign princes, therefore shoot not thy venom at me. I give, do thou take according to what I order. Snatch me not away, and eat me not, for I am the Lord of life, the Prince, life, health, strength of the horizon. End of chapters 31 through 40. Chapters 41 through 50 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallis Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. Vignette: the deceased, armed with a knife and a short staff. In the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is piercing a serpent which lies writhing on a barred instrument. Text: the chapter of driving away the slaughterings which are performed in the underworld. Nebseni, the scribe and designer in the temples of Upper and Lower Egypt, he to whom fair veneration is paid, the son of the scribe and artist Thena, triumphant, saith: Hail, Tem! I have become glorious, or a Khu, in the presence of the double Lion God. The great God, therefore, open thou unto me the gate of the god Seb. I smell the earth. I bow down so that my nose toucheth the ground, of the great God who dwelleth in the underworld, and I advance into the presence of the company of the gods who dwell with the beings who are in the underworld. Hail, thou guardian of the divine door of the city of Beta, thou god Neti, who dwellest in Amentet. I eat food, and I have life through the air, and the god Ach Ur leadeth me with him to the mighty boat of Khepera. I hold converse with the divine mariners at eventide. I enter in, I go forth, and I see the being who is there. I lift him up, and I say that which I have to say unto him whose throat stinketh for lack of air. I have life, and I am delivered, having lain down in death. Hail, thou that bringest offerings and oblations, bring forward thy mouth, and make to draw nigh the writings or lists of offerings and oblations. Set thou right and truth firmly upon their throne, make thou the writings to draw nigh, and set thou up the goddesses in the presence of Osiris, the mighty God, the Prince of everlastingness, who counteth his years, who hearkeneth unto those who are in the islands or pools, who raiseth his right shoulder, who judgeth the divine princes, and who sendeth Osiris into the presence of the great sovereign princes who live in the underworld. Chapter 42. Vignette: the deceased standing before Osiris with his left hand raised to his mouth, or the deceased holding a serpent in his hands, or the deceased addressing a serpent which has its head turned away, or the deceased drawing a cord from round the top of a tet, emblem of stability. Text: the chapter of driving back the slaughterings which are performed in Suten Henen. Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: O thou land of the scepter, literally wood, O thou white crown of the divine form, O thou resting place of the boat, I am the child, I am the child, I am the child, I am the child. Hail, Abu Ur, thou sayest day by day, The slaughter block is made ready, as thou knowest, and thou hast come to decay. I am Ra, the stablisher of those who praise him. I am the knot of the god within the Aser tree, the doubly beautiful one, who is more splendid than yesterday. Say 4 times. I am Ra, the stablisher of those who praise him. I am the knot of the god within the Aser tree, and my going forth is the going forth of Ra on this day. My hair is the hair of Nu, my face is the face of the disk. My eyes are the eyes of Hathor, my ears are the ears of Ap Uat. My nose is the nose of Khenti Kas. My lips are the lips of Anpu. My teeth are the teeth of Serqet. My neck is the neck of the divine goddess Isis. My hands are the hands of Ba Neb Tatu. My forearms are the forearms of Neith, the lady of Sais. My backbone is the backbone of Suti. My phallus is the phallus of Osiris. My reins are the reins of the lords of Kheraba. My chest is the chest of the mighty one of terror. My belly and back are the belly and back of Sekhet. My buttocks are the buttocks of the Eye of Horus. My hips and legs are the hips and legs of Nut. My feet are the feet of Ptah. My fingers and my leg bones are the fingers and leg bones of the living gods. There is no member of my body which is not the member of some god. The god Thoth shieldeth my body altogether. And I am Ra day by day. I shall not be dragged back by my arms, and none shall lay violent hold upon my hands, and shall do me hurt, neither men nor gods, nor the sainted dead, nor those who have perished, nor any one of those of ancient times, nor any mortal, nor any human being. I am he who cometh forth, advancing, whose name is unknown. I am yesterday, and seer of millions of years is my name. I pass along the paths of the divine celestial judges. I am the Lord of eternity, and I decree and I judge like the god Khepera. I am the Lord of the Ureret crown. I am he who dwelleth in the Utchat and in the egg, in the Utchat and in the egg, and it is given unto me to live with them. I am he that dwelleth in the Utchat when it closeth, and I exist by the strength thereof. I come forth and I shine. I enter in and I come to life. I am in the Utchat, my seat is upon my throne, and I sit in the abode of splendor before it. I am Horus, and I traverse millions of years. I have given the decree for the establishing of my throne, and I am the ruler thereof. And in very truth my mouth keepeth an even balance, both in speech and in silence. In very truth my forms are inverted. I am Un-Nefer from one season even unto another, and what I have is within me. I am the only one who proceedeth from an only one who goeth round about in his course. I am he who dwelleth in the Utchat. No evil thing of any form or kind shall spring up against me, and no baleful object, and no harmful thing, and no disastrous thing shall happen unto me. I open the door in heaven, I govern my throne, and I open up the way for the births which take place on this day. I am the child who marcheth along the road of yesterday. I am today for untold nations and peoples. I am he who protecteth you for millions of years, and whether ye be denizens of the heavens, or of the earth, or of the south, or of the north, or of the east, or of the west, the fear of me is in your bodies. I am he whose being has been moulded in his eye, and shall not die again. My moment is in your bodies, but my forms are in my place of habitation. I am he who cannot be known, but the red ones have their faces directed towards me. I am the unveiled one. The season wherein the God created the heavens for me, and enlarged the bounds of the earth, and made great the progeny thereof, cannot be found out, but they fail and are not united again. My name setteth itself apart from all things and from the great evil which is in the mouths of men, by reason of the speech which I address unto you. I am he who riseth and shineth, the wall which cometh out of a wall, and only one who proceedeth from an only one. There is never a day that passeth without the things which appertain unto him being therein. Passing, 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 passing. Verily I say unto thee, I am the sprout which cometh forth from new, and my mother is Nut. Hail, O my Creator! I am he who hath no power to walk, the great Knot who is within yesterday. The might of my strength is within my hand. I myself am not known, but I am he who knoweth thee. I cannot be held with the hand, but I am he who can hold thee in his hand. Hail, O egg! Hail, O egg! I am Horus, who lived for millions of years, whose flame shineth upon you and bringeth your hearts to me. I have the command of my throne, and I advance at this season. I have opened a path, and I have delivered myself from all evil things. I am the dog-headed ape of gold 3 palms and 2 fingers high, which hath neither arms nor legs, and dwelleth in Het Ka Ptah, Memphis, and I go forth as goeth forth the dog-headed ape that dwelleth in Het Ka Ptah. In the Papyrus of Ani, sheet 32, only a portion of this chapter is given, that is, the section which gives the names of the deities with whom the various members of the body of the deceased are identified. This section is arranged in tabular form, and carefully drawn vignettes giving pictures of the gods mentioned are added. The following is the translation. Vignette: the god Nu. Text: the hair of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the hair of Nu. Vignette: Ra, hawk-headed and wearing a disk. Text: the face of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, is the face of Ra. Vignette: the goddess Hathor, with horns and a disk on her head. Text: the eyes of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the eyes of Hathor. Vignette: the god Apuat, jackal-headed, on a standard. Text: the ears of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the ears of Apuat. Vignette: the god Anpu, jackal-headed. Text: the lips of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the lips of Anpu. Vignette: the scorpion goddess Serqet, holding the emblems of life and eternity. Text: the teeth of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the teeth of Serqet. Vignette: the goddess Isis. Text: the neck of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the neck of Isis. Vignette: a ram-headed god having a serpent between his horns. Text: the hands of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the hands of Ba Neb Tatu. Vignette: the goddess Uatchit. Text: the shoulder of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the shoulder of Uatchit. Vignette: the goddess Mert, standing on the symbol of gold, her hands outstretched, and she has on her head a cluster of plants. Text: the throat of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the throat of Mert. Vignette: the goddess Neith. Text: the forearms of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the forearms of the lady of Sais. Vignette: the god Set. Text: the backbone of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the backbone of Set. Vignette: a god. Text: the chest of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the chest of the lords of Kher Aba. Vignette: a god. Text: the flesh of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the flesh of the mighty one of terror. Vignette: a god. Text: the reins and back of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the reins and back of Sekhet. Vignette: an Utchat upon a pylon. Text: the buttocks of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the buttocks of the Eye of Horus. Vignette: Osiris wearing the Atef crown and holding the flail and crook. Text: the phallus of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the phallus of Osiris. Vignette: the goddess Nut. Text: the legs of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the legs of Nut. Vignette: the god Ptah, standing on the pedestal of Maat. Text: the feet of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the feet of Ptah. Vignette: the star Orion. Text: the fingers of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the fingers of Orion. Vignette: 3 Ui. Text: the leg bones of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the leg bones of the living Ui. Chapter 43. Vignette: in the Theban Recension this chapter is without a vignette. In the Turin Papyrus the deceased is seen adoring three gods, each of whom holds the emblem of life in his right hand and a scepter in his left. Text: the chapter of not letting the head of a man be cut off from him in the underworld. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith: I am the Great One, son of the Great One. I am Fire, the son of Fire, to whom was given his head after it had been cut off. The head of Osiris was not taken away from him. Let not the head of Osiris Ani be taken away from him. I have knit myself together. I have made myself whole and complete. I have renewed my youth. I am Osiris, the Lord of eternity. Chapter 44. Vignette: the scribe Ani, clothed in white and seated in a chair. He holds in the right hand the Kerp scepter, and in the left a long staff. Before him is a table. In the Turin Papyrus the deceased is seen standing before a funeral coffer or shrine. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time in the underworld. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith: My place of hiding is opened, my place of hiding is revealed. The Khus have fallen into the darkness, but the Eye of Horus hath made me mighty, and the god Apuat hath nursed me like a babe. I have hidden myself with you, O ye stars that never diminish. My brow is like unto that of Ra, my face is open, my heart is upon its throne. I have power over the speech of my mouth, I have knowledge. In very truth I am Ra himself. I am not held to be a person of no account, and violence shall not be done unto me. Thy father liveth for thee, O son of Nut. I am thy son, O Great One, and I have seen the hidden things which belong unto thee. I am crowned king of the gods. I shall not die a second time in the underworld. Chapter 45. Vignette: the mummy of the scribe Ani being embraced by Anubis, jackal-headed, the god of the dead. Text: the chapter of not suffering corruption in the underworld. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith: O thou who canst not move like unto Osiris, O thou who canst not move like unto Osiris, O thou whose limbs cannot move like unto those of Osiris, let not thy limbs be without movement, let them not suffer corruption, let them not pass away, let them not decay, and let them be fashioned for me as if I myself were Osiris. Rubric: if the deceased know this chapter, he shall never suffer corruption in the underworld. Chapter 46. Vignette: the doorway of the tomb. By one post stands the soul of the scribe Ani in the form of a human-headed hawk, and by the other the Bennu bird. Text: the chapter of not perishing and of becoming alive in the underworld. Osiris Ani saith: Hail, ye children of the god Shu! Hail, ye children of the god Shu! The Tuat (underworld) hath gained the mastery over his diadem. Like the Hammemet, beings may I arise, even as Osiris doth arise and fare forth. Chapter 47. Vignette: in the Theban Recension this chapter has no vignette, but in the Turin Papyrus a funeral shrine is depicted with the soul of the deceased on one side of it and the Bennu bird on the other. Text: the chapter of not allowing the seat and throne of Nu, the overseer of the palace and chancellor in chief, to be taken away from him in the underworld. He saith: O my seat, O my throne, come ye to me, and go ye round about me. I am your Lord, O ye gods. Come ye and take up your places in my train. I am the son of your Lord, and ye belong to me through my divine Father, who hath made you. Chapter 47. O my seat, O my throne, come ye to me, and go ye round about me, O ye gods. I am a spiritual body, Sa. Therefore let me rise up among those who follow the great God. I am the son of Maati, and that which he abominateth is the speech of falsehood. I am in triumph. Chapter 48. This chapter is given twice in the Saita Recension, once as Chapter 10 and once as Chapter 48. Chapter 49. This chapter is given twice in the Saite Recension, once as Chapter 11 and once as Chapter 49. Chapter 50. A. Vignette. In the Papyrus of Ani and in the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is represented standing with his back to a gory knife which rests on its block. Text: the chapter of not entering in unto the block of the god. Nebseni saith: the four bones or knots of my neck and back have been joined together for me by the guardian of heaven, who stablished the knot for him who lay helpless at the breasts of his mother on the day of cutting off the hair. The bones of my neck and back have been knit together by the god Set and by the company of the gods as strongly as they were in the time that is past. May nothing happen to break them apart. Make ye me strong. The goddess Nut hath joined together the bones of my neck and back, and they are even as they were in the time that is past, when I saw the true birth of the gods in visible forms take place in its true and right order. I am Peti, and I am in the presence of the great God. Chapter 50b. Text: the chapter of not entering in unto the block. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor in chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I have joined up my head and neck in heaven and in earth. Behold, it is Ra who day by day stablisheth the knot for him who stood helpless upon his legs on the day of cutting off the hair. The god Suti and the company of the gods have joined together my neck and my back strongly, and they are even as they were in the time that is past. May nothing happen to break them apart. Make ye me strong against the slaughterer of my divine father. I have gotten power over my two lands. The goddess Nut hath joined together the bones of my neck and back, and I behold them as they were in the time that is past, when as yet I had not seen Maat, and when the gods were not born in visible forms. I am Penti, and I am in the form of the destroyer of the great gods. End of chapters 41 through 50.